media number 1 of the video testimony of Stephen M. Cohen in the matter of the independent investigation. These proceedings are being held at Cleary, Gottlieb, Steen, and Hamilton, 1 Liberty Plaza, New York, on June 30th, 2021 at approximately 9:16 a.m. My name is Christian Bedone from the firm of U.S. Legal Support. I'm the legal video specialist. The certified stenographer is Patricia Bidonde in association with U.S. Legal Support. Will counsel please introduce themselves?
My name is June Kim. I am a lawyer with Cleary, Gottlieb, Steen, and Hamilton, appearing in my capacity today as a special deputy to the first Deputy Attorney General of the State of New York.
Hi, my name is Yannick Grant. I'm a lawyer at the law firm of Vladeck, Raskin & Clark. I am appearing today in my capacity as a special deputy to the first Deputy Attorney General.
Hi, my name is Liliana Rembar. I'm with Cleary, Gottlieb, Steen, and Hamilton. I'm appearing today in my capacity as a special assistant to the first Deputy Attorney General of the State of New York.
And Paul Scheckman, Rebecca Foxwell from the Bracewell firm, representing Mr. Cohen.
Will the certified stenographer please swear in the witness?
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Can we start? So Cohen, thank you for joining us today. As you know, the New York Attorney General has appointed our firm of Cleary, Gottlieb, Steen, and Hamilton, and Mr. Grant's firm of Vladeck, Raskin & Clark to conduct an independent investigation under New York Executive Law, Section 63(8), into allegations of sexual harassment brought against Governor Andrew Cuomo, and as well as the surrounding circumstances. You're here today pursuant to a subpoena issued in connection with that investigation, and as you know, you were just placed under oath, and that means you must testify fully and truthfully, just as if you were in a court of law, sitting before a judge and a jury. Your testimony here today, as you know, as a result, is subject to a penalty of perjury. And although this is a civil investigation, the Attorney General's office also has criminal enforcement powers. And you have the right to refuse to answer any questions if you believe an answer might incriminate yourself. That right, however, can result in consequences in any civil proceeding, and it can be used against you, although it cannot be in a criminal proceeding. You understand that?
I do.
You are appearing today with your attorney present, Mr. Scheckman, and you may consult with him on questions of privilege. And if issues of privilege come up and you want to consult with him, please advise me, and we can take a break and you can consult. Our request would be that if you can answer the pending question without disclosing any issues of privilege, and then consult. Okay.
I do, thank you.
And also, if you want to take a break for any reason, just tell us and we can take a break.
Great, appreciate that.
As you know, we have a court reporter present. We just have to be mindful of making sure that we get the answers down, and so I will try to do that, and if you could try also to wait for my question to end before answering, and I'll try to wait for your answer before asking a follow-up question.
I will try to embrace the usual kind of discipline I usually don't have, and I will try to speak slowly and deliberatively so that the court reporter doesn't struggle with my usual garbled verbiage.
Appreciate that. Obviously, if you don't understand the question I ask, please tell me, and I'll try to rephrase. I'm going to be asking you questions that involving specific names or dates. If you don't have a recollection of the specific information, for example, time or date, have a general recollection, you have to give us your general recollection. Just tell us that it's a general recollection as opposed to a specific one. Can you confirm for us and your counsel that you're not otherwise recording this testimony other than what the video and the transcript?
I am not recording this testimony.
Okay. you'll be surprised that answer has actually led to answers that we didn't expect.
I can imagine.
And Executive Law 63.8 is the provision under which we are conducting this investigation. It is our view that that section prohibits you or your counsel from disclosing information that you obtain from us through this questioning to anyone else. So we would advise you not to do that. And if anyone asks you to disclose information, we'd request that you advise your counsel and would ask him to advise us.
Of course.
Also, you are protected from retaliation for cooperating with our investigation or answering questions or providing information that we ask for. If you believe that, or if you're concerned about any retaliation or that actions have been taken to retaliate against your cooperating with our investigation, please also advise your lawyer and he can advise us.
I will. Thank you.
Are you taking any medication or drugs or alcohol that might make it difficult for you to understand the questions and answer them truthfully today?
No.
Other than conversations with your attorney, what have you done to prepare for today's testimony?
Well, I've reviewed materials provided by my attorney. I've occasionally spoken to executive chamber counsel. Hard to say it was in preparation for today. Because in fact, I've tried to refrain from talking to them about anything related to my testimony or my appearance here. So essentially what I've done is met with my lawyer on a few occasions to prepare and reviewed documents he's provided.
Which executive chamber counsel have you been talking to?
Mitra Hermosi.
Anyone else?
No. I from time to time have spoken to Paul Fishman, but I don't believe I've spoken to him in weeks. And I should add, not about my appearance here or anything related to what's gone on here in the recent past, but I have spoken to Beth Garvey about matters before the governor's office. I have spoken to Judy Mogul, again, not frequently in recent weeks, but about a few discrete matters related to the governor's office. I think that's it.
How about Melissa DeRosa?
I have spoken to Melissa DeRosa, but not about the content of my testimony or my appearance here.
Okay. How about Stephanie Benton?
I haven't spoken to Stephanie Benton, I think, in several weeks. And if I have, it has been because she's connected a phone call to me or asked me to go to a meeting. But I as I sit here today, don't recall, other than I was in an event 3 weeks ago. She was there. We said hello.
Okay, what was that event?
It was related to the Tribeca Film Festival. There was a luncheon, the kickoff luncheon. Had been invited by Jane Rosenthal, and the governor appeared as a speaker, and said hello to him as well.
Mm-hmm. And so other than saying hello to the governor at that event, have you spoken to the governor about your testimony?
Not about my testimony, no.
When's the last time you've spoken to the governor?
2 weeks ago, I think. Maybe it was a week ago, something in that order.
And what was the subject of that conversation?
Fundraising.
And how about any in-person meetings other than the Tribeca film?
Prior to Tribeca, I don't recall. I think it's been some time other than Tribeca since I've seen him in person. He's been working out of Albany. I have not gone to Albany since February. And again, there may have been an episode where, he appeared at a meeting or there was something in New York where I saw him, but not that I recall sitting here today.
And the last conversation you had with him about fundraising, was that a different time than the Tribeca event?
Yeah, and that was a phone call. It wasn't in person.
Anyone else you have spoken to about your testimony today?
No, I mean, there are a number of people who know I'm testifying, but I have not spoken to anybody about the substance of my testimony,
Who
other than
knows?
my lawyers.
Who knows that you're testifying?
A couple of people I work with knows. I think knows. Family members know. The governor's sister knows. I think generally people involved in the legal team from the governor's office know. I think members of the governor's senior staff, I'm sure, know. I think that's pretty much the universe.
Did you talk to about the substance of the testimony that you would give?
No. Oh, and also. And the answer to, I didn't speak to him about substance either. In fact, I haven't, other than my lawyers, I haven't spoken to anybody about the substance of my testimony.
Okay. Can you turn to the first tab in the binder in front of you and just look at tab 1A?
Mm-hmm.
And it's a document subpoena that we sent you.
Yep.
Did you work with your lawyers in responding to this document subpoena?
Yes, I did.
And if you look at B, you signed a compliance with subpoena statement,
Yes.
which I see you and your lawyer have revised slightly from the form we sent you. Could you tell us what you did to respond to the document subpoena?
Sure, I reviewed the subpoena. There were certain items on the subpoena that just didn't pertain to me. So I struck those off because there was no search to be done. In areas where there was a search to be done, speaking with counsel, I came up with a list of search terms. I searched the email accounts that I have that would have been relevant. There are a couple of email accounts, for example. I have an email account that was given to me by NYU that I just don't use, and I don't even think anybody has the email address. So I didn't search those. But I searched the accounts that I had and had access to using the search terms. I did the same thing with my computer. I only operate off of one computer. The responsive documents I printed out and provided to my counsel. I realized through a sort of a glitch in the email client I had been using, I switched at some point, that there was a short period of time where there may have been emails that I didn't capture. So I went back and did those, actually saved those because I was concerned that it was now, essentially offline in a dead account, and provided those to the responsive ones there to counsel. There weren't a lot. As I said, I searched my computer. I also searched, I have several files at home. And when I say files, I don't mean cabinets. I mean just files of odds and ends that I've collected. And I looked there to make sure that I wasn't missing anything. And I provided those to counsel.
And the searches that you conducted, did you do those by yourself?
I won't testify, but search text as well.
Yeah, I did. That's right. I searched. Thank you. I searched, any text that I had on my phone.
And did you do all of these things yourself?
Mm-hmm.
And the search terms that you used, do you still have those?
I do.
Okay. Would ask for those search terms.
Hang on one second. If
You don't have to do it now.
okay, I've got my handwritten notes. I mean, maybe the easiest thing for you to do is just Xerox them.
At the end.
I don't care if I have the copies or the original, but I actually brought them with me.
Okay. And did you use search terms to search your texts as well?
Yes.
Okay. And how did you actually do that?
How did I search the text?
Yeah, using search terms.
There's a search function. I went on. It was frankly a painstaking experience. I searched, and by the way, the terms were mostly names. I searched those names. If anything was responsive, I then took screenshots, and then I printed the screenshots. And it did take a while to do it. But I'm not working at a place currently where I have access to any kind of IT group. I at some point reached out both to the lawyers here and some other lawyers and an IT person that I know at a company, and I just realized the most efficient way to do this, to get the production done in a timely way, was just to do it myself, and so that's what I did.
Okay.
When you say your phone, do you only have one phone? Hold on.
Go.
Sorry. When you say your phone, do you only have one phone that you use to communicate with, potentially responsive or, well, sorry, how many phones do you have?
I have two phones. I want to make sure I get this answer right. We live in a world when you join certain kinds of boards, they give you a phone. Even when you say, I don't want the phone, they seem to delight in giving you the phone. When I started as chair of Empire State Development, the board members get phones and an iPad. To my knowledge, I never got the iPad. But I did get a phone. I think I've turned that phone on once, and I haven't used it. Certainly, in calendar year 2021, that phone has not been turned on. So that's the second phone I have. I have a third phone that you wouldn't consider a phone because it's not connected to anything. I think we use it in my house to operate a Sonos system. It's an old iPhone. So I'm almost exclusively operating off of my personal iPhone.
And is that the iPhone you use to communicate with the governor, either by phone or text?
Unless I'm calling him from a hard line, yes.
How long have you had that phone?
14 months, 15 months. I got it just at the beginning of COVID. My phone broke at the beginning of COVID, and I replaced it I was then still at McAndrews, the company I worked at. I replaced it through McAndrews, and when I left McAndrews, I kept the phone.
And the phone you had before, do you still have that?
No. I went back to McAndrews. It was their phone.
When did you first meet Andrew Cuomo?
In 1984, I think.
How did you meet him?
In the spring of 1984, I got a job. I was in college at the time. It was the end of my junior year. And I got a job working for Mario Cuomo in his New York City office. And as part of that job, I was working for somebody, I was reporting directly to a man named Mark Gordon, who had been close to Andrew, and Andrew Cuomo had, for the first year of the governor's administration, actually worked for the first Governor Cuomo, Mario Cuomo, in Albany. And there were a number of people who had worked with Andrew, who I think had now left to go to the Manhattan DA's office, if I'm remembering correctly. And I got a call one day basically saying, Andrew wants to talk to you, has an assignment for you. And it related to a press function. And so that was the first time I suspect I talked to him, spoke to him a number of times about that, and then at some point in that year I would have met him.
And so what were you doing with the Mario Cuomo campaign in 1984?
Wasn't the campaign.
Oh, just
I was in the governor's office. I started out as an intern, and I was there were press functions I was working on, largely related to, I mean, this is a long time ago, but if I remember correctly, it was related to activities with the various state agencies. So, part of it was how do you coordinate announcements and activities from the state agencies with the governor's office. Each state agency has a public information officer, and so I became, although I was just an intern, I became a conduit to dealing with the public information officers and discussing with them and coordinating what releases were going to be done and what events might be of interest to Mario Cuomo. And it evolved from there. What ultimately happened was we began trying to develop, I mean, again, this is 1984, and the world looked very different. So, as I'm describing this, it seems sort of bizarre. But one of the problems was how do you communicate and how do you get press releases and press information on a local level to local weekly newspapers? And so one of the things that was decided was that I would set up a unit with interns, and those interns, college interns, would take broad state press releases and break them down into a local version. So it wasn't any additional information, it was just additional work. So for example, if the New York State Council on the Arts was giving out $60 million in grants to arts organizations throughout the state, we would pull out the one or two grants that was going to Herkimer County. And instead of giving them a broad release that said 60 million statewide, by the way, here's a laundry list that shows Herkimer County, we'd rewrite it to say the governor's office and the New York State Council on the Arts announced today that the Herkimer County Puppet Theater was receiving a grant of $125,000. And then we would, if I'm remembering correctly, we would fax the release to the local paper. And that was quite a time-consuming and labor-intensive effort when you think about 62 counties, the size of New York, and I ended up full-time running that operation. It expanded then to radio, and then on the side, since you asked about it, I did get involved politically, but that wasn't about the governor's campaign. It was about Mondale Ferraro, and I think if I remember correctly, Mario Cuomo was the state chair of the Mondale Ferraro campaign. So I started working on Mondale Ferraro, which I was interested in anyway. So that through those various ways, I got to know Andrew.
And so, what was the assignment that you had been directed to go see Andrew Cuomo about when you first met him?
Yeah, I wasn't directed to see him. He called, and it was his idea. He sort of recognized that there were these underserved press outlets throughout the state that everybody, frankly, ignored. Sort of the weekly papers, the penny savers. Even in urban areas, New York City is a good example. The Bensonhurst Bean. Nobody's writing a press release for the Bensonhurst Bean. And so his idea was, the other one I was sort of laughed about years later was the Chelsea Clinton News, which was a newspaper that served Chelsea and the Clinton area. And so I spoke to him about how do you set up that operation, what we would need to staff it, who we would try to hire as interns to do the work, how that would be managed, and then how we would set up relationships with those various newspapers and convey the information to them. And then, at some point in that process, I would have met him. I don't specifically recall when, but it would have certainly been in that first year. And then periodically, he would check in with me about that operation. But the bulk of my involvement was with his father, Mario Cuomo, who knew what we were doing. And oftentimes I would meet with Governor Cuomo, the first Governor Cuomo, to run through sort of what was on the agenda, what we were doing. And once we started doing radio, it required that we actually get Mario Cuomo's voice on tape, because the idea was to give the local radio station the same idea, a clip that had Mario to run. And that was much more successful than I would have imagined. There were technical problems in how we did it. It was, Mario Cuomo was sort of, I think, as everybody knows, kind of one of the all-time sort of great men of his era. But he could be very quirky, and sometimes getting him to actually record these, what were called bumpers, would require quite a bit of cajoling. And so I spent a good amount of time with Mario Cuomo in that sort of first year I worked there, or first 18 months. I left to go to law school, but that was the first involvement I had with first Mario Cuomo and then Andrew Cuomo.
And then after that, how frequent were your interactions with Andrew Cuomo?
Well, I went to law school. I spoke to him once while I was at law school. It would have been the first week. He called to wish me luck. I then came back for the summer between my first and second year, and went back to the news unit, which is what it was called, the news unit operation, and then spent a few weeks traveling with Mario. It would have been 86. So I think it was his first reelection campaign. I think he was running against Andy O'Rourke, and it ended up being a benefit to me because a lot of senior staff members took leaves to go work on the campaign. I was there working in the governor's office, and so when the person who would travel with him on the road, not the advance person, but like the briefer, or I can't remember what the title was. I mean, it doesn't matter. I was the guy who had the briefing book that would meet the governor in the morning when he was traveling. He was traveling all the time when I was with him. And so I ended up with that job for probably 2 or 3 weeks, where I was with Mario Cuomo. I don't recall that summer having much involvement with Andrew Cuomo. I'm speculating, but my guess is he was working primarily on the campaign. I did some campaign work. Now that I think about it, there was one thing I did for the campaign, which was I was involved in drafting a piece of literature, and I know that it was Andrew Cuomo's idea, and he came and talked to me about this particular piece of literature. It was designed to look like USA Today. So it was sort of a broadsheet instead of a little pamphlet. He wanted to know whether I could, on my off hours, work with the group, get a group of people together, and try to design this broadsheet to look like USA Today. At the time, 84 USA Today, I think, had just gone national, so there was a lot of buzz. So the idea was that this would be, kind of an edgy piece of campaign literature. If we would, write 6 stories about the accomplishments of Mario Cuomo in his first term, in a color broadsheet, distribute them that way, and that's what we did. But the bulk of my work that summer was not on the campaign. Obviously, it was working at 2 World Trade Center, or being up in Albany and traveling with Mario.
And how about after that? When was your
Few and far between. Once I left for my second year of law school, God bless Mario Cuomo, his piece of advice to me was, don't come back. You will have a lot of opportunities. He always kidded me that I went to Penn instead of St. John's, and probably said, despite the fact that you're not graduating from St. John's, you're going to have a lot of opportunities. We had talked about that I wanted to try to get into the U.S. Attorney's Office. He said, you should pursue that. You should pursue clerkships. You don't need to work right now in state government. If you ever want to come back, there'll be a job for you. But you should go out, establish yourself, become a lawyer, learn how to be a lawyer, and then more opportunities than you can imagine would open up for you. But don't come back. And so, I took that to heart. I didn't come back. I did a couple of clerkships and, as you know, ended up in the U.S. Attorney's Office. And so there really wasn't a lot of reason to interact with Andrew Cuomo. I was more often, if anything, interacting with Mario largely to get career advice, or to ask him to write a letter of recommendation for me, which I think he did on a couple of occasions, for clerkships. In fact, I know he did for clerkships. Andrew, I would hear from episodically. So when Andrew became, and it's funny, I didn't go back and work on the Mario campaigns either. I was sort of out of it. Mario wins second term, runs for his third term. That probably, so it goes 86, 82, 86, 90. By 90, I'm clerking. 94, he runs and loses, Mario does. Not involved in any of those campaigns. And as best I can recall, the next time I would have heard from Andrew is when Bill Clinton is elected, which is, I think it's 92. Did we figure this out? It's 92. And when Andrew was looking to staff up, I got a call. I can't say for sure if it was from him or it could have been from a number of people who worked for him that we knew in common. This fellow who I'd worked for in the governor's office may have been the call. And I was asked if I was interested in moving to Washington and working for HUD. And I tried to explain to them politely, I'd been at the U.S. Attorney's Office now for, I don't know whether it was 14 months or 15 months, and the notion, maybe it was even less, the notion that I was going to break my 3-year commitment to the U.S. Attorney's Office to go work at HUD just wasn't going to happen. But I was then asked if there were other people I could recommend who might be interested in going to HUD. And a lot of the people I knew from the Mario administration, went down to HUD, and I probably gave them a couple of names. I know I passed his name, who was a colleague in the U.S. Attorney's Office, and I knew him because not only from the U.S. Attorney's Office, but we had both clerked for Stan Sporkin. So that's when I recall. I'm sure I gave other names. I don't recall any of the others. And so Andrew was now down in Washington at HUD, and I'm up in New York in the U.S. Attorney's Office, and I probably ran into him once in a while. But unlike Mario, where, if I was trying to make a hard decision, I'd call Mario or even go to see him. And Mario would also call me. I mean, if I wrote a book, and I remember Mario calling me and in a very kind and benevolent way, torturing me about the book I wrote. And I think probably, the next time I would have heard from Andrew is when he ran for governor in 2002.
And what happened then, 2002?
He was running. I was at the time at, I can't remember what date Cronish merged with Cooley, but I was at either Cronish Lieb or Cooley practicing law. I got a call, sort of, as best I recall, and my memory of this is, as you can imagine, far from perfect or clear, but I think it was probably a call about sort of getting involved, and I said, I'm happy to help any way I can. I didn't really work on that campaign. I spent a brief period of time giving criminal justice policy advice, and that was the bulk of what I did. There were all other sort of research functions that I helped them with, but the bulk of it really was criminal justice policy, and it was a very, very small amount. I don't recall. I recall visiting the campaign office once to meet with a guy named. I don't recall seeing Andrew anytime during that campaign. I don't recall. I think I went to one fundraising event where somebody I knew had bought a table, but I didn't. I don't think I was even a donor. I could have been, but I don't think I was, because I just really wasn't in that world at that point in my career, which would have been, 02, and then he withdrew from the race, so, that kind of set him in a different place for a couple of years.
And when's the next time you had interactions with Andrew Cuomo?
Again, other than sort of instances where I would have run into him. So, for example, if Mario Cuomo had an alumni party, and I don't, sitting here today, recall any specific one, but he did, I would have run into Andrew there. And so I saw him at those kind of social events. He was, remember, for most of this time down in D.C. Once he was back in New York, occasionally I would bump into him. And then he runs for Attorney General. So that's 2006. And No one called me. I was surprised. I expected somebody would call and say, because now it's sort of where I was in the world had changed. I was now a partner at a law firm. He was running for AG. I knew something about the AG's office. Michelle Hirschman was the first deputy attorney general at the time. Everybody knew that Michelle and I were friendly. But phone never rang. I didn't lose any sleep over the fact that no one called. I just thought it was curious. I actually thought, now this is irrelevant to anything. I thought it might have been because I was involved in the Palladium case, and Morgenthau was a big supporter of Andrew's run for AG. And at the time, my relationship with Mr. Morgenthau. And so I kind of thought, well, maybe, I was just sort of, unapproachable from the standpoint of Morgenthau. In truth, to this day, I don't know why it was. I never got a phone call. But once he gets elected, a number of people called me. He had this very large transition team. Mary Jo was on it. Mary Jo White was on it. Was on it. And I think, trying to reconstruct it in my head, Cronish by then had merged with Cooley. And I didn't want to be at a very large law firm. And Cooley was a very large law firm. And at the time, it was really a sort of a West Coast law firm. And it just was nothing wrong with them. They were, I loved the lawyers. I loved the New York office. But it wasn't for me. And I was looking around, and I think everybody knew I was looking around, or sort of my friends and cohorts in the legal community knew I was looking around, probably because I was going around interviewing at law firms. And I got about a half dozen calls saying, hey, I can put you on one of these lists, for the newly elected AG to consider, and I'm close enough that I can arrange a meeting. And I would sort of say to these people politely, I know him, and I've known him for years. I appreciate the help, but it's a little awkward being presented as if somebody that he doesn't know. And after a bunch of those calls, I got a call from somebody with the campaign. It was probably a woman, and said, hey, are you the Steve Cohen that used to work for Mariel? And I said, yeah. Hey, would you come down and be willing to meet with Andrew? Come down, come up. I don't remember where the office was in Midtown, and I was working in Midtown. So I think within a day or two, I went and I met with him, and that was the next time I reconnected with him.
And did you end up getting a position in the Attorney General's office?
Well, it really started with the transition. After a couple of days, again, he had these lists, and I knew a lot of the people on the list. As you can imagine, they were looking for prosecutors, federal and state prosecutors, and former federal and state prosecutors, and I knew a lot of them. And so, at the time, it was who was running the transition, maybe with, and it's a long time ago. This would have been November, December 2006. And who is, up until recently, was a partner at Patterson Belknap, and I think he just moved to Foley, and was a law school classmate of Andrew's. He was running the transition. But this really, he knew a lot of people associated with the state bar. He's a big, state, I think he was the president of the state bar at one point. But he didn't know the kind of lawyers that they were looking to recruit to bring in to restaff the AG's office. And so within a week, I was suddenly, informally, the co-chair of the transition team, interviewing people, going to lunches and dinners with incoming AG, meeting with a number of people who, ultimately it was, a whole group of people who I knew from both the practice of law and the U.S. Attorney's Office. And so I was the conduit to a lot of those people, ultimately, as well. I think she came a little later. And so when that all happened, I was then asked I mean, it was curious because we hadn't discussed my joining. And so within sort of a week of announcing who was taking what position, when we were sort of putting out the announcements, Andrew said, you know, assume you're going to come. I figured you'd take one of two positions. You could either, be counsel to the governor, the counsel position, which...
To the Attorney General.
I'm sorry, to the Attorney General, thank you. And I didn't want that job. I don't think he wanted me to take that job either. The idea was to get somebody who really, sort of was more entrenched in the New York State political world, who had deeper ties in Albany. And that took that job. The other job was, it's a funny title. It's counselor. The title actually originated with, it was counselor to Mario Cuomo. And the idea was that the chief of staff would report to me, and we had created this structure where we had gotten rid of the first deputy, because everybody wanted to be first deputy. And so the idea was, let's not have a first deputy, let's have executive deputy attorney generals for the various programmatic and substantive areas. And I would then have a chief of staff who was really the operations person about running the office. It wasn't a legal position. The chief of staff would report to me, and that I would really be the conduit through which those executive deputy attorney generals would interact with the AG. And so that's the position I took. I ended up being counselor and acting chief of staff. And for all sorts of reasons, within the first 3 months, we realized it was working fine. We weren't going to get a chief of staff. It would have been disruptive to bring in somebody else. And so I kept the chief of staff title and became counselor and chief of staff, which effectively was what the first deputy job, I think, has reverted back to.
And is that the position you remained in until?
All 4 years. It wasn't my intention to stay 4 years, but I stayed 4 years.
And during that period, how regularly did you interact with Attorney General at the time, Cuomo?
On an average basis, 5 days a week. Probably spoke 6 or 7 days a week. My office was next to his. We had regular staff meetings. I think a big monthly staff meeting. Meetings more or less every day. Because of the setup of the Attorney General's office, it is very difficult to manage the outside political world. And so I also had a role on the outside on my off time as the conduit to the campaign. And so I dealt with him in that capacity as well. But it was, most hours of the day he was, 50 feet away from me.
And then what happened after he became governor?
He becomes governor. I hadn't planned to go to the governor's office. I mean, he and I had had a whole series of conversations where I said I'd stay two years longer than I wanted to. I think was, I was very mindful of the fact that she would be, and I had to pay for college tuitions. And it was time to move on. And he had offered me a couple of positions which I had said no to, and I said, look, I got to move on. And so we actually told the staff that I was moving on. I was going to help with the transition. But that was going to be it. And then it would have been in mid-December, certainly after the second week of December, he started getting briefed on the budget crisis. And people forget, but in 2006 going into 2007, there was a huge budget deficit. And when you're elected that first year, the problem is you come in, you get these briefings, you've got to do your state of the state in the first week.
2010 going into 11, right?
Yeah, 2010 going into 11. So it would have been January 2011. You've got to give your state of the state. You've got to give your budget presentation, and you've got to try to get your budget by April 1st. And he had made it sort of a campaign priority. He was going to get an on-time budget. Hadn't been an on-time budget in years. And I think there was somebody who he wanted to come in for the first year to be secretary to the governor who had had experience in those matters, and it turned out the person couldn't do it. And I get called in by him. I actually was out of the office that day, and he called me and he said, I don't have a choice. You've got to be secretary to the governor. And we had a whole long conversation about why. And his point was actually persuasive about it. His point was anybody he brings in right now will be disruptive because 6 other people wanted the job and believed they were entitled to the job. And we went through all of those people, and he said, any one of those people, I'm going to have 4 other people I need who are going to be upset that they didn't get the job. You're doing the job. No one can complain that you stayed on because this is basically your job right now. And so I need you to do it. And we worked out an agreement that I'd come, and we went back and forth for a couple of days, but that I would come until he got the budget and the end of the legislative session. It's funny to say now because it always ends in June. Back then, the budget could drag on into the summer, the legislative session, there were all sorts of specials. So I believe that would get me out by the fall of 2011, but I wasn't sure. And I basically said, but we're never having this conversation again. On-time budget, or budget done, legislative session over, we're not talking. I will then leave when it's appropriate for me, and I'll let you know, I'm not going to blindside you, and you have to decide how involved you want me to be in trying to figure out who's going to become the secretary when I leave. And we had a handshake deal, and then he said, have you talked to my father about this? And I said, why would I talk to your father about this? And he said, because my father expects that on things like this, you'll consult with him. And he probably thinks on things like this, I'll consult with him. And neither of us have consulted with him. So you got to go up and you got to talk to Mario. And so I think that day or the next day, I trotted up to Wilkie and had a conversation with Mario. And he was very gracious, and we spent 3 hours talking about it and what the impact would be on my career. And he ultimately said, I could argue it either way, but if you think it's going to be helpful to Andrew, you should do it. And so that's what happened. I ended up secretary to the governor.
And then how long did you remain secretary of the governor?
I don't know what the separation date is. Effectively, by the time the legislative session ended, which was, I actually think we just celebrated the 20th anniversary because the last act of the legislature in that legislative session was the passage of marriage equality. And so upon the passage of marriage equality, the next day, I actually spoke to the then governor and said, I'm going to, he said, yeah. Because I wanted him to know. And I probably lingered for another 60 days, maybe. I don't know what the separation date is. The separation date, though, reflects my calculation of when I would stop working plus, whatever leave I had. And so that ended up being the separation date. And I left the administration. So it would have been, effectively by the fall of 2011, I was gone.
So your time in the executive chamber was less than a year?
Oh, yeah. So I think it's probably 6 or 7 months. And remember, it wasn't an ordinary 6 or 7 months because unlike what becomes of a sort of a stable administration, after your second year and then in a second term and a third term, a big part of what we were doing was trying to understand and learn the legislature, which was sort of endlessly complicated. It was, it's like being dropped into the middle of a very intense game of Dungeons and Dragons. And even though you think you know it, you don't really know it because you've never lived it. And in the AG's office, you are sort of slightly in a world apart. You don't have to live in that world. Coupled with the fact that you don't realize how many people have left until you're there. And you're now trying to constantly, that first year, populate jobs, some of which nobody's ever heard of, and making sure that people are paying attention to them. So it was this very intense 6 or 7 months, and then, yeah, I was gone.
And then after you left, you were in private practice in different capacities?
Yeah, so I went to, I joined Zuckerman Spader and took over their New York office. And our plan was to build a practice in New York. They had, I think at the time I joined, I think there were 3 lawyers there. And before I came in, I recruited a number of people, including, and we began to grow the office. And there were tensions that existed between not the office, but me and the Zuckerman leadership in D.C. They sent a lawyer who became a good friend of mine to sort of work out of New York, which I thought would help calm the problems, and in fact agreed with us that these were sort of with respect to me, not with the firm generally, but with respect to me. And so at some point along the way, maybe 14 months into Zuckerman, who I had talked to about jobs over the past couple of years, tried to retain me to work on a matter. And it was, I don't know why we're off on this tangent, but it was, it didn't make any sense for me to represent him. I said, I'm happy to give you advice, but I'm the wrong lawyer for what you're trying to accomplish. In fact, I think it's going to work against you. And so I recommended the lawyer that he should hire, and then that became this sort of campaign of, why aren't you working here? Why aren't you working here? You should come and work here. And I ended up working a deal out where I split my time between McAndrews and Forbes, where I became the chief administrative officer, and Zuckerman Spader. And I think that actually was working fine, but my view of the world, I think, was driving some of my colleagues in DC crazy, and we ultimately agreed that I would just move full-time to McAndrews.
And since leaving the executive chamber, how often have you consulted with the executive chamber on various issues?
It's episodic is the way I would describe it. There are times in which there'll be a 3-week period or a 4-week period over the last 10 years where there are a lot of conversations, of sort of varying types. There are times when months will go by where other than maybe social conversations, I'm really not engaged or in touch. In the past few years, it's ramped up considerably, but there were times, between 2012 and 2020, where, literally months and months would go by where, I wasn't involved in anything. It changed for a period of time when I became a board member of the Port Authority, because then there were, I had to get guidance on things, and I had to give my view on things, and then I became the vice chair. But then when I left the port, it was sort of, we reverted back to that normal interaction. But I would never know. I would get calls, from the governor himself, about all sorts of things over that interim period.
And what was the period in which you were on the Port Authority?
I think I was there for 2 years, maybe 2015 to 2017 or so. I mean, it's easy enough to find out. I think I may have even listed it in my, I gave you a rundown of the positions I held.
And in addition to, so when you said episodically you would have be consulted on things, what were some of the issues that you would get consulted on?
The further back in time it is, I'm no longer as young as I used to be, and my memory is odd, which is if it's in the 1980s, I remember it very well. If it was last week, I may remember it very well. 2-3 years ago, I'm not so good. And 8 years ago, I'm not good at all. So
It's like Patty Hearst.
exactly. I remember all about Patty Hearst. Tanya is who I refer to her as. So, I'll tell you, sort of a more recent vintage. There was a real question about what are we doing about anti-Semitism in the state of New York. This is pre-COVID. What can we do about anti-Semitism? Is there a meaningful law change? I would get calls from the governor about criminal justice issues and criminal law changes. I would get calls about sort of campaign laws and where the line is and what we can and can't do. I then would get pulled into work on projects. The anti-Semitism thing, the anti-Semitism sort of initiative was interrupted by COVID, but that's a good example that I would have ended up being, involved in that in terms of figuring out and working with people internally on what potential law changes there were, what funding would make sense under state law, what we could get away with doing. It's a trickier area than people realize. And then also I became a conduit to people on the outside who wanted to be supportive. So that would be the typical kind of thing, but it could fall into all sorts of areas. But then I would, also, would and still do randomly get calls about particular legal issues, both from the governor personally, but also that struck me as issues that he was working through as governor. And that was always a hard distinction to draw, other than when he said, "Hey, would you do me a favor and take a look at a lease for a summer rental that Sandra Lee, who he was living with at the time, wants to look at." I would review things like tax returns. There were certain regular things that I just did and would advise him on, including sort of figuring out what his obligations were under certain provisions of the state ethics law or the state campaign law. And by the way, I'm no expert in those areas. More often than not, there would be another lawyer that I would be consulting with. But I think the sense I got, it's the only explanation for why I'm getting called, would have been called, is that sort of had a broader understanding of how everything in his life fit together, and that I had good judgment about what made sense and what didn't make sense.
And so on these occasions where he would pull you in, or you would get pulled in, would it be mostly directly from the governor?
It depended. I mean, there was no regular. There were a lot of people who would call me where my understanding was, they wouldn't always explicitly say it, but my understanding was they're calling me because he told them to call me. And that would be typically, they would call and there'd be a very specific, discrete set of issues or questions they'd want to talk to me about, or get my sort of thoughts and tell me to spend some time looking at something. But he wasn't shy about picking up the phone and telling me, whether it was, I really need to understand sort of what goes on in this world, and I need you to think about the following, or, I'm going to send you something, would you take a look at it and give me your thoughts on it?
And in your mind, were all of these issues seeking legal advice from you?
I'd love to answer that directly, but it's hard to answer directly because there certainly were a preponderance of issues that were legal. But there were also a lot of issues that sort of blended into a non-legal area. And so, for example, I mentioned the anti-Semitism issue. If you want to talk about diverting funding, state funding, or figuring out where you can get funding, I can make an argument that's actually a legal issue. But it's also a political issue. Because if you're taking from something, if you're putting something somewhere, you're taking it from somewhere else. And so the politics of that gets complicated. And I have no idea whether in his head he was saying, I want your legal advice and just stick to it, or he was saying, no, I want your political judgment as well. This was true a lot of times with, and sort of is the, certainly the case with, a number of sort of press-related inquiries I got. All I can say is, in all candor, I'm not sure what they were thinking in terms of what role I was going to play. There were a couple of instances where clearly I understood what was being asked for was my legal advice. But as a general rule, these seemed to be either legal questions or mixed questions. The instances that I had that were sort of involved no law at all were, over the years pretty clear. I mean, I'm called and said, hey, can you figure out if we can hire, I'll use it just because their name is on the top of my mind, figure out if is interested in coming to, leaving Paul Weiss and coming to work and run this initiative. Well, that's not a legal conversation. There's nothing legal about that. That's an easy one. But most of them were either legal or not easy.
And were you ever formally retained by the executive chamber as counsel?
By the executive chamber? No, I had no contract with the executive chamber, if that's what you mean, because a formal retention by the executive chamber, I think, would require, it's not a question of an engagement letter, it's a question of, checking the boxes on what a state procurement would require. By the way, this is another good example. This is the kind of thing that, somebody might call me and ask me that very question, and I would begin to give this kind of advice, which was, it's not an engagement, it's a procurement. Let's look at the procurement laws. Clearly, I am giving legal advice. When I say that, based upon my experience, again, without the expertise, but knowing enough to know what questions to ask. So no, I was never, subject to a state procurement, but I'm unaware of any requirement that if the governor or people working for the government are seeking legal advice from me, that somehow I'm obligated to be formally retained in the sense of a procurement. And my understanding was those laws, both the laws about legal engagement being reduced to writing and having a formal engagement letter, and the procurement laws are all focused on a kind of consumer protection view of the world, where people who are paying fees need to understand what the nature of those fees are and what's entailed. Similarly with a procurement. And so I never really thought that was necessary, and I didn't think, especially with respect to the legal advice, the stuff that, isn't even mixed, that there was anything odd, unusual, which would raise an issue of my providing legal advice to the governor or his staff. And at various times along the way, not in any kind of formal way, once or twice I've actually asked other counsel about this just to get their take, and their take was pretty much what mine was.
How about with the governor? Have you ever been
Formally retained?
by the governor?
No, not in the sense of an engagement letter. I always understood, and he has publicly said, and I think I've publicly said in some instances, that I do serve as his legal counsel, from time to time, and that's come up over the years.
It sounds like sometimes the advice that is sought from you is personal to the governor as opposed to the executive chamber.
Look, the problem is, in answering that question, is unless it's a lease for a summer rental, when you are the governor and you're in that position, the individual in his role and the position tend to merge. And so it's hard for me to say, is this Andrew Cuomo individual in the governor's position, or is this the governor? And there are certain instances, I think, where you have to draw that line. Counsel to the governor serves the position, doesn't serve the individual. But even there, this has played out more, I think, on a federal level. Even there, the assumption is that there's a kind of merger of these roles, and that, again, I'm not talking personal in the sense of the summer rental lease or, got a legal issue, could you talk to her? That's clearly personal, but the individual versus the office, and that to me is very difficult for me to answer that question.
Did you have discussions with people about whether you were advising the governor in his personal capacity versus the executive chamber?
Over the years, I'm sure I did. It's hard for me to sit here and and remember with any specificity those conversations, but I'm sure I did. And certainly over the last, whatever it's been, 2 months, 3 months, there's been a general review of the people that I've spoken to that, for purposes of where we are right now, it's a distinction without a difference.
What if there were a potential conflict? What if there were a potential conflict of interest between the governor's personal interests and the interests of the office generally? So for instance, let's say the governor commits a tort, and this person injured by the tort argues that in addition to the governor being liable, the employer, meaning the executive chamber, is also liable. So there could be and then the executive chamber could argue that it wasn't in the course of his employment. So how would you suss out that sort of situation?
I didn't mean to interrupt you, and I apologize. Anything else?
No.
Yeah, so look, I think that in that instance, as a practical matter, if somebody called me and sought my advice on that, and by the way, there have been things like that over the years that have come up. It's funny now that you mention it. And I think that what I probably would have said, and in fact, in one instance that's not perfectly analogous, what I said is, look, going forward, I can't represent you on this. But if you want my understanding of what the law is, I'm happy to give it to you. But then I wouldn't be appearing in any sort of manner. Now, what's the risk? I guess the risk is, and I find it to be, and Paul throws something at me if I should shut up, because he knows far more about this than I do. I suppose there's a theoretical risk that somewhere in there could be a waiver. But I think that's a theoretical risk. I don't think it's a real risk, because I think under the facts, almost any tribunal asked to look at this issue is going to say, well, once it ripened into something that could have been more than theoretical, you weren't appearing, you weren't before a court, you weren't dealing with a potential adversary, and so we're going to respect the privilege there. And part of it is, I think, a recognition that these kind of privilege issues, which lay out very nicely when you're writing a rule, as you're trying to apply them in the real world, are not so neat and clean. And there are plenty of cases struggling with these kind of issues, but I think that's how you reconcile it. That the answer is there's a tort, there's a lawsuit that's been filed. Okay. We know it would be a mistake because we're not going to be able to reconcile what my role is, unless I'm saying point blank, here for purposes of this matter, I am Andrew Cuomo's lawyer. But that you'd have to come to a point where you were deciding that's what you were doing.
How about on the question of the sexual harassment allegations? You mentioned that recently on these issues you may have had discussions. What was your understanding of the advice you were giving? Whether it was, first of all, whether do you, in your mind, have you been providing legal advice in connection with the sexual harassment allegations that have been made against the governor?
The answer is I have provided legal advice. I think as a result of this proceeding, I have provided less legal advice, because I know that you, on behalf of the AG's office, may have a different view of how far the privilege extends, and I have tried to be respectful of that. I've also, as you are well aware, a lot of issues can always be managed by an appropriate waiver, so these kind of issues can be simplified. I'm looking at him to see if he's telling me shut up.
Not yet. No.
And I have had those conversations, and without getting into too much detail, at the risk of entering into an area that I think the governor legal team would argue is privileged, I was content that the governor's legal team was comfortable with the role I was playing, and that they believed that they had a well-founded basis with respect to any of those conversations that, let's say, has taken place in the last 3 months about things that I don't think are subject to dispute because they are legal in nature, that they were well-founded, they felt, in relying upon the existence of a privilege. I didn't get into, and again, I got to be careful here because I'm not looking to waive anything. I was mindful, I have always been mindful that at some point the office is different than the individual, and that ultimately I felt like my involvement and the primary place I was providing legal advice was to the individual holding the office. I'm not talking about, he was asking me to take a look at asking me to take a look at a private, lease or a will. But it was Andrew Cuomo as governor who I was providing advice to. I'm not sure if that helps, but that's how I thought about it.
And is that true throughout the response to the sexual harassment allegations prior to the AG's office involvement or our involvement? That in your mind, your advice is to the governor individually?
Well, again,
as
I
opposed
think
to the executive chamber as a whole.
Yeah, but let's make sure we're using the same terms, or the terms mean the same thing. I don't mean the governor in his independent, individual, private capacity. Right? That clearly is a whole different world, and as I've said, I have provided legal advice and legal services to private citizen Andrew Cuomo, even while he has been governor. To me, and I'm not as familiar with the New York jurisprudence on this as I should be, but I don't think there's a lot. Andrew Cuomo as governor, in his capacity as Andrew Cuomo as governor, it is very difficult to tease out, unless, as you pointed out, there's something that that sharpens the issues, that you can say, oh, God forbid, he had a car accident and somebody is suing him, and he was, wasn't in a state vehicle, he was in his own vehicle, but he was on government time, right? You can see how you can now tease out his individual position, but even there, Andrew Cuomo as governor, driving to the executive mansion for work, we've now merged, right? We've now had, it's very difficult to say the advice I'm giving, and given that, I think, and again, on a hypothetical basis, because I'm not sure what's going to be argued later, but you can imagine hypothetically that people may in the future argue that on this set of circumstances, that everything a governor did in the scenario that has been laid out in the press, putting aside the truth or falsity of it, that those are things he is doing in a capacity as governor. In fact, I am sure that when cases like this have arisen before, I know that when cases like this have arisen before, plaintiffs have argued, for all sorts of reasons, that is a state actor acting on behalf of the state. Certainly has come up in the context of presidential litigation, and I'm sure it's come up. I don't know if it's come up with this governor, but I know it happened when David Patterson was governor, having to do with some, I think this has been reported publicly, with remarks he did or didn't make with respect to the firing of a reporter. It was a photographer, actually. And I believe the AG's office grappled with this very issue and didn't come to a conclusion that I believe would provide any meaningful guidance on this area, because I think there's a kind of merger that goes on here.
How about when individuals within the executive chamber have made allegations of sexual harassment against the governor?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Okay. An employee of the executive chamber is part of the executive chamber, correct?
Right.
And if an employee of the executive chamber makes allegations that the governor, who's also part of the executive chamber, sexually harassed that person,
I
in your
think
mind, is there a difference in
no.
those circumstances representing the interests of the governor versus representing the executive chamber as a whole, to which both the complainant and the governor are a part?
Yeah, look, I think the law, let's take me out of it for a second. I will admittedly concede that I'm a peculiar case. I believe the law is, this isn't an academic question, I believe the law is that if an executive office holder engages in in conduct that somebody alleges is violative of the state law, harassment, whatever it happens to be, that the plaintiff is going to argue that that conduct occurred in his or her official capacity. I believe that the state actor, if the argument is that this took place in the context of the office holder, in their office, whatever that means, I don't mean office, the physical office, but in their office, is, I suspect, entitled to representation, at least as far as those claims are concerned, from the state. They may not want to have representatives from the state, legal representatives, but I think that's how the law works. So, taking me out
I
of it.
don't mean to interrupt. Just, I guess my question is I should have put it better.
Yeah.
In your mind, in the context of the current investigations, where some sexual harassment allegations have been made by some current, some former employees of the executive chamber, in your providing advice either to or communicating to people, the governor or the people in the executive chamber, did you differentiate in your mind serving as counsel to the governor or the executive chamber?
No. It was hard. I mean, look, there are, and I don't want to be, anything but direct. We're operating on a continuum, and I think all of this is hard. Some is harder than others. Some of the claims are harder than others, and I have tried to be mindful of the fact that the nature of the claims span that continuum, and that there are issues that have been raised that I think the obvious nature of what I've referred to as that merger, or where it is sort of difficult to contend with, sort of, is this the individual or is this the office holder, or is this the individual as office holder? That is, in some instances, easier, but I still think it's all hard. And no, so as a result, to me the question was, at some point you may get to a place where you've got to pick what role I'm playing, but you're not there.
Have you reached that point? Have you picked?
No. You may get there. You may never get there. Depends on what, and part of it is it depends. I'm sorry. You wanted me to?
Just raise your mic.
I'm sorry.
You okay? Want to take a break?
Yeah, let me just answer this and let's take a break. You may never get there, and I think it has more to do with the role I'm playing on the outside rather than on the inside. And can we take a break?
Sure.
Time now is 10:34 a.m.
For the sake of clarity.
Time now is 10:44 a.m. This begins Media 2 on the record.
Prior to December of last year, had you heard any allegations that had been made about the governor that related to or potentially related to sexual harassment?
I'm only pausing because although I've looked at the dates to refresh my recollection, I'm a little fuzzy on dates. We've all just lived through sort of the COVID experience where the normal indicators of time seem to have been removed from life for a while. But yes, certainly without that time frame, I had never heard of an allegation of the kind about the governor.
Including when he was Attorney General?
Never.
And what's the first that you heard of any allegation of that type or nature?
I think it was probably related to the Lindsey Boylan tweets. I believe that was the first time.
And how did you become aware of Lindsey Boylan's tweets?
I'm going to look to you, but what I'm about to say is that somebody informed me of the tweets. I don't, just to be clear, although I have a Twitter account, I think, I'm not active on Twitter other than to check the news. I certainly don't follow anybody in the administration or former employees in the administration. So my best recollection is that somebody brought it to my attention.
Yeah, not privileged, Steve. You're comfortable if you know who it is.
I don't recall who it was. I mean, it could have been any one of a number of people.
Was it the governor?
No.
Someone in the executive chamber?
I don't recall if it was somebody inside or outside the executive chamber. You know, it certainly could have been a number of people outside the executive chamber. But I know that the executive chamber was aware of it, and that began a conversation.
And did you know who Lindsey Boylan was at that time?
I knew who she was in the sense that I knew she had been in the administration. I think I've met her, I'm going to say once. There's one specific instance I recall meeting her. I may have met her on prior occasions or other occasions, but I don't recall. And I certainly, you know, didn't know her in the sense of, you know, I had no, you know, contact with her or relationship with her other than that one sort of chance encounter, you know, when she was in the administration.
And what was that chance encounter?
I think she was meeting Josh Vlasto, who had been in the administration and who is now working with me at McAndrews and Forbes. And I think they were either having lunch or coffee. And I remember I left the conference room and he was there and Miss Boylan was there and he introduced me and we probably chatted for 5 minutes, maybe not even that long, you know, perfectly cordial. And that was, as I recall, the only time I've met her. Now, you know, it's conceivable that I called her about something at one point in time or that I ran into her at some kind of an event, a political event, but as I sit here, I don't recall anything other than that one meeting.
And so before her tweets, and you're talking to people about them, she isn't someone you, other than that encounter, really knew anything about.
Can we take a break for 1 second so I can consult with Paul?
Sure.
I don't want to step on myself. Go ahead.
By the way, sorry. Whatever was easier for you.
Whatever's easiest for you.
By the way, we have a breakout room. But
Time's
okay.
Yeah, no, it'll be quick.
8 a.m. off the record. Time now is 10:50 a.m. This begins media 3 on the record.
There was a point in time when I believe Lindsey Boylan was working in the administration. I think it would have been around the time that she had moved from Empire State Development to the chamber, but I'm not exactly sure of the timing, where I received a call from the GC of Empire State Development, and I understood that was seeking my legal advice on an issue that had arisen, and it was, probably a very short phone call. I provided some advice, and that was it. That was the only time that I was aware.
And June, the subject involved Lindsay.
Yeah, it involved Lindsay.
And did the subject involve allegations of harassment?
No.
And are you asserting privilege over that?
Yeah, I mean, I have not, I think I've got to preserve the privilege until I'm told
I
otherwise.
mean, I can check on and see if the person considers it privilege, but given the conversation, I think it was.
Did it involve the governor?
No.
So other than that, by the way, when she consulted you, did you have any idea who she was other than maybe, or did you know it was that person you ran into with Josh Vlasto?
I don't know if it was before or after I ran into her with Josh Vlasto. So it's hard for me to say. I certainly had heard her name, and yeah, I can't fix which was first.
So other than that encounter and that consultation, when the tweets are brought to your attention, any other information or knowledge you have about Lindsay Boylan?
I knew she had left the administration. I had a very vague recollection of a conversation that would have been either shortly before or shortly after the governor's reelection in 2018, where her name came up in connection with, can we bring new people into the administration? I had a conversation with the governor and Josh Vlasto, and I would be hard-pressed to characterize this as a legal conversation, but it was really about outreach of the people who might want to join the administration. So I think I'm comfortable talking about that. And I know her name came up in that conversation. I didn't raise it. I think Josh probably did, assuming it was with Josh. It could have been with Rich Bamberger, now that I'm thinking about it. And the notion was that she'd left, that she wasn't in the administration anymore. But it was a passing moment. I mean, we probably discussed a dozen other people on that call.
Did you know anything about the circumstances of her departure prior to your conversations with people about the tweets?
No.
Okay, so once you're alerted to those tweets, what was your involvement in them and in responding to them?
I had a series of conversations, mostly with lawyers, but not exclusively with lawyers. There was a discussion about, and just to be clear, we're talking about the December tweets, because I think there were, during the course of this, I've obviously learned, probably knew a little bit at the time, that there had been a whole sort of series of tweets, and that there had even been, I don't know what the timing of this was, but there had been a back and forth between Miss Boylan and Jim Malatras. And all of that, I think, predates this. And I'm not sure I knew it at the time that this was going on, but it's certainly possible that people had brought that to my attention.
At the time?
Yeah, it could have been that somebody said, hey, did you see Jim Malatras and Lindsay Boylan are having a Twitter war? But again, my reaction to that would have been, okay, and I would have moved on. It wasn't anything I was either particularly interested in or inclined to pay attention to.
You don't have a particular recollection of that happening?
I know that there was, the only reason why I know it is because I think Jim Malatras posted a picture, and I just remember being surprised at how old it was. I think that's why this was. I've known Jim a long time, and sort of life has moved on, and people have gotten older. And so
But you could have seen that after as well.
yeah, I could very well. Yeah, that could have been brought to my attention in December or whenever this was all going on. But other than that, no. And then I was involved in a series of conversations about what, if anything, we should, the governor or the administration should do in response to the tweet, or the tweets, I guess it's plural.
And what were the discussions?
All non-privileged, you're free to go. Up. Am I on? It's down.
You're too low.
All non-privileged, and you're free to go.
Now, I hate to do this again. I'm really confused. So can we take a 30-second break?
Yeah.
Except for conversations directly with the governor. Otherwise, I don't think there's a privilege on this. You want to take a break?
Yeah, I do.
And on the record, so there are some documents that will show that have been produced.
Oh, okay.
But I wanted to get a high-level recollection before.
Yeah, just let me get my bearings.
Yeah.
This is a little. By the way, well, we're off the record.
Don't touch the microphone. Okay, hold on.
Thanks.
The time now is 10:58 off the record.
Anna, which room is it?
Only you then.
Time's 11 o'clock a.m. On the record.
I think when we took the break, the question was what discussions you had about responding to Lindsey Borland's tweets.
So there were a series of discussions. I think they probably were conference calls about the veracity of what Lindsey Borland was saying and how it would be possible to respond and whether it made sense to respond. And those conversations took place, I think, over a relatively short period of time. But there were, a series of calls, not all of which I was on, but, took place with primarily a group of lawyers. There were some outside people I either knew at the time or learned were being consulted other than me. And then there were the internal lawyers who were, for the most part, sort of on those calls. That would be the more of the core group that was there discussing it.
And who were these people who were on the calls? We can start with people internally.
Yeah, as best I can recall, and the group changed from call to call, and so I can't really tell you on this date at this time there was a call. But the people who were generally involved would have been Melissa DeRosa, Judy Mogul, Beth Garvey, Linda Lacewell. Linda technically is not inside in the governor's office anymore, as I think you all know, but was advising. Then the non-lawyers would have been Rich Azzopardi and Peter Ajemian. And then later on, I think, there may have been a few calls. Oh, and Melissa DeRosa. Did I say Melissa?
Yeah, you did.
Later on, there were calls later on. It could have been 3 hours later. I think there were conversations with Josh Vlasto. And I don't recall being on a call with Rich Bamberger, but I recall that there was a notion that Rich Bamberger, that there had been a discussion with him. And then I know at some point somebody was consulting with Roberta Kaplan. And as best I could recall, and from time to time, Stephanie Benton may have been on these calls as well. I just don't recall. And if she was, I don't recall her being an active participant.
Was the governor on any of these calls?
No. No.
Was it your understanding that he was being informed of the substance of these calls?
I don't know if it was an understanding or an assumption, but just based upon practice, you had the communications director on the phone, you had the secretary to the governor on the phone, whether it was in exhaustive detail or just giving an update. It struck me that somebody was letting the governor know what was going on.
And without getting the substance, were you having, or did you have one-on-one conversations with the governor on this subject?
I have no specific recollection, but I'm sure I did. I'm sure I did.
Do you have any specific recollection of the governor addressing any of the specific allegations to you?
That I'm going to have to invoke on.
After what?
I have to invoke the privilege, attorney-client privilege.
You said Roberta Kaplan was on some of the calls. What was your understanding?
Yeah, I apologize for interrupting, and I'm going to be mindful. I've got to talk more slowly. I don't recall specifically that she was on this series of calls. I did speak to her about it, and I recall one conversation that we had that probably was the next day or the day after. Again, I'm not great on the timing here. I don't believe she was on these group calls, but it was my understanding that somebody was talking with her. And my assumption, and this is all it is that it would have been Melissa or the governor. But again, that is an assumption, and I probably shouldn't make those kind of assumptions.
And what was your understanding of Roberta Kaplan's role?
Roberta is somebody who I think is an advisor, serves as an outside advisor from time to time on to the governor. I think that she, from time to time, has advised on various matters related to the Me Too movement, the effort to amend the sexual harassment laws. She's generally regarded as sort of a source of good judgment and wisdom. And so, as I said, at some point I became aware that she was being consulted in some form or fashion about these same issues that I was being asked to sort of give advice on.
And when you spoke to Roberta Kaplan, what did you talk to her about?
I believe I spoke to Roberta Kaplan about the letter that ultimately was drafted.
Mm-hmm. And what did you talk to her about that letter?
So the general conversation was, we're sort of jumping ahead, but was about whether she was comfortable with the letter. And my understanding was, based upon my conversation with Roberta, that she was comfortable with it. When I got that letter, it was essentially a completed draft. I spent some time reworking it. And my sense was that Roberta had seen the letter before it ever came to me. That was later confirmed. That was really the gist of the conversation, and that sort of she was comfortable with the notion of the governor being able to respond to the Lindsey Boylan tweets and to the allegations. That was sort of the gist of the conversation, but I don't have, a specific recollection. And I don't recall if anyone else was on that call with us or if we were then joined by somebody. It may have been Melissa DeRosa, but I don't specifically recall it. And I would have also talked to Roberta about the fact that I didn't believe that letter would ever be used, that it would never see the light of day. So it was sort of from my perspective, it was an academic exercise.
Why did you think it wouldn't see the light of day?
Something like that, a letter, whether it was a letter or an op-ed piece, it needs to be signed. Right? Somebody's got to sign on to that thing. And then you say, well, what are the universe of people who can sign on to that? Well, you really don't want to do current administration officials, because current administration officials don't really have the they will not resonate the way somebody who's no longer in the administration is. You're in the administration, of course you're going to speak up on behalf of your principal. So then you say, okay, well, who been in office for 10 years? What former officials are there that you can get? And by the way, you can't get junior people, because no one is going to believe, as a general rule, it's got nothing to do with this administration, but that somebody who is at a junior position is now writing this letter. That doesn't really work. So you need former, senior folks, and probably not people like me. You probably don't want a man over 50 signing this letter either. So then you say, okay, what's the universe of people that are available to potentially sign this letter? You've got, she's at a law firm. We all know a law firm is not going to say, she's going to have to get approval from the law firm because it's going to be a public statement. We all know that a law firm is going to be disinclined to allow one of their partners to sign on to this letter. You've got Danny Lever. Danny Lever is now at Facebook. She'd have to go to Facebook's compliance people or their counsel and get approval. They're not going to allow her to do it. You have Alfonso David. Alfonso David is at the Human Rights Campaign. I've got to believe, although I didn't test it, that the Human Rights Campaign is not going to be thrilled with the idea of Alfonso David signing this letter. There were a few other people, but as you start sort of looking through, you realize, well, you're going to be hard-pressed to get not the people, but their employers or their firms to agree to this. And if they do, every one of them is going to request changes. And so you start to say, this is never going to go out. And so, I believed, and I think I talked to Robbie about it. I may not have. I spoke to other people about it. I didn't believe this letter was ever going to see the light of day.
Did you have any discussions with Robbie Kaplan about whether a letter like that could be considered retaliation?
I don't recall specifically discussing that with her.
And so when she said she got comfortable with it, she didn't mention the question of whether a letter like that could be considered retaliation?
No, we did not have a specific discussion about the legalities involved.
So we'll get to the letter. So when you get the tweet, you're having conversations, calls with these people. It's a relatively short period of time, you say?
Yeah, I believe so.
Week?
I don't even think it was a week.
Okay. How about how many calls?
A half dozen.
And what subjects came up in terms of how to respond?
It would be everything from, should we put out a tweet responding to her? Should we get other people to tweet responding to her? What is she talking about? And look, part of this was, there were more conversations not involving this group. I had to play a little catch up here to try to understand what this was all about and to try to educate myself. So, it's a funny word to use, but unofficially, I probably checked in with a number of people saying, do you know what this is about? Do you know about sort of Lindsay Boylan and her relationship in the administration? there had been prior tweets where she had said, I think, hostile work environment or something of the sort, but hadn't said anything about, specifically about sexual harassment. So there was a discussion generally about that. How did it go from, I think the word was toxic work environment, and in hindsight, I believe I was aware of the toxic work environment when that tweet went out because somebody mentioned it to me, maybe multiple people. That was there was a discussion about the notion that somebody had said that the senior ranks of the administration were toxic. So there was discussions about how did you go from toxic to sexual harassment, what's really going on here, can we respond? Is it wise to respond? She's mischaracterizing her tenure. She's mischaracterizing, why she left and how she left. All of that was discussed not in any kind of organized fashion. It was, I don't know how to describe it other than a series of conference calls involving chatter, is how I would characterize it.
And the allegation or talk of there being a toxic work environment, she wasn't the first to have said that publicly, right?
Yeah, I don't know if other people had used the word toxic. Maybe they had. I just don't know. There was a general reputation that Andrew Cuomo was a tough guy to work for, that the environment in the governor's office is very tough, that there's not a lot of support for people who feel like they are being placed under a lot of pressure. And from where I sort of stood in all of this, there wasn't a lot new there. He is a tough guy to work for. And so I was trying to figure out whether there was more going on here because I think as we talked about earlier, the notion of sexual harassment was new to me. And that to me was different than somebody saying toxic work environment. That I might have disagreed with it, but I had a sense of what that was about. And so there were discussions about all of that.
That was the new part, the sexual harassment.
Yeah.
Do you recall if there was any discussion about responding to Lindsay Bowman's tweets before the sexual harassment allegation?
There may well have been, but again, it sounds a little odd, but I don't know how else to describe it. I get looped into a lot of stuff, and a lot of it I ignore. A lot of it, I'm not happy to say this to people who think that they are soliciting my advice, but a lot of it I don't even read. And, things like that, my general view is folks who are watching and reacting to Twitter probably should put their phone down because it's not reflective of what's going on in the world. And so if you're getting all bothered by the fact that somebody tweeted something, I don't think it's necessarily the wisest course of action to respond with a tweet. And I know that I live in a world where, especially in the public arena, where my view is very much in the minority. But, I wouldn't have paid attention to that stuff because what are you going to say? Yeah, it's a tough work environment. Okay.
So,
Hold on. Your microphone, sir. Just vent it out.
That better?
Yeah.
Okay. Go.
the flurry of conversations you had previously described over the number of a few days, was that before or after the sexual harassment allegation?
No, I think that was in connection with the tweet saying, and I don't remember the specifics of it, but the gist of the tweet that said, I was sexually harassed by the governor's office. It happened all the time. If he wasn't, criticizing my work, then he was commenting on my looks, sometimes in the same meeting, and you all watched, or there was some reference to the fact that people witnessed it, which I thought was, frankly, Unlike the stuff that had come before it, now you have sexual harassment and you have people witnessed it. And so part of the thing I was asking was, what is she talking about? Purportedly, you are the folks who would have witnessed it. And so there was conversations about that. And then there were conversations about how can you respond, should we respond? And then this general notion of she's misrepresenting the circumstances under which she served and left the administration.
So were there conversations about releasing documents, been described as personnel files, documents relating to an investigation into her?
Yeah, I think the conversation started as, is there a way to correct the record about the nature of the reason she left? Because there was a concern that she was suggesting that she had left because of her treatment by the governor. And that then led into a discussion about an inquiry, complaints, an inquiry, and a counseling session. And that was discussed, and whether or not that was something that could be put out publicly. I think that's how the conversation sort of went.
And then was there a decision to put those out publicly?
Yes.
And who made that decision?
I can't say specifically whose decision it would be. I mean, it would certainly have to be something that the Director of Communications and the Secretary of the Governor would have to ultimately make the decision. I mean, go on.
Was there anyone who thought it was not a good idea in the discussions you had?
Look, I think there are, you can break this into a couple of different issues, right? One is putting aside, you raised the notion of retaliation, put that aside for a second. Are you permitted under state law to release these documents? And there was a conversation about that, and there was an effort to obtain advice on that. I did not know the answer to it. I wondered that. Then there was the wisdom of doing it. And I think different people had different opinions of the wisdom of it.
And let's start on the question of, are you allowed to?
Yeah, my understanding was that state law permitted it.
And how did you get that understanding?
I spoke to counsel who had obtained legal advice. And I think I'm not allowed to go beyond that.
Which counsel?
I believe it was Linda Lacewell and Judy Mogul. It may have been Beth Garvey as well, but when the question was asked, it sort of, I got a collective answer.
And that's the piece from Goer, that they're withholding the basis, but the fact that they went to Goer.
Yeah, I learned after the fact that they went to Goer. But yeah, my understanding as I sit here today is that they consulted with Goer and whoever else there was to consult with.
Did you have an understanding whether they consulted with anyone else?
I don't know. I actually thought they did, but I don't know who it was. By the way, it may have been they consulted among themselves, but I thought there was somebody else or some other group that was involved in that discussion.
And how about on the wisdom of doing it?
Look, you can argue it two ways, right? You can say, look, how many people are really reading this? How many are really picking this story up? You respond, you arguably are going to make it a bigger story, because now you've got the governor's denial, which makes it a story. If it was a story in the first instance, now you have a second-day story. If it wasn't picked up, you've now created something that people will pick up. The other hand is, you're the governor of the state of New York, and somebody is accusing you of sexual harassment. somebody is putting out things designed to not just tarnish your reputation, but to play on a national level. Because I remember somewhere in there was a tweet about he's not fit to be Attorney General of the United States. And so I certainly understand and am sympathetic to the notion that leaving that unanswered is very unsatisfying. And especially if you believe it is not true and it did not happen. That pushes you to say, well, look, I understand I may be generating additional press in a bad story, but I'm not going to sit here and allow somebody to put out something that is not true and is defamatory about the governor. And so that's the other argument. And again, I can argue it both ways, but I certainly understand from the standpoint of this administration and this governor that the risk of leaving it unaddressed was significant.
How about on the question of retaliation? You said it didn't come up with Roberta Kaplan. Did it come up in any other conversations you had?
It was not addressed specifically, and I don't think anybody thought, I certainly didn't think as I sat there at the time and as I sit here today, that it was retaliation in the legal sense. I mean, retaliation, I think that's what we mean is, is a legal matter. That is, it is a prohibited action under the law, and I didn't believe it was.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go.
Do you recall if there was any discussion about? Sorry. Do you recall if there was any discussion about releasing the contents of Ms. Boylan's personnel file before her tweet about sexual harassment?
No.
Okay.
And can I just make one clarification? Because I've been told I should do this. I gather it's not her personnel file, so to speak, which is to say it's not a file that was her personal file as much as it is memorandum prepared by others that I think never made it into her personal file, and I don't know the difference, but we're all talking about the same thing.
Sure. Yeah.
Did you know what they were talking about when they talked about releasing documents?
There came a point in time when I was, and again, I got to be careful of the privilege issue, these are funny lines and difficult lines for me to draw in my head. But somebody briefed me on what those materials were. I don't think I ever was physically given those materials. I may be wrong about that, but I have no recollection of seeing a physical document. I do recall being told about it.
Okay. Why don't you actually turn to tab 11 in your binder?
Mm-hmm.
This is a text chain, I think, that includes you, Josh Vlasser, Danny Lever, and Rich Bamberger,
And then I did get it.
number 13. Do you remember receiving the contents that Rich Azzopardi sent you?
No.
Have you seen these memoranda before? Or do you remember seeing it? Anything like it?
As I sit here, I have a vague recollection of having seen this, although it's very vague.
Do you remember, do you have a recollection of Richard Azzopardi sending you things during this time frame while you were
Oh, yeah.
having these discussions?
Yeah, I don't remember these being sent to me, though, but I mean,
Do you remember looking at documents that had draft, if you look at the third page of this document, draft privileged and confidential attorney-client privilege communications, interagency communications, those types of headers being on the documents that were discussed being sent out to the media?
No, I don't recall that. I mean, I do recall generally that a lot of things were labeled privileged and confidential attorney-client privileged communication. So I'm not the least bit surprised, but again, I don't have a specific recollection of this document. But again, the frequency with which that phrase appeared, not just on materials like memoranda, but also on email, is no surprise.
Do you remember that seeing documents that were memos to file written by Alfonso David, counsel to the governor, that were part of the materials that were going to be sent out to the media?
Again, I have a vague recollection of it. I recall being told about it, and I have no reason to question that it wasn't sent to me. I don't know how much time I dwelled on looking at it, though. I just don't know. But there's no question I was informed about this.
Was there any discussions about whether, you've talked about one, whether it was allowed, two, whether it was wise, three, we talked about three, whether it was retaliation, four, whether the documents were privileged in any way?
I don't recall any discussion about that.
Certainly more discussions about whether these conversations were privileged.
So stipulated.
Yeah.
So anything else looking at this jog your memory at all about the documents themselves or discussions about them?
There was later a conversation I remember about redaction. That's the one conversation I do remember. And clearly what was being discussed, it's got to be these documents. I don't know what else would have been redacted.
What do you remember about the redactions?
There was a concern that there was a privacy issue related to the complainants who were the subject of, who came forward with the complaints about Ms. Boyland. And so it was a notion that their names had to be redacted.
And who was part of those discussions?
Look, I'm speculating, and that's what it is, but I assume it was Judy Mogul and Linda Lacewell and maybe Beth Garvey, but it would have come up in one of these series of phone calls where I do recall that there was an issue about it. Well, these people came forward. You can't disclose their names.
Do you remember anything about the subject of the complaints against Lindsay Boylan?
I do because it was discussed at the time, but I've also now read about it in the media, and I've reread the draft letter, which recounts it. So, I mean, I can't say what exactly I knew at the time, although whatever was in these documents, and again, seemingly I was sent them, but whatever was in these documents, I certainly would have known the substance of.
As part of these discussions, did anyone ask you to reach out to others about Lindsay Boylan?
No.
What is your understanding of the purpose of releasing these documents?
Correct the record. To make it clear that Lindsay Boylan, there was an impression. Here's why I say I didn't view it as retaliation. You've got essentially an employer, and the employer is now faced with an allegation that, as I understood it, is simply not true. And I think under those circumstances, the employer has a right to respond to a false claim as long as the response itself is truthful. Second of all, you've got these tweets that are creating this impression. It's not a complaint that's been filed. It's not an allegation that's put through a process. It's these tweets. And these tweets, I think, can be read as misleading. And certainly they leave a false impression. The third point is, Ms. Boylan is doing this very publicly, not in a forum where you file a complaint, but she's choosing to do this on Twitter. She's a public figure. She's doing this in a public way during a public campaign. She's running for office. And my understanding at the time was this was part of that campaign. It was to garner attention and support for the campaign by putting out something that was false. It wasn't true. And these are claims that at this point, when this is all happening, I think they're 18 months, 2 years old, something like that. And the folks who I would rely upon to say, put the governor aside, but folks who I would rely upon to say there's something there, have not said. They said just the opposite. They've said it's just not true, certainly not what she's described. Then add to that, which is this concept of legal retaliation, as I understand it, has to involve either retaliating for a protected act of some kind, or it has to be done to dissuade a person from engaging in a protected act. And again, as I sat there, however many months ago this was, and when I sit here today, I had no reason to believe, and I do not believe, that Lindsay Boylan ever intended to file a state, federal, or administrative claim. And I still don't believe she intends to do that. And so, put aside sort of the nature of these documents, I think under those circumstances, the employer, here he happens to be the governor, has the right to respond. And he's got to be sure that the response is accurate and truthful, but he has a right to respond. Now, we talked about it a second ago. We can debate the wisdom of the response, whether you should or shouldn't do it. There was a concern that, because I don't know this area, but you better make sure that if you're going to put something out that you're entitled to under the state law. I mean, those employment laws are tricky. But my understanding was every concern was met and that they were okay putting this out. So, and again, there was no explicit express conversation about it. That's how I looked at it. And that was my assumption about how other people looked at it. Again, debating, to me, you can still debate the wisdom of whether or not, it was a smart thing to do. But I am certainly sympathetic to somebody in the governor's position who says, how can this be allowed to stand?
Was it your understanding then that for it to be retaliation, it would have to have been deterring Ms. Boylan from making a formal complaint and not just an informal complaint?
Well, an interesting question, right, which is what constitutes an informal complaint? I don't believe tweeting is an informal complaint. I don't believe tweeting in the middle of a political campaign in particular is an informal complaint. And I don't think tweeting in the middle of a political campaign where you've embraced the issue as part of that campaign constitutes something that is entitled to the protection of the law. Now, I don't believe that Ms. Boylan ever made a complaint, certainly while she was in government service. I don't believe she made a complaint when she left government service. I may be wrong, and this may be corrected as of today or tomorrow, but I didn't believe Ms. Boylan was going to make a complaint, in part because I didn't think the allegations were true. And Ms. Boylan, and again, I don't really know the woman, and I wish her nothing but well. But Ms. Boylan had used this complaint for a particular purpose, which was to advance her political career. it would be one thing if I believed the complaint was true. But I had no reason to believe the complaint was true. Plus, there had been, now remembering other things, there had been prior instances, I believe, where Ms. Boylan, had had a back and forth with the governor's office that was, I don't know how else to describe it other than rancorous. And it seemed like, from what I was observing, that she was ratcheting up the nature of the allegations. And it was taking place in a particular context. Now again, I mean, this is not somebody, and I'm not holding Ms. Boylan to a higher standard than anybody else, but this is not somebody who is unsophisticated. This is not somebody without means. And this certainly is somebody who was willing to put these complaints out there, yet never filed a complaint. And so when you look at the totality of this, I believe that the governor was entitled to respond, given all of those factors.
You've said a few times that the allegations were false. How did you know that?
I said I believe they're false. I don't know. I mean,
You had no personal knowledge of
I have no
any of
personal knowledge, but look, like any lawyer, there's some degree of due diligence you do, and the due diligence I did was speaking to, without getting into privileged conversations, some of which were clearly not privileged. I spoke to a number of people about their view of Lindsay Boylan and the circumstance that supposedly took place in public. And no one, and by the way, there certainly was an opportunity. I think a lot of people view me as a trusted ear. People could have said, there's something here, be careful. I didn't get that from anybody.
This was at a point when she just tweeted sexual harassment. The Medium post comes later with the details.
That's exactly right.
Right. So at that point,
There were no specifics. By the way, that's another factor. There were no specifics. I believe Ms. Boylan said she wasn't going to file a complaint. I think Ms. Boylan said that she wasn't going to talk to reporters. And we learned a lot more details in the Medium post. I agree with, I think what your suggestion is that there's an argument that things are different when she puts out the specific allegations. I still think the governor would be entitled to respond, but from where I'm sitting, there's now more to do. And there was very little to look at based upon the record in mid-December.
and based upon the record in December, you had reached a view that you believed the allegation, the simple allegation that she had been subjected to sexual harassment was false.
As she described it, that I'm basing upon what she's saying took place, and my understanding is, and again, without getting into privileged conversations, I think I was entitled to rely upon what a whole series of people were telling me.
But in terms of sexual harassment, all she had said was there was sexual harassment.
No, she said, I believe, I think this is the tweet. She said, commented on my appearance, was critical of my work, was sexually harassed. I don't know if it said every day or something along those lines. And you all witnessed it and did nothing. I don't remember the exact words, but that was the import. Yeah.
Had you never heard the governor comment on a woman's appearance?
Well, look, I'm not sure I'm going to answer that question as asked, because you're suggesting, or you're leading to a suggestion, that a comment on someone's appearance is sexual harassment. I'll answer.
No, I'm just asking the question.
I've heard the governor for years comment on people's dress, absolutely, including my own.
So I don't mean to try to suggest anything with the question.
Mm-hmm.
You said at that point you didn't believe her allegations.
Mm-hmm.
I said all she had said was sexual harassment. You said no, there were additional allegations. One was he had commented on her appearance. So my question simply is, have you heard the governor comment on women's appearances?
Yes, however, given the import of, or the I think, fair inference to draw from Ms. Boylan's tweet, and again, we're working with very few characters here, I think it was a fair inference. It was, the implication was that something in those interactions was inappropriate, not that there was something beyond that.
Putting
That's
aside
certainly
whether
not
it's inappropriate or not, it was not difficult at the time to believe that the governor might have commented on her appearance.
Sure.
It's also not difficult to believe that he may have criticized her work.
It's true.
So those two statements you didn't necessarily have a reason to believe were false. You may have a reason to question tying that to sexual harassment.
Well, I didn't.
Those
right.
facts you had no reason to believe were false.
I didn't tie it to sexual harassment. Ms. Boylan did.
Right. So that's I'm not
Right.
asking you to agree to her tying that, but the mere statement that the governor commented on my appearance, there's no reason to believe that was false.
Again, what I'm going to rely upon is the fact that the totality of the tweet, I think, is what is at issue, not parsing individual pieces of it.
So if you can turn to tab 10, which is a collection of the tweets around that time period.
Okay. Oh my God, okay.
On December 5th, I think this is prior to her, well, if you go to the second page,
Second, like on the first page, the second page, or the second as you flip it?
on
So
the...
could we take a short break just so I can run to the men's room?
Sure.
Great, thank you.
Time now is 11:45 a.m. Time now is 11:55 a.m. This begins media 5 on the record.
Okay. Before we continue, I noticed you have a notebook and you're taking notes. I have no issue with that, but only the admonition that you not convey the substance of what we ask or the questions to anyone else.
Yeah, just to be clear, they're notes for purposes of sitting in here as I think of things.
Yeah.
And I will actually be happy to throw this page out or these pages out before I leave.
Yeah, that would be great.
Yeah.
And the documents we'll keep. So.
Yeah.
Okay. So I think when we broke out, I'd shown you tab 10, which
Yes.
I believe is a collection of some of the tweets around that time frame, and to draw your attention to the sexual harassment allegations that Lindsay Boylan made. You see on the third page of the tweet, on December 13, about halfway down, she writes, "Yes, at NY.gov, Cuomo sexual harassed me for years. Many saw it and watched." There's prior references to toxic environment, earlier days, prior reference on the 13th to sexual harassment suffered by her mother, but that's the first one where she makes the allegation. And then her text continues, I think this is what you had remembered, "I could never expect what to expect. Would I be grilled on my work, which was very good, or harassed about my looks, or would it be both in the same conversation? This was the way for years." And so my questions were about, I gather, based on diligence and talking to others, you believed her overall allegation of sexual harassment was false. Is that fair?
Yeah, as it appeared in the tweet, that's correct.
Okay.
And again, I mean, I appreciate it. What I'm suggesting is you can parse out pieces of this, and I mean, certainly, I'm not going to dispute that the governor has commented on women's appearances, men's appearances, my appearance in particular. But all I'm suggesting is that read as a whole, my takeaway from this and what I think it was designed to lead the reader to conclude is that Ms. Boylan left the administration because she had been sexually harassed. And I did not believe that was, I was led to believe and came to believe that that was not true.
But the fact that she doesn't say that's the reason she left, right?
No, but I think that's the implication when you read it as a whole of what she is suggesting. That certainly is the impression that I walked away with, and I think that was the general impression of many readers of this tweet.
And you reached the conclusion that you believed her claim of her feeling sexually harassed was false?
Let me put it a different way, because I'm not going to pretend, because I did not conduct, what you and I would consider to be an independent inquiry. But speaking to the people, and again, I'm going to be careful of the privilege issue here, but speaking to various people who were in a position to know and observe and had firsthand dealings, it was my understanding, based upon those conversations, that there had been no sexual harassment. That's right.
Did that include the governor, conversations you had with the governor?
I think that is,
That's probably privileged.
that's privileged.
June, I've learned over time not to be a witness when you're a lawyer, but the tweets on the 5th say things like, "I could opt out, and I eventually did. I did not sign whatever they told me to sign when I left. Nope. I tried to quit 3 times before it stuck." If you read those two, none of those are true. And I mean, I don't know how far back Steve went, whether he read all the tweets, but it really is a message here that says, I left this place because I was harassed.
Yeah, I understood his reference to the full context to be referring to those.
Good.
And as I recall earlier, you testified, though, that there was no discussion about releasing the personnel file or responding until after the tweet accusing him of sexual harassment on the 13th, correct?
As I think is probably clear by now, my recollection about the timing and sequencing is not particularly good or particularly clear, and especially when it comes to things that I'm being emailed and tweeted, because I frankly didn't pay attention to a lot of it. However, with that said, my assumption is, because it's the only thing that seems rational, is that the discussion came after the series of tweets, not before. I don't know why we would have had that conversation before.
And we have records of when
Yeah.
calls happened.
Yeah.
Okay.
And even though, as your lawyer just suggested, you may have wanted to correct the record about the reasons why Ms. Boylan left, you didn't do so earlier, meaning on December 5th.
That's correct.
Okay.
It wasn't until later.
Can you turn to tab 12?
Yeah.
And this is December 13th, so it's about at 12:06, which is 3 minutes after you forwarded the records.
Mm-hmm.
And Danny Lever says, "Do we have additional details of complaints made against her? These just mention them. It doesn't explain what they were." And then other party sends contact information for.
Mm-hmm.
To which you don't respond to Danny's text about additional information, but then you write, "Why?" Do you see that?
Maybe it was.
2779 is the Bates number.
Yeah, give me a second just to get the context here. Yeah, I see it.
And then Rich Azzopardi responds, "Different than I think you're thinking of, Steve. She was ESD press secretary. Lindsay treated her badly."
Yeah.
You say, "Okay, good." Azzopardi says, "And she's willing to talk about that." Do you remember this exchange?
Now that I read it, I can sort of put it in context and remember what it would have been about. I thought they meant a woman named. I read it too quickly, and I hadn't heard his name in years. I think it had worked. I don't think she was in the AG's office. She may have been in the governor's campaign, but it was more of a, what the heck are we talking about for? I mean, I haven't heard about it in 10 years. And then, I mean, Rich, whoever it was, I guess Rich Azzopardi said, you're talking about somebody else.
And did, Rich says at the end of the text, and she's willing to talk about that, being Lindsay treated her badly.
Yeah.
Did you reach out to, or this person, this?
No, I don't know.
Okay.
And I don't know where the other is. Again, I haven't heard from her in probably 8 years, maybe longer. So no.
And were you part of discussions about reaching out to people who?
Yeah, I recall there were discussions about reaching out to people, sort of seeing if there was something out there that was being missed. Largely, I thought about people who had left the administration. There may have been some who were currently there. But I may have been asked to reach out to people, but anybody I spoke to about this were people that I considered friends who were far removed from this.
And who did you reach out to?
I don't think I'd call it a reach out, but I have a friend named who now lives, and we had been in touch because they were in the midst of COVID, and so we'd sort of gotten back in touch, and when she's in New York, she usually gives me a call. And I had called her, I imagine it's around this time. It had to be around this time to basically say, are you following this? Do you have any thoughts on it? And I think she either didn't overlap or barely overlapped with Lindsay Boylan. And she said, look, it was a hard place to work, but I didn't see anything like that. I certainly didn't experience anything like that. So I did speak to, I may have called a few other people to try to get a sense of what's this all about. It turns out that I did not know a lot of people who were in the administration who overlapped with Lindsay Boylan and knew Lindsay Boylan. And I don't recall if they asked me to call people or not to call people, but I think the grand, if I made and again, it wasn't part of this, I was speaking generally to people about their experience. I'm trying to think who else it would have been. I probably spoke to a woman named who had been worked for Mario Cuomo and worked for the administration probably in 2014, maybe to 2016. And if I was speaking to people, sort of casually, I was asking people, like, what do you make of this? But it wasn't any kind of formal outreach, and I don't think those people would view it as that I was reaching out to them to find out what was going on.
And what was the purpose of reaching out to these people?
I wanted to see if I was missing something.
Were other people doing the same thing on these calls?
I understood that people might be calling people to get, I don't know if it was referred to as a check-in or to gather information to see if there was, I understood it as, are we missing something here? They were just trying to learn, were there problems that had gone unaddressed or unnoticed. And beyond that, I really wasn't involved.
Although the conclusion that the, whatever we want to call it, the files, to your understanding, it was sent out, correct?
I don't know, again, I'm not sure on the timing, but I didn't view one as being linked to the other. My understanding was, again, I stated it a minute ago, that the administration was very comfortable with the notion that whatever was being alleged by Lindsay Boylan, we can debate what the tweets mean, but that it was not true and that it should be responded to. Now, it's a natural question to ask, is there anything else we're going to hear about? And I think that was what was sort of percolating with the notion of reaching out to other people.
And was it reaching out to other people who would know about Lindsay Boylan, or reaching out to other people who may have allegations?
I don't have a specific recollection. I can speak for myself. When I spoke, I was interested in what she had to say about Lindsay Boylan, and was there something more that has gone on here? Now, it's in reality, I know gotten well, and we have been friendly since she worked in the AG's office. I didn't expect that she was going to tell me anything that was shocking, because she would have told me previously, and she didn't. Similarly, with and again, I'm sure there were another, in the course of sort of interacting with people, I'm sure I was casually asking. But it wasn't specific as to Lindsay, although I did ask people sort of, what is the story with Lindsay Boyle, and did you work with her?
Do you know who sent out these documents about Lindsay Boylan?
I don't recall it. I would assume, I don't know, as I sit here today, whether the press office did it, or, I'd heard after the fact that Rich Bamberger was somehow involved. Now, I heard that, I think, because there was an article that he was either in or was going to be mentioned in, and I heard about that. So, I mean, that might lead to the conclusion that Rich Bamberger was somehow involved, but it could have been simply that, and again, I don't know the mechanics of what they did. They could have told reporters to ask for the documents. They could have called reporters and given them the documents. I just don't know.
Do you know, were you part of any discussions as to whether these documents should be provided on the record or off the record or on background?
I don't recall a conversation.
Did you hear of any outlets not wanting it when offered it?
I have a very vague recollection. It's vague enough that I'm going to get myself into trouble, but I have a very vague recollection that somebody said, and this would have been repeated to me, through I don't know how many people, that they wanted it in a particular way or they weren't going to use it. And beyond that, I just don't recall.
Do you have any recollection of any outlets being uncomfortable with receiving these types of records?
Well, that would suggest that they were uncomfortable receiving it in a particular way. I mean, I don't know how else to read that notion.
I guess I'm asking about the in a particular way answer. I mean, whether they were uncomfortable receiving it, or in a particular way suggests potentially by email or by some other means. But the fact of receiving these type of records.
Yeah, I don't recall, and look, my assumption is that it could very well be that some news agencies are saying, if we're getting these, we want to get them officially, and we want to make sure that we're not receiving something that we're not entitled to. That I could certainly see, and I'm assuming that may have been what was going on, but it's not anything that I really focused on, or at least that I recall focusing on.
Did you participate in discussions about statements that the governor would make in response to Lindsay Boylan's tweets?
Yes.
And what do you remember about that?
Putting aside conversations I may have had with the governor, other than, I'm trying to remember. I think the gist was that he should go out and make a denial. But I don't, as I sit here today, have a specific recollection.
If you want to turn to tab 13.
Yeah.
And this is, by the way, this type of a group, do you know why Rich Bamberger and Josh Vlasto were looped in?
The answer is because they were respected, they gave good advice, and there's a tendency, which I'm sure you've seen, to just add people to this stuff. You may ask yourself on a number of them, why am I on there? And it's just, almost a practice where if it's a press thing of a certain nature, they're including, I assume, Rich and Josh.
And was there any discussion about even giving access to Josh Vlasto or Rich Bamberg or even you, documents that they had to consult with Goer about releasing publicly? Was that inquiry made before providing those documents to you?
Again, that's a hard one for me to answer because I don't specifically recall receiving the documents. But certainly with respect to me, I can't speak to Josh or Rich Bamberger. I heard about those documents in substance prior to what I assume was, I now assume was the outreach to Goer, because the timing doesn't make any sense otherwise, right? Because I'm having a conversation, the question is being raised, well, are you even allowed to put out these documents? Then an answer comes back. Almost, the logical sequence has to be that they didn't talk to Goer about whether or not they could talk to me. And I don't know where Josh and Rich were in this chain of events. I frankly don't remember Josh and Rich being at that point in the chain of events.
I guess more broadly, any discussion you remember about people questioning whether people outside of the executive chamber, like Josh and Rich and you, can and should get access to information?
No, I don't recall that.
So, so just looking at this exchange, jog your memory at all in terms of any additional
No.
comments and
No.
was this sort of a common way for you all to be communicating and during this time period through texts of this nature?
Yes.
And so if there's two options in terms of the statements. Yes, I heard about the tweet about comments supposedly made and there's just no truth to it. And then there's an or. Yes, I heard about the tweet, there's just no truth to it. Then there's the question, did you comment on her appearance? And the answer here is there's just no truth to the tweets. I support women having the opportunity to speak out. I believe in transparency, but there is no truth to the tweet. The last page of this document is your response to some of the discussions. And you say, I think going down that path, which is not answering whether he commented on her appearance. It says, no, doesn't make sense. Yes, invites another question, sounds funky.
You're on the last page?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think this is the only substantive response you give to this exchange.
Yeah. Surprised I gave any response, but that's beside the point.
Yes, invites another question, another cue, and sounds funky. And I often comment seems similarly weird. Problem is, LB doesn't mean what she says. She must mean he made a comment that was an inappropriate sexual innuendo. To that, the answer is strong. It didn't happen. You're forced to unpack it to get to the direct no. What did you mean by that?
I've got to take a second to read this thing. Hold on one second.
No.
So if we just take the first 4 sentences, although they're not complete sentences, I think going down that path doesn't end cleanly. No doesn't make sense. So saying, no, I never commented on her appearance doesn't make sense because, as we've discussed, he frequently comments on people's appearance. Yes invites another question and sounds funky. Right? Do you comment on people's appearance? Oh, yes. Well, it's just going to lead down a path of, well, why would you want to go there? And I often comment, seems just weird, right? Because again, part of the problem with parsing it is that it doesn't really get to what you're responding to. I think, like we discussed earlier, And what I'm really saying here is the problem is Lindsay Boylan doesn't mean what she says. In other words, if you parse it, the individual, we just had this conversation between ourselves, ironically enough, that it doesn't really get you the import of what she's saying because it's not really what she means. So to that, the answer is a strong, it didn't happen. And I'm not exactly sure what I mean, but you're forced to unpack it to get to the direct no. At this point, I just don't know what I was meaning by unpacking it, because I think my point was, if you're going to deny this, just deny it, right? We shouldn't be parsing things. You said it didn't happen, it didn't happen. I think that's what I'm trying to get at.
But you do say you can't cleanly say no because he does comment on people's appearances.
Yeah, you're exactly right. I'm saying, don't say no, say overall the conduct that she's describing, the import of it, did not happen. I did not sexually harass this woman. I'm saying it in sort of a shorthanded way, but that's exactly what I'm saying.
And over the years, have you heard him comment on people's appearances?
Certainly he has commented on people's attire. Less frequently have I heard him comment on somebody's appearance, but I'm sure, in the past, whatever it is, 35 years, I'm sure I've heard the governor or the AG or the, Andrew Cuomo in prior occupations comment on people's appearances.
Have you heard him comment on women's attire?
June, can I, because I think it helps you here. If you ask Steve said he commented on Steve's appearance. It's worth asking Steve what he said, because I think it gives you a sense, if that's fair.
We can get to that. But have you heard him talk about women's attire?
Sure.
Or what have you heard him say?
His comment on shoes. I've heard him comment on people who are dressed up, so that, if you were dressing more formally than you would expect to be dressed in an office building. New haircut. He had a constant back and forth about her hair, and a phrase I had not heard until I met her, which was that instances when she got it blown out. He commented on instances in which I was wearing a jacket and a pair of pants rather than a suit. Oftentimes talked about my shoes. Sort of I was at my own risk if I almost inevitably wore shoes that were scuffed because I knew it would draw a comment. Those were the general nature of the conversations I heard.
Mm-hmm. Have you ever heard him ask women why they don't wear a dress, skirt?
No, I didn't hear that.
How about men and women's weight? Have you heard him talk about that?
No, but I have heard him have conversations, and again, this goes a long way back. Remember, I haven't really been in an environment where that would be likely to be the conversation, but in the AG's office, there were repeated conversations about physical fitness, and not specifically about weight, but who was fitter.
How about, have you heard him comment on people's marital status and their partners?
It's almost not possible in a relationship that has spanned 35 years that I haven't been present with Andrew Cuomo in private settings, even in office settings where there wasn't discussion about, whether people were having, whether they were married, who they were married to, what the relationship was. But nothing that I ever took as inappropriate.
Mm-hmm. How about asking people who you're dating?
I don't recall that. By the way, not out of the realm of possibility, but I don't recall that.
How about asking people about their sex lives?
Not in my presence.
anyone say to you that the governor asked about their sex lives?
No, I don't believe so.
Or their sex drive?
Not directly, but the governor has certainly made a joke with me when I've seen him from time to time about that as I age, he's constantly claiming that I'm older than he is, which is not the case. But that my testosterone level has dropped, which explains why I am, in his view, less alert and aggressive than I once was. Now, testosterone level seems to me is linked to sex drive, but those are the kind of conversations I've had with him.
How about, have you ever heard him talk to others about what happens to their sex drive when they get married?
No, that I haven't heard. Maybe because I'm married.
Have you heard of anyone else talking about, or have you ever heard him talk to a woman about their sex drive?
No.
Have you heard anyone recount or tell you that he made a comment about a woman's sex drive?
No.
How about, have you heard him ask people to find him a girlfriend?
Yes.
When have you heard that?
When he broke up with Sandra Lee, he had a conversation with me about it.
Okay, what?
I mean, the gist of it was,
We'll treat this as non-privileged.
I don't know what privilege anymore.
But I don't think he's seeking legal advice.
you know something? Let the governor's office tell him.
Yeah, that's true.
He broke up with Sandra Lee. He told me he's now available. He said he was now looking for, to date again. It's hard given the position to date. If I knew of anybody, that was sort of the gist of it. I mean, in all candor, I've learned I don't want to be fixing up anybody with anybody. No good comes of that. And so, I sort of engaged with him, but didn't really take it seriously.
Did he describe the sort of woman he would want? Repeat that again. Did he describe the sort of woman he would want?
I think he gave me a general notion of height, and that was looking for somebody who was fit and who could keep up with him. I think that may have been the phrase.
Anything else?
As I sit here today, not that I recall.
Do you recall if he mentioned age?
No.
And I believe earlier you said that you've heard him comment about women's shoes, correct?
Men and women's shoes.
Okay. Well, focusing on women's shoes only, what comments do you recall him making?
That's some pair of shoes. Or, those shoes could use a shine.
When he would say those are some pair of shoes, what sort of shoes were they? I will acknowledge I don't know a lot about footwear. Maybe why I'm perfectly comfortable in scuffed shoes. They were the kind of shoes that I would think of as more sort of formal shoes or dress attire. Heels?
Not always, but yeah. It could include heels.
So he's asked you about girlfriends. Have you heard him mention finding a girlfriend to anyone else?
No.
Did anyone else tell you that he asked about that?
Maybe. I don't have a specific recollection, but and I, sort of have a similar sort of relationship with him in the sense that we don't speak to him that often. I think he talks to him a lot more than I do. But I have a vague recollection of mentioning something to me about, again, it would have been in the sort of, the point at which it became public that he and Sandra Lee were no longer together.
And in terms of your relationship, how would you characterize it?
That's a tough question to answer. Look, I think the relationship is one of primarily an advisor. We're friendly. I know the family. I know knew his father very well. I know his mother. But it's not as if we're socializing. I mean, there are events I'll go to where he'll be there. There are certain kind of events that I, almost will always be invited to that are sort of related to alumni or celebrations of his father's legacy. But it's not like, I'm getting a call saying, what do you do next Thursday? Let's go to a Mets game together. I mean, that's just not the nature of the relationship, although I don't think he has a lot of those relationships anyway. But I think that for the most part, especially, since I left the administration, the relationship is primarily one of, I'm a lawyer, I'm an advisor, I'm involved in certain things related to the state, and that I am trusted. I think that would probably be how I'd characterize the relationship.
And how often do you, since you've left the administration, how often do you actually see him?
In person?
Yes.
In the last 10 years?
Yeah. No, like how regularly? Sorry.
Oh, I mean, up until COVID, I'd see him from time to time at a fundraiser, if there was an alumni event of some kind. So maybe 4 or 5 times a year. That may be overstating it.
But not one-on-one meals or drinks or.
I had lunch with him in 2019. I think we may have had dinner or lunch with somebody together in like 2015, 2016. When I was with, we hosted a Super Bowl party. He came. I go to those kind of events with him, and I mean, that's the nature of it. It's not like, I can't tell you that I've gone to dinner with him or lunch with him privately 10 times in the last 10 years. I think that would way overstate it. It's just not the nature of the relationship. Not that I'm not friendly with him, not that he doesn't pick up the phone and call me, but that's just not the nature of the relationship. And just to be clear, because it's kind of implicit in this, for good or bad, when I left the administration, I left the administration. My tendency is I left the U.S. Attorney's Office. I never went. It's not like I've been back 3 times maybe in the last 20 years. When I left the governor's office, similarly, if I was back, it was 2 or 3 times, or specifically for a meeting, and then I left. It's changed a little bit because of COVID. It's changed a little bit because of COVID. I've taken on more assignments, but that hasn't increased the frequency of those kind of one-on-one or personal sort of meetings, private meetings. I'm just, it just hasn't been the way it's played out.
Have you ever heard him make suggestive jokes or comments, sexually suggestive jokes or comments?
In private. I'm trying to think of an instance in which it was, like at a staff meeting, no, but in private, sure.
Just with you?
And again, remember, I'm going back a good 10 years. I would be there, for example. That would be the nature. And also not just with, the person I always think of is he, had what I guess is probably the word is a repartee, where, they would go back and forth with each other. At the time, I did not think there was anything inappropriate or that they were crossing a line. Frankly, if it had been taking place in in the monthly staff meeting, it probably wouldn't have been the place to do it. But private is a funny word because we're in the office, the AG's office. But in the AG's office, I didn't think anything of it, nor did.
What kind of comments?
I don't recall the specifics, but a lot happened having to do with how fit she was.
What is your basis for saying that I didn't think anything of it?
She's a good friend, and we spoke about it over the years.
Meaning you had a particular conversation about how she took any particular comment by the governor?
It's not as if I closely questioned her, but I had no reason to believe, and I have every reason to believe that if she was uncomfortable, she would have said it.
Okay. And these times you were describing, these were times including those in which you were an employee of the governor, correct? Meaning you worked in the AG's office and you were his subordinate.
Yeah.
Okay.
Have you ever heard him joke or comment about the size of his hands?
No.
How about, did he ever show you or talk to you about a cigar box he got from Bill Clinton?
I know the cigar box, and I know he got it from Bill Clinton, and it's with a lot of other memorabilia he's gotten from Bill Clinton, including, I mean, the thing that I remember more than that is the crossword puzzle. But yeah, I'm aware of the cigar box.
Any conversations where he was talking about the cigar box with anyone?
No.
No reference to Monica Lewinsky?
No.
Did you ever hear him comment on a woman's body?
Say it again?
Have you ever heard him comment on a woman's body, him being Governor Cuomo?
Heard him comment about what?
Woman's body.
Repeat that question again?
Okay.
It would be hard for me to say that in a private setting, at a bar, out at dinner, in that kind of situation, that there wasn't some reference, but nothing I specifically recall, and I don't recall anything like that in the office.
Do you recall generally anything about what he may have said about a woman's body?
No, and again, I'm going back 10 years, and I'm trying to be careful here.
And these would include times you were his employee?
Yeah.
Okay.
Have you seen the governor flirt with anyone?
Yes.
Who?
I've seen it mostly, and again, the context, and it's my characterization of flirting, at fundraisers. That would be the place in which, in the last 10 years, there would be an opportunity, and it would be, would be where something like that could happen.
Like what kind of flirting?
It's one of those things that's hard to characterize. It's flirting. It's a pleasant conversation. Nothing particularly suggestive, but I'd characterize it as flirting.
How about with any employees, state employees?
I don't recall anything, but again, my recollection is from the years 2007 to 2011, and I don't have any specific recollection. I'm not saying it didn't happen, but I have no specific recollection of that.
And how would you describe his interactions with?
It was with, I think there was a lot of, I wish I could think of an example, but it's long enough that I don't. I can't. But it generally was around the idea that they both thought that they were the fittest people in the office, physically fit people in the office. It was that kind of thing.
Gotcha. And in those, going back to something I asked earlier, when you recall hearing the governor comment on a women's body, do you recall if any female was present in those instances?
I don't believe so, but I'm going back a ways, but I don't recall that.
Okay.
Have you ever seen the governor kiss anyone?
Oh yes, frequently.
On the cheek?
Cheek, yeah, on the cheek.
How about on the lips and the mouth?
Other than Sandra Lee, no.
Have you heard of anyone who may have seen or heard of the governor kiss anyone else on the lips?
Not that I recall.
And have you heard of any, or are you aware of any relationships that the governor has had with any staffers, other than professional?
Romantic relationships,
Yeah.
sexual relationships, not that I'm aware of.
Have you heard rumors
Yes.
about it? What have you heard about?
There was a rumor for a while that he was involved with. There had been a rumor about him, and there was a rumor about I think, I mean, there may have been others. Those are the ones that I remember.
And have you spoken to the governor about any of those rumors?
No.
How about with Melissa DeRosa?
I have a vague recollection that I would have spoken to her about the rumor.
And what did you ask her? What did you talk to her about?
I think it was either in the press or somebody was going to write about it. This is going back years, 5 years maybe. I think Melissa was the communications director at the time, and I don't recall specifically what I said, but it would have been along the lines of, you better figure out whether this is true or not.
And what did she say?
I think ultimately she said it wasn't true, and that was it.
Do you know what she did to look into
No,
it?
no,
How about, did you ever ask her if she has a relationship with
No.
the governor?
I had no reason to believe she did have a relationship with the governor.
How about,
Same thing, I had no reason to believe that there was anything to the rumor.
have you spoken to her about it?
No.
Can you turn to
No,
tab,
well, to be clear, not that I recall.
can you turn to tab 68? It's a little out of order, but it's on the subject.
Yep.
This I think is a text exchange that you produced. It's you and Liz Smith
Yeah.
and JP.
Yeah,
And who's JP here?
Jeff Pollock.
And she writes, Liz Smith breaking Andrew Cuomo's relationship with his assistant as well. Stay tuned is how it ends. What's your understanding of what she's reporting to you here?
I think what she's doing is she's repeating what the text of the article is. That's my only conclusion. We have some information on this relationship as well. Stay tuned is how it ends. I assume she's saying that's how the article ends.
Then she adds, sometimes they bluff, sometimes they do have the goods.
Right.
Do you know what she meant by that?
Yeah, which is maybe there's something there. You know, even though it's a right-wing website, you never know. And then I think this is my response in blue. This is kind of stupid. And then she says it is. And the reason why I thought it was kind of stupid is and I thought it was stupid because if it was me and I was there with him and he was in the same position, no one would say boo. So given the context of what's going on, my point was this whole thing's kind of stupid. Why am I wasting my time?
Did you have any conversations with Liz Smith about their whether or not the governor had a relationship with?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Did she seem to have any additional information?
No, she wasn't. If she did, she wasn't offering it up, and I had no reason to believe that she did.
Have you ever seen the governor, any staffer sitting on his lap?
No.
Did you ever see any picture of that? Or have you heard of any pictures of that?
There may have been reporting in the last 3 or 4 months that showed a picture of some staff member sitting on his lap. I don't recall because there have been a lot of pictures that have now sort of been in the media, but I don't recall that. I don't recall seeing it myself. I mean, whether I saw a picture or not, I just don't recall.
Okay. This is probably a good place as any to take a quick lunch break.
Sure.
That's
That
great.
Works. So it's
Great.
1:43. Let's say 45. We could 1:10 or
1:15.
1:15.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay.
Great.
If we bring something back and eat in this room, are we in trouble?
Yeah. No. You can. Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
So you can use
Time now, it's
that room right around the corner if you want
Good.
a little more privacy,
Okay.
and you don't want the room smelling like food.
Time now is 1:27 p.m. This begins media 6 on the record.
So after the Lindsey Borland tweets in December, in addition to discussions about releasing the files, were you involved in any discussions about any other actions to take in response?
There was sort of an ongoing discussion, I don't know how else to describe it, about press response and press strategy. And for the most part, that's the only thing I recall related to the issue.
Do you remember any discussions about doing some investigation into her campaign?
There was, as best I can recall, I don't recall it as being an investigation. I do recall that somebody had said, and I don't recall who it was, that there were people in the campaign who were upset about the position she had taken and the tweets. And there was a conversation is the wrong word. There was information that somebody was going to resign, and they wanted to make sure that there was coverage for the resignation, and I mean, I think I probably was on the call for these kind of conversations, or some of them, and I'm fairly certain I would have gotten, whether they were texts or emails that referred to it. I don't recall being particularly active in these conversations. I didn't really know much about either Lindsey Borland or the people that were at issue here. But that's the best recollection I have sitting here today.
Did you personally communicate with anyone in Lindsey Borland's campaign or knew Lindsey Borland?
No, and again, I didn't know anyone in Lindsey Borland's campaign. I'm trying to even think about it. Yeah, I knew no one in her campaign. The only person I even knew in the race, if I remember correctly, was Brad Hoylman. And sort of that was the gist of it.
How about looking into expenses, donors, or vendors of Lindsey Borland's campaign?
Yeah, I remember there was a discussion, and maybe even somebody sent around the filing to look at. But I don't recall, I mean, again, I have a vague recollection of getting it. I probably scanned it, and I don't think anything would have jumped out at me. I think the only person I know who is even a Lindsey Borland donor is, and I think I spoke about, I was curious like how he became a Lindsey Borland donor. It seemed sort of far afield. And I asked him about it, and he explained that I think it was when he hosts or used to host a NYU Tandon annual lecture. And I think that Lindsey Borland may have attended as a guest when she was in the governor's office. I think that's the gist of it. And told me that he'd given her a ride home and she had solicited a donation from him. And I said, oh, okay. I mean, I didn't say anything more than that.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Can you turn to tab 16 in your Bible?
Mm-hmm.
This looks like a list of, or a document describing her campaign finance history.
Yep.
And it's sent from to Judy Moglen and Lace one and forwarded to you. Do you know?
I know the name. I don't think I've ever met him. And I think he's a staffer in, the Andrew Cuomo, what I think is now called Andrew Cuomo 2022, which is the campaign office. And I believe he does filings and vetting on the governor's donors.
And do you remember receiving this?
No.
Did you do anything with it?
Look, if I received something like this, I would probably skim it. and see if there was anything that jumped out at me. Yeah, and by the way, there's
Did you have a view about the appropriateness of having the campaign or individuals employed by the campaign working on efforts to get information about Lindsay Boylan?
I didn't.
Do you now, sitting here?
Look, if the theory is that this is all part of that what Ms. Boylan's activities was an effort to undermine the governor, and that the governor is going to run for re-election, I don't think there's anything inappropriate about pulling a public filing and looking at it and seeing if there's anything there that's curious or raises questions. So in and of itself, I mean, and I don't, and this is a funny form. Because it looks like this was compiled. This isn't the filing itself. But, you know, pulling a public filing doesn't strike me as, you know, a particularly troubling act for a campaign to do. They do it all the time.
Do you remember any discussions about making public or drawing reporters' attention to positive tweets that Lindsay Boylan had issued about the governor?
Let me break this down. At the time, whenever those tweets were, I wasn't discussing Lindsay Boylan with anybody, so I don't know what would have happened when Ms. Boylan said something positive about the governor, and I'll make up the date, 2019. In light of the negative tweets about the governor, I know there was a discussion about, many discussions about pointing out that she had previously said positive things. And I know that I received texts from people of screenshots typically of those positive tweets, sort of saying to me, you know, how can she say what she's saying now? Look at what she said a year and a half ago. And again, other than I know there was one from Madeline Cuomo, I think there were some from other people, similar kinds of things. That's the extent I recall of that happening.
How about contact that she had privately with folks in the executive chamber that was threatening, viewed as threatening? Were there discussions about those and what to do with those?
Yeah, I'm not sure I understand what you're referring to.
If you want to take a look at tab 18.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So from
Yeah.
Melissa to a group says
Yeah.
she sent this.
By the way, just to orient myself, this is a funny format for me, as was the prior one.
Yeah.
Because it looks like an email, but given that there are phone numbers, I'm assuming these are texts. Have I got that right?
Yeah. I
Okay.
think there are texts that have been, and the numbers show up.
Yeah.
And actually, the metadata shows who the device
Okay, so with,
owner is. But
I don't, to go back in substance, but I think that helps me explain in my own head my failure to recall or spend any significant time reviewing.
11.
Yeah, I think it was 11, because it was a text, and frankly, I'm sure I opened it and, you know, didn't do a whole heck of a lot with it.
They were images of text.
Yeah, yeah, you know, I think that, at least for my own purposes, explains, not that I mean, again, to be clear, there's no question I knew of the substance, because the substance was told to me. Yeah, so I do recall this, and I do recall this being sent around.
And what do you recall about the discussions about, if you look at page ending 33, Melissa DeRosa says, we are idiots if we don't get this out. This is motive. You go to the next page. to help a campaign, and you say 2637, absolutely, she's a narcissist and delusional.
Yeah, so, I mean, that's exactly right, that you have, let me look at what the tweet is. Yeah, so this is a text, I'll just try to reconstruct this. I referred to this previously when we were talking about sort of the general view of the credibility of Ms. Boylan's claim. So I gather this is to Rob, it would be Rob Mojica, so who's the budget director. And so Ms. Boylan is responding to the fact that the governor has signed an executive order. This is in the midst of COVID. I don't remember when that executive order was. It's 3/17. So in the midst of COVID, I'm signing an executive order to reduce the number of petition signatures to 30% of the statutory threshold. So what he's basically doing is saying that for purposes of getting on the ballot in any race that was going on at that time, I'm going to require fewer signatures, which means people will have to be out. It reduces the amount of contact people are going to have to qualify to be on the ballot. So it's a safety measure. And then the comment from the governor's Twitter account is, this will ensure our electoral process goes on while safeguarding public health. And I gather this gets screenshot to Robert Mojica, according to what the prior email or text says. Absolutely not helpful. Please relay that while we are okay, I see what the point is here, and I will find ways to respond. So we're in the middle of a public health emergency. The governor is doing something that, regardless of what you think of Andrew Cuomo, strikes me as rational. In fact, one might argue you should have suspended petitioning completely because people are now coming into contact with each other. We're in the midst, March 17th, by my recollection, is we're in the midst of the ramp up, where the numbers are going in the wrong direction. And somebody is looking at this, Ms. Boylan is looking at this, and saying, I see what the point is here. In other words, this is about me, Lindsay Boylan. You are making it easier for people to run against me. Now, I think by definition, and again, I'll allow for the fact that maybe my interpretation of this is wrong, but if my interpretation of this is right, I think what I've just defined is conduct that you would ascribe to a narcissist. Somebody who believes that these things are being done and it's about them. Then life is long, and so is my memory, and so are my resources. Now, I don't know what conclusion to draw from that other than that there's some kind of, maybe it's a perfectly valid threat, but there's an implied threat there. And so I think what DeRosa is saying is, well, here's the motivation for why now that she's running for Manhattan Borough President, she's putting out these tweets about the governor, that it's payback. Again, I don't know. All my response is saying that it strikes me as what I'm reading suggests narcissistic tendencies and being delusional. And unless there's some other reading of this, and maybe there is, I mean, I think the characterization, at least with respect to this, doesn't have anything to do with the other claims, but with respect to this, which is what I was talking about, that seems sort of accurate.
So what discussions or decisions were you involved in about what to do with these tweets? Or
I think that may
texts?
have ended my involvement, as far as I recall. I mean, it sort of got this thing, I read it. You know, I probably was responding because somebody would have called me and said, hey, will you take a look at this and give us your thoughts? My general practice was not to respond to most of this stuff. And so I took a look at it, I said what I thought, and I don't remember anything beyond that.
Okay. And then you mentioned this earlier, one of the other responses was drafting up a letter.
Yeah,
Whose idea was it to draft a letter?
I don't recall. Let me be accurate. I don't know. As I sit here today, My best recollection is that there was a general conversation about you needed more of a response. But I don't know who drafted the letter.
And that conversation about needing a response, was the governor part of those discussions?
I don't recall discussing it with him, but it's certainly possible I would have.
Do you know if he was aware of the fact that this letter was being drafted and revised?
I don't.
So you didn't do a first draft?
No.
If you can look at tab 17.
Yeah, give me 1 second. Yeah.
So this is a draft of what appears to be a letter or op-ed, or does this look like a version of
Yeah.
the letter we're talking about?
This is one of the versions.
Okay. And it's sent from Melissa to you. Do you know if Melissa DeRosa wrote the first draft?
I don't know.
You see, this one comes from Melissa DeRosa's Gmail.
Yeah, let me, if I can just, and I don't know if this was the first draft. I don't want to speculate, but it is certainly possible that this was not the first draft, that there had been other iterations of this, and now it was being sent to me and a number of other people. And my guess is that's probably what happened.
This comes from Melissa DeRosa's Gmail to various people's personal emails. Do you know why that was?
I do not.
Did you have a general understanding of when Melissa DeRosa used her chamber email versus her personal email?
Yeah, the personal email, in my experience, was used if something was truly personal. An email saying, I'm going to be in New York City, do you want to get together for a cup of coffee? Although that, frankly, would probably be a tweet, not an email. But I could see her using it for that, and did see her using it for that. But more often than not, it was for political. So if you have something that clearly shouldn't be on a state facility, that's when I tended to see personal emails. This, I'm not sure why.
Was it your view that this issue of sexual harassment was an issue that was personal
No.
to the governor?
Well, look, again, you can argue it all sorts of ways, but at this point, I think the governor is being attacked as governor, and I think it's not inappropriate for the administration to be responding. So in that regard, I don't view it as personal. There's another argument, but I'm not here to make it.
Okay. And what do you remember about your views on the substance of this letter?
There were a couple of views. One is, as I think I said earlier, I looked at it, and from the beginning, I said this letter will never see the light of day, just based upon the first paragraph. I thought it was, in part, an exercise there was a cathartic quality to it. Get our arguments out. Let's know what we're saying. Let's understand where we are. And I thought that maybe there was some benefit to doing that. And in my career, there have been plenty of times when I've drafted things at the request of a client, or a client has drafted something for me that really I understood that was the purpose. And I felt like that may be what this is when I read it, especially after reading the first paragraph. And I don't, other than that, recall my reaction, other than at some point I rewrote it, or I edited it. I don't know if I rewrote it. I certainly did edits and removed things and added other things and changed language.
If you want to go to tab 20.
Yeah.
So this, it comes back from you with some revisions and comments.
Yeah. Yes.
And I think you put on the second page in square brackets a paragraph about her political campaign consultant is a consultant to Jumaane Williams.
Yeah.
And that she's supported by lawyers and a financial backer of Donald Trump. And do you remember putting those in square brackets and italics?
Yeah, I've got to look back to see if that was in the original letter. I don't remember. I mean, I'll take your word for it. If it was in the original letter, it either was in the original letter or somebody said to me, hey, why don't we put this in? And I put it in as an option. I mean, I think I even said it, right? It says option. I've now lost the original. Hang on one second.
And is that something you thought would be a good idea to potentially include?
If I thought it was a good idea to include it, I wouldn't have put it as an option. I would have put it in.
And what did you heard about her, a political consultant being a consultant to Jumaane Williams?
I think the sum total of what I had heard is probably expressed in
From
those lines.
somewhere, you heard it from someone else.
Yeah, I heard it from somewhere else, and I'm not sure who it was. But I thought it was beside the point. And I actually thought, as I'm reading this, that isn't the issue. And so you can have it as an option. If somebody is going to actually send this letter or publish it somewhere, I mean, you can consider it, but it struck me as sort of didn't belong in the letter.
And then there's a next paragraph about the text that Ms. Boylan had sent about the executive order truncating the petition period. You say, I would give this piece to a reporter rather than include it in the letter.
Yeah.
Do you know, why did you recommend that?
Because standing alone, it sounds both self-serving, and it's so hard to explain that if this, in fact, happened, and it sure seemed like it happened because by that point, apparently, I had the tweet, it's easy enough to tell a reporter, hey, look, why don't you look into this? Let the reporter actually do some investigation, and then there'll be a story. And that strikes me as a far more effective way to proceed with this, if this is where you're going, than putting it in a letter that's drafted by your allies. And by the way, again, just from a standpoint, and part of this is I'm reading this as an editor. And as an editor, you lose yourself in this paragraph, and you say to yourself, like, what's the point? I don't fully understand this. It takes so long to explain this versus sort of the other more simple points. So I think that's what I was thinking.
And so you, even though you didn't think this letter would see the light of day, you're going through and revising it and
Yeah.
comments.
Yeah.
Okay, and others doing the same?
Well, I got it from people that apparently spent time writing it. I knew by this point that certainly, I mean, the people who are on here, I think Linda Lacewell, I think I may have spoken to her about it. I spoke to Melissa DeRosa about it. In fact, I think they called me and said, would you please take a look at it? Because I hadn't responded. I don't know how much time passed between my sending this back and my receiving that draft, but it would have been prompted by somebody saying, the equivalent of, would you please read what we sent you, and would you please respond? And then I knew by this time that Robbie Kaplan had both looked at it, and then I learned she's on here, and when I responded, I think I got a quick response from her to my edits, basically making it clear to me that she had previously seen it, which I think I knew, because I think I'd spoken to her about it.
And you'd mentioned the one conversation with her about it, and that was that she was comfortable with it if it went out?
Yes, and again, I'm not sure the timing, and there probably were many is probably a bad word. There were several conversations with Robbie. Among other things, it was about a response and about how to think about the Lindsay allegations, and knowing that she was comfortable with the response was something that was significant to me.
And then, what's your understanding of what was done with this letter?
Well, I don't specifically recall, although I think there were conversations with various people who were mentioned in the letter in that first paragraph.
The former, the current, or the
Yeah.
former executives of the former employees?
Yeah, in fact, let me, if I can, I've now lost it, 17, right? Yeah, so it's Danny Lever, Kathy Calhoun, that was the person I couldn't remember, and Alfonso David. And again, you can't send this letter out without them obviously agreeing and making it their letter and making sure they're comfortable with it. And I don't know what the back and forth was, but I'm fairly certain they would have had a hard time getting the organizations they worked for to agree to this. And at some point, I never heard about the letter again.
Did you reach out to anyone to share the substance of the letter with?
I don't believe so. It's within the realm of possibility that I would have spoken about it. But she's the only person I believe I would have spoken to.
Do you remember what her response was?
I'm not even sure I spoke to her. But over the years, I have learned that the partner at Gibson, and Gibson is not interested in getting involved in any kind of dispute that might involve any kind of legal matter where they may practice in or there may be reputational fallout. And so, although I don't remember if it was in this context, I know that Gibson was reluctant to have participate in anything related to this.
Was there a discussion also about a potential second letter or shorter letter?
I don't recall a second letter.
Okay. Can you take a look at tab 23?
Yes.
And Melissa DeRosa sends around the substance of a letter that people issued in connection with Tom Brokaw, it looks like.
Yeah, I didn't think of this as a letter, although clearly it's in Melissa's draft or whatever this is. It's referred to as a letter. I thought of it as a petition because I think that's what Brokaw did when Brokaw was accused of sexual harassment. And I don't remember the specifics of the allegation against Tom Brokaw. A number of former employees signed. I mean, again, I think of it as a petition because there were a lot of people who signed on to that, basically saying we've known Tom Brokaw for years. We worked with him in a variety of capacities, and this just didn't happen. Isn't consistent with the conduct that we witnessed over a bumpity-bump number of years. And so that's what this was, and it had been discussed, again, as I understood it, as a petition, not as a letter. And I don't recall what happened. Although I thought, again, my view at the time was that this was impractical.
And did you participate at all in reaching out to former employees of the executive chamber?
No.
Do you know if they ever, a letter of any kind ever came out in response?
I don't believe so.
And then following the December timeframe, now just to put the timing in perspective, there's the December tweets and then this flurry of activity and how to respond. There's late February, February 24th, she details some of the allegations in a Medium piece.
Yeah.
Between those periods, how often are you in touch with people in the executive chamber about Lindsay Boylan or any allegations of sexual harassment?
The best way I can characterize it is it simmers down. So what was a flurry of activity doesn't go away completely, but it does simmer down. We have the holidays intervening, which in and of itself becomes sort of a reason to sort of not be dealing with all of this. I also at the time was back and forth from DC a lot. I'm trying to remember when those trips were, but went down to DC for some family issues. And I tended to ignore everybody when I was down there. But I recall that, until February, things were relatively calm, but there was percolating, unrelated to all of this, issues involving the nursing home matter. And I really wasn't involved at that until mid-February or whenever the event is. There is an event that sort of puts it on the front page of various newspapers. But there was a lot of back and forth, I think between myself and probably Melissa, about sort of things in general in the administration. And I tried to be helpful.
And you had mentioned earlier that post-COVID, you have more interactions with the executive chamber. In what context do those interactions occur?
Well, a few weeks after the shutdown, I had been talking to, I think I spoke to the governor himself once or twice, and I was speaking to Melissa. There was a real concern that they just didn't have many people up in Albany, and they were in the middle of a crisis. And so I called and offered to help. Simultaneously, my relationship with McAndrews and Forbes changes, or had changed. I mean, this is now, I'm trying to remember the timing. So this is 2020. In March, April, May. And so I offered to get involved. Originally, I think it was in connection with trying to locate personal protective equipment. And I said that I thought they were making a mistake because everybody was cloistered up in Albany. And I just thought, from a management perspective, that's a problem. And I said, look, I'm at McAndrews and Forbes. We have a lot of space here. I have people that I can bring in a responsible way, because we have enough room to distance people. Do you want me to get involved and help identify sources of PPE? And that's how the conversation started. And so once you open that door, inevitably, I guess I went in with my eyes open. And then I get a call saying, hey, can you come to Albany? And who was one of the former secretaries to the governor are asked to go to Albany, and we learn that the governor wants us to take responsibility for something that becomes New York Forward, which is the reopening. The idea is we're shutting down, but let's plan on how we're going to reopen things, what the rules will be, what the guidelines will be. And so I get up to Albany, and this is now announced. And so as a result of that, I'm now interacting with a whole lot of people about a variety of things involving guidelines to reopen and other sort of health and safety issues. So that's March, April. By July, a year ago, I've decided, and it's mutual, that I want to alter my relationship with McAndrews. I had been there at that point, I think, 8 years, which I think is close to a record of as long as I've been anywhere. And was perfectly gracious. We agreed that I could step back, that I'd stay on sort of doing certain things and as a consultant, but the relationship would be altered. So now I have a lot more time on my hands. And so I offer to the governor, look, I'll give you 6 months, maybe even a little longer, where I'm happy to give you in some fashion a piece of my time. And I tell them, with a preference towards working on what I think are critical issues related to economic development, because again, we're still mid-COVID and people are saying, like, what happens next? And so it turns out that the head of ESD, another just a coincidence, Howard Zemsky, wanted to step down, had given up being CEO, and was now just the chair. And so they say, well, would you consider being the chair of ESD? I said, yeah. And so now I'm the chair of ESD, And so, again, slightly more interaction. So as that year goes by, as that COVID year goes by, separate and apart from the issues related to Lindsay Boylan, I'm now back in that world a little more than I have been in a decade. And so I think in particular with Melissa, I was an easy phone call because I had been there, I understood the governor, I understood the pressure she was under, and so then there are a series of phone calls that I'm having.
And so and that's what's going on in this time period also between
Yeah,
December and February?
yeah, and I don't remember the specific issues, but there were issues, and then in February, I think it's early February, Melissa has the Zoom meeting with members of the Democratic caucus in the legislature, which then becomes, this tempest of its own related to comments she made about a nursing home report that had been issued, in I think July of the prior year, and about the governor's nursing home order, which I think was in March of 2020. So when that happens, I basically, I'm calling to basically ask, are you all right? Is there anything I can do to help you manage this?
And do you remember anything specific happening with respect to Lindsay Boylan and her allegations between the December and her Medium article?
Not that I recall.
So
The next looming event in my mind is the Medium article.
Okay, so you can turn to tab 24.
Yeah. 24 is the Brokaw thing, right?
Sorry.
Oh, no, you may be right.
24 is, so,
Yep, I got it. My 24 has nothing. Oh, no.
24A, sorry.
I got you.
A and B. So it's a text chat chain, and then it attaches a tweet from Lindsay Boylan from January 31.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember this exchange?
No.
We have,
Well, it should be 24A and then 24B.
yeah, I'm sorry.
And Linda Lacewell says, really dumb to loop you and Rich into her hatred of AMC. The depth of her nastiness and self-delusion is bottomless.
Yeah.
Do you remember any discussions around this beyond what's in this text?
No, but if I look at the tweet,
Yeah.
which I guess is being referred to, which I assume is 24B,
Yep.
no idea. And no recollection of this at all.
Okay. How about 25? Just another text from about a week later, or 9 days later, February 9th.
And I assume, do we have this, whatever it is that I'm referring to?
It's not attached to this.
I don't see it. Yeah, I don't know what this is referring
Okay.
to.
And then, so prior to the Medium piece, was there discussions that about the governor issuing a statement about Lindsay Boylan?
There may have been, I don't recall, other than I think this morning we looked at some at least press responses, potential
Right.
press
Yeah.
responses.
That. Other than that,
I don't recall.
so can you take a look at 26?
Sure.
So to give you a time frame, February 24th is when the Medium piece comes out.
Yeah.
And here, it looks to be an exchange among a number of you and Richard Azzopardi first writes, she is disgruntled former employee who quit after being counseled on multiple harassment complaints against coworkers and subordinates. She later asked to return to chamber, and that request was not granted. And then you edit it,
Yeah.
and then at the top, Josh Lasso says, please don't send this, please, please, please.
Yeah.
Do you remember this exchange and what it was about? And in response to?
I don't know what prompted this, but something must have prompted this. But I don't recall, I mean, on February 21st, what it was in particular. My edits basically are just building out what already I think was the position of the administration, which was if you're going to say it, say it. I don't know what the he did not, he read it to me is in reference to. And then this was Josh's general view of this, which was all you're doing is drawing attention. I think his view was that every time or any time you do anything in this area, you're basically playing into a scenario where you're going to get more attention, not less, and you're going to encourage Lindsey Boylan to tweet more. By the way, I think that was a compelling argument he was making. I think I probably spoke to him about these kind of things. I don't remember the specific conversations, but Josh and I spoke frequently, and I'm sure that was his position, and I'm sure that he was right.
And did you speak regularly with Josh Lasso during this time period?
Yeah, regularly is probably the wrong word because it suggests that there was a routine to it, but I did speak to him often.
And what was his view on the overall response to Lindsey Boylan?
Big mistake. Don't respond to her.
Don't respond to her.
Let it go. Let it go.
And over time, did Josh Vlasto's role in sort of responding to not just Lindsey Boylan, but the overall allegations change?
I think Josh and I had a tendency to just check out, which is why, there will be strings of emails where he and I will both be on. I'm sure he has his own that I'm not on. I'm sure I have my own where he's not on, where we just don't respond. And I think Josh's view was, you're wasting my time on this, enough already. And and Josh is, when it comes to communications, is one of sort of the best communications people I've ever worked with. And Josh's view was, what you're doing, put aside the substance. It's self-defeating because you're dealing with somebody who has a limited number of Twitter followers, and every time you respond, you have a lot of Twitter followers, and you are going to drive people to her, and you're going to drive reporters to her, and just leave it alone. That I think was his general view of all of this.
Is there any reason why you would check out?
Look, what's the easiest way to put this? Number one, I'm busy. I was actually doing other things. Number two, I didn't disagree with Josh. And number three, the frequency of the activity at times. I mean, it would be in spurts, but I found it both unproductive, and I found it took too much time to follow. I mean, I'm sure to the extent I've responded to some of this stuff, oftentimes I'm saying, I'm not sure what's going on here, because it would be, these viral emails, or more often texts, and my general rule is, if it's worth having these conversations, get on a phone and let's have a conversation. But let's not operate by text. And there was a degree of frustration, I think, that set in with a number of people who were involved because of those tendencies.
Did you ever ask to no longer be included in these communications?
I don't recall.
Okay.
Did there come a time when Josh Vlasto expressed the view that, after Lindsey Bull and a number of the other allegations, that the response was too negative and attacking of complainants and others?
He may well have. I just don't recall.
So do you remember how you learned about the Medium article?
I don't recall specifically, but I actually think I was in Albany at the time. There was, around that time, I went up to Albany for what I thought was going to be a day. It turned out being 3 days, or 4 days. And I think it came out when I was there, and it would have been part of a conversation with the governor and perhaps Melissa and perhaps Stephanie Benton.
And in this time period, had you gone up to the mansion before that?
No, I hadn't been up to Albany, and let me think about that for a second, but it had probably been years since I'd been up in Albany.
So this was the first time in a long time.
Oh, yeah.
And you stayed overnight?
I ended up staying overnight.
And who else was there?
I was told that Larry Schwartz was there, another former secretary of the governor, but I never saw him the whole time I was there. At one point, Maggie Moran came, and then she left. And as far as I know, that was it.
And what was the reason for going up there?
It was related to the issues involving Melissa and the legislature. When Melissa made the statement to the members of the Democratic caucus on that Zoom call, sort of things were getting worse and worse. And I said to her, at any point, if you think it's helpful for me to come and we can talk, or if you think there's a benefit for me coming up and talking to the governor, let me know. And at some point, I think it was the weekend before I went, she called and said, I really would appreciate it if you'd come up. And so I think it was on a Monday, I went up to Albany.
Okay. And was it while you were up there that the Medium piece came
I
out?
believe so.
So what do you remember about it?
I just remember that it was published. It had far more detail. I mean, it actually had detail, is probably the way I should put it. And that prompted a conversation with the governor, which I think I am not to get into.
Was that one-on-one you had?
Yeah, I would have spoken to him. I mean, there were a number of conversations, but in particular, there was a one-on-one conversation.
And then what did you do, or what were you part of in terms of responding to that piece?
I think there was, and again, I don't recall the specifics, but there was a question of whether or not he should put out something, shouldn't put out something. I'm sure there were drafts that were circulated. I think there were, I recall in particular, there was an airplane, a vignette about the airplane. There was an effort to respond to that. And although I was there, I'm sure I participated in some of those conversations. I wasn't deeply involved in this, because at the same time the notion was that the governor wanted to deal with the nursing home claims and that March nursing home order. So I was actually up there now enlisted to work on that, and there had been a lengthy document that had been prepared that was a letter. And I mean, again, I read it and said, unrelated to Lindsey Bull, and I said, this letter is never going out in this form. But I got involved in rewriting the letter and coordinating with Elkin Abramowitz, who was the governor's counsel, or the governor's office counsel for that matter, and trying to come up with a strategy on how to respond and distill the governor's view of that, which ultimately led to me releasing a statement, which instead of being 12 pages, I think it ended up being about 4 pages on a Thursday, on that Thursday that I did from Albany.
And did you end up being asked about it yourself and giving an answer up there in Albany?
When you say it, tell me what.
The allegation, Lindsey Boylan's allegation?
Yeah, so I did a press conference call, and I thought it was highly likely I was going to be asked about it. And the direction I was given by the folks in the communication office was, well, just don't answer. It's not it's not within the scope of what you're addressing. And I think after 2 or 3 attempts, somebody asked me a question that it would have been hard for me not to respond to, which is something along the lines of whether the conduct described by Lindsey Boylan was something similar to what I had experienced or seen when I worked for the governor. And I answered that question and basically said no, that in my experience I tried to stick to the notion that I was discussing what I had seen and what I had experienced when in Albany or when in the AG's office, and that ended up being the statement.
And did you have any personal knowledge of any of the allegations that Lindsey Boylan made in her Medium piece?
No, and again, I haven't looked at it in a long time, but I believe, by the way, the statement I made was not prepared. It was me speaking off the cuff. I thought I was careful to not suggest that I had any personal knowledge of Miss Boylan's specific allegations in the Medium piece, but was rather speaking to what I had witnessed and observed while I was in the AG's office and during my tenure in the governor's office.
Okay. So if you can turn to tab 28, which is the Medium piece. It's a long piece, obviously. If you go to the 3rd page, she talks about how, sorry, 2nd page, how her boss says that the governor had a crush on her, and then how Stephanie Benton told her that he said, look up Lisa Shield, you could be sisters, except you're the better looking sister. Did you know who Lisa Shield was?
No.
Did you discuss among the group about this allegation that Stephanie Benton had said this to her?
There was a conversation. I believe Stephanie Benton said she didn't recall sending this. I think that is, and I don't think this is privileged. Governor's there, Stephanie's there, and my recollection is that Stephanie didn't remember this.
She didn't remember. Was there a discussion that this was doctored, or
I don't recall that.
just that she didn't remember?
Yeah.
And then she also, Lindsey Boylan, that is, attaches questions about Howard Zemsky. Jill DeRosier asking Howard Zemsky about the whereabouts of his chief of staff, which was Lindsey Boylan at the time.
Yeah.
Any discussions you remember about this allegation in the group?
Yeah, I don't recall if this was when I was up in Albany or afterwards, but there was a general discussion about the fact that, and by the way, it was my experience as well, that there was a tendency to want to know where people were at all times, and that this seemed to be reflective of that general notion that, that senior members of the administration had to be available, and that you needed to know where they were. But by the way, not unlike what I experienced when I was at McAndrews and Forbes, your whereabouts had to be known.
Actually, going back on the early one, had you ever heard anyone else being compared to the governor's ex-girlfriends?
No. And again, I didn't know Lisa Shields was an ex-girlfriend of the governor.
Or anyone being compared to other women and being told that they're better looking?
No.
One?
No, never heard of that.
Or sister? There's a discussion later in the Medium piece about how she was called to the governor's office and was given a tour. Any discussions about that allegation?
Again, it's hard for me to distinguish what was discussed when I was in Albany and what was discussed afterwards, but generally there were conversations about the fact that a number of people had received, men and women, a similar tour, typically involving the Hall of Governors, sort of talking about the portrait of his father and the story behind the portrait of his father, and then the various memorabilia in his office, which included the cigar box and included, I mean, again, I don't know why I remember it, but there are probably 10 other pieces, but the crossword puzzle.
You say men and women. Was there any discussion about the frequency with which any particular sex received this tour?
No.
Okay.
So the discussions were that other people had received it.
Yeah.
Not that anyone questioned her claim that she had received it as well.
Yeah, I don't recall anybody saying, oh, Lindsay never received that tour. What is she talking about? I think it was, as best I can recall, that was a sort of a routine thing that people would get this tour. Or I mean, tour overstates it. I mean, would be walk through, you'd see the governors, the portraits, the Hall of Governors, and then, there are, within that office, there is this sort of private conference room, and then the governor's office that's attached to the Red Room. And it's that governor's office, which I think was both Mario's office and FDR's office. And that conference room is where a lot of the memorabilia is. But I don't recall anybody saying, Lindsay never received that. What is she talking about? No.
How about any discussion about how routine or regular it was for people to be called out of events and sent up to the office for the tour?
I can't link the two, but, and I apologize for smiling, the notion of being interrupted and called out of events, being called out of meetings, being pulled off phone calls was routine. The purpose of those things, I think, varied, but that piece of it, I mean, there's nothing unusual or exceptional about that. That happened. I would dare say it happened every day. In terms of being called to come over to the governor's office, that happened when he was up there every day. Being called over to have a tour.
Specifically for a tour?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. And again, remember my experience, is a grand total of, I mean, it was 7 months or 8 months as secretary to the governor, but that was not all spent in Albany. A portion of that was also, and again, the world was very different then, so I just don't know.
How about the others who were part of this group? Anyone talk about?
I don't
that
recall. I don't recall.
How about discussions about her allegation that he kissed her on the lips?
Can we take a 15-second break?
Sure.
Want to do longer and just take a
Yeah, sure. Let's take a.
five, 6?
Time now is 2:25 p.m. This includes media. 6 off the record.
Trying to keep myself out of trouble.
Time now is 2:36 p.m. Begins media 7 on the record.
I think when we went on break, the question was, how about discussions about her allegation that he kissed her on the lips?
Yeah, and there were, while I was in Albany, there were a series of conversations, sometimes one-on-one with the governor, but sometimes in the presence of other people. In particular, Stephanie Benton, and from time to time, Melissa DeRosa, and we went through many of the allegations in the Medium article. And the governor said that didn't happen. And with respect to the kissing her on the lips, he said it did not happen.
He said none of the allegations in the Medium article happened?
Well, it wasn't discussed that way. It was, I think, discussed by particular allegation. I mean, there are things that certainly in this article I'm sure are true. I'm sure she had, as we discussed a moment ago, I'm sure she did have a tour of whether it was the Hall of Governors or the governor's office. There's no question that she was up in, I can't remember where that event was that's described in here. She was clearly there, but the substantive allegations, he said, simply were not true.
And by substantive allegations, meaning what?
The conduct that would be characterized as harassing conduct or inappropriate conduct.
And did he identify which ones those would be?
Yeah, again, my recollection is, and as I sit here today, I haven't read this in a couple of months, but it would be, I'd have to actually specifically go through this.
The strip poker comment?
Yeah, it said it didn't happen. Never said it didn't happen. No question she was, I think she was on the plane, but they were on the plane with a number of people, and it didn't happen. No kissing on the lips. No, there's somewhere in here where it's, I think there's something about, you can't tell anybody about this or some such thing. I thought that was in here. But he said it just wasn't true.
How about the flowers on Valentine's?
Yeah, that's a good example. I think he sent, and again, I'm hearing all of this secondhand. I obviously wasn't there, but I heard that the governor did send to the women senior staff members flowers on Valentine's Day, or a flower on Valentine's Day. I don't recall which it was. And so that certainly did happen, but it wasn't just about Ms. Boylan.
Had you ever...
In June, the line we just drew, so it's clear, is between things that were said in a group and things that were said separately. I'm not saying that what was said separately differed in any way, but just to hold the privilege, so those were all group conversations.
Understood. Had you ever heard previously the governor ever talk about strip poker or ever mention those words?
No.
But the discussion of strip poker, is that any more or less suggestive than discussions you had previously heard him have with people, including, for example?
Yeah, I think it's different in nature. I think being which is sort of the import of I think what is being alleged in the medium, that you're in close quarters, you're confined, and suddenly the suggestion is, let's play strip poker. That was nothing like the conversations.
Even as a joke, he had never made jokes of that nature?
He may have, but not in my presence. That nature is a very broad characterization, but nothing like the strip poker line.
Anything else you remember about things the governor said in the presence of others in response to Lindsey Boylan?
No, I think the best characterization is that he was surprised, and he expressed the notion that none of this is true. Not none of it, but that these specific allegations are not true.
Was he angry?
I wouldn't say he was angry. I think he was surprised. Really surprised.
And what do you recall of his reaction to the December tweets alleging that he had engaged in sexual harassment, meaning the ones around December 13th?
Yeah, the difference is I wasn't with him
Gotcha.
when that happened, which is, so I may have had a phone call or two, but you don't get the context, and you don't pick up. I don't want to use the word stunned, because I think it's too heavy a word, but whatever is slightly short of stunned, disbelief. But again, in those earlier ones, I'm not in a position to gauge what his reaction was.
So it's a stun and disbelief at the parts of the story that he denied.
Yeah.
Strip poker and
Almost stunned.
almost
Just shy of stunned.
just shy of stun. Because some of what she said, neither he nor others questioned. They may have questioned the way she responded to it or took it, but the tour of the office or the rose and valentines, or did he claim that he had never commented on her appearance?
I don't recall discussing that.
So I guess the question is, was this his almost stunned reaction to those specific things versus those part of the story that even he and others seem to agree happened regularly?
No, I think he was reacting as somebody who was being accused of a course of conduct involving specific acts, including an unwanted effort to kiss somebody and other sort of inappropriate, and we're not talking about borderline issues, but sort of over the line conduct that he was behaving as if somebody who was being falsely accused of something. And he wasn't, at least in a group setting, I think he was put back about how does this happen and how do I respond to this? That's the best I can do in characterizing what his demeanor seemed to be.
And at this point in February, you had already heard about the allegations that Charlotte Bennett had made, right?
Yeah, again, I'm trying to figure out, there are two issues here. One is I don't recall the timing, but this is February. So I believe the answer is, to the extent I'm allowed to say what I did or didn't learn with respect to Charlotte Bennett, I think the likelihood is, can I do this?
Yeah, at the timing, I think you can do.
Yeah, I think the likelihood is I would have by then. Yeah.
In December, you had conversations with Judy Mogul.
Yeah, that's
about
probably
Charlotte
right.
Bennett.
Yeah, that's probably right.
And how did you end up? What do you remember about Judy Mogul reaching out to you to talk about Charlotte Bennett in December?
I think I have to draw a privilege line there. I mean,
How you
the
learned-
question, what?
Yeah, how you came to talk to Judy Mogul?
Oh, if it's, did Judy reach out to you? Did you reach out to Judy about it?
Judy would routinely call me on a number of issues. I got a call from Judy one day. She said she wanted to talk to me about something. That's how it would have been. And again, can't specifically say when. I mean, December makes sense as you look at the timeline. And we would have met. I
Met
think
in
actually,
person?
I believe we met in person. I'm not certain, but I think we may have met in person.
And who else was part of that discussion with Judy Mogul?
I'd be guessing. The range of possibilities are Beth Garvey or Linda Lacewell. I think that would be it. But I have no specific recollection of who was there. But that's sort of the universe of who could conceivably have been there.
And at that point, you had learned that Charlotte Bennett had been moved from her position because of interactions with the governor.
And that I have to say, I think you have to take the privilege on. I've just been told that what was said in that conversation is privileged, and what he learned is therefore privileged. And I apologize, but we've told to draw the line.
Did you know who Charlotte Bennett was before you had that conversation with Judy Mogul?
No.
Any other conversations? Was it one conversation with Judy Mogul about Charlotte Bennett?
I believe, to the best of my recollection, it was one conversation.
Are you aware of any sort of changes in practices in the executive chamber following the allegations made by Charlotte Bennett?
The only way I would know is if either Judy or somebody else told me, because I'm not there.
Right.
So it's a hard question for me to answer without, I think, implicitly, revealing what I think the position of the governor's office is privileged. But I would have no firsthand knowledge.
And you may assert privilege over this. Did Judy Mogul give you a sense of whether she found Charlotte Bennett to be credible?
Can't answer that.
So when the governor, in any of the meetings that, other than just you and the governor in private, was talking about Lindsey Boylan following the Medium article, did anyone raise Charlotte Bennett?
That's a fair question.
Yeah, I believe Charlotte Bennett was discussed.
Okay, and who raised Charlotte Bennett?
I don't recall.
And what was discussed about Charlotte Bennett?
The general view was that the issues involving Charlotte Bennett let me go slow here because I'm not good on this chronology, and I know that the Lindsey Boylan issue Medium comes first, I believe, and then Charlotte Bennett comes second. So at some point, the Charlotte Bennett events, whatever you want to call them, are in the public. And I just don't know how much time passed between those two events. And I don't recall if before the Charlotte Bennett issue became public or before there was notice that it was going to be public, it was discussed in connection with Lindsey Boylan. My sense as I sit here today is it wasn't, but it was a very short period of time between those two events. And that once you know the Charlotte Bennett event is going to be public, and I think there was a call, a press call from, I think the Times had the story, so it would have been the Times saying, either tomorrow or later today, we're gonna break this story. These are the details. Do you care to comment? Once that happened, then it obviously was discussed, and I don't want to be wrong about sort of how it played out.
To your recollection, between the time you talked about Charlotte Bennett with Judy Mogul and the time it became public in the Times, do you remember any discussions about Charlotte Bennett?
I suspect there were, but I don't have a specific recollection of what they were. And they would have been with Judy, and again, it's that same group. Melissa, perhaps Melissa, Beth Garvey, and Linda Lacewell.
And in those group discussions, not one-on-one with the governor, did anyone talk about their view of the credibility of Charlotte Bennett's?
And I've got to invoke a privilege again.
Even for group conversations?
With that group, yeah.
Because it includes
Judy, I think.
Mogul?
Yeah.
And so what do you remember? Were you still at the mansion when Charlotte Bennett's allegation first became public?
I don't think so. And I'm going on, I'll tell you my thinking, so feel free to parse it. After the press conference call, which was on Thursday, within an hour of that call ending, I left. And I wasn't asked about Charlotte Bennett in that call, so it seems to me not likely that story broke when I was up in Albany. But again, it was, I can figure out the date. We know the date of the Medium, and the Thursday following the Medium story, I left.
So if you look at tab 29, the Daily News, and it quotes you, a longtime advisor and ally of Governor Cuomo, defended his old boss Thursday as someone who demands excellence, and said he has never seen anything of the like. And so you think right after that statement,
Yeah, whatever that week, I don't know if that story, my guess is that story breaks on the next day. I would think that's if this is the print publication, or maybe it posted on the 23rd. If somebody has a calendar, we can figure it out. But the 20th, whatever the Thursday is, I leave
and
that
if
day.
if you look at tab 34 is the New York Times article, which is February 27th, Lindsay Boylan, 2 days later.
Okay. February 27th, and this is February 20, yeah, I wasn't in Albany. I mean, I don't know what the dates are, but if that is breaking February 23rd, I'm leaving either the 22nd or the 23rd. And this is February 27th, so I'm back in New York.
And so I'm just going to correct you.
Yeah.
But then you have to confirm it so that
Yeah.
I'm not testifying. Your press conference is on the 25th,
Okay,
which is the same day of the Daily News story.
okay.
And then the 27th is when the story breaks. So you're still left.
Yes, that would be correct. Whatever the day of that press conference call is the day I leave Albany. So if that was Thursday, this is now the 27th. If that's the 25th,
Saturday.
it's Saturday. And so I'm not in Albany.
So, following the Medium article, are you part of discussions about drafting some statements for the governor to potentially make?
Yes, I believe I received statements, and I don't know if I may have commented. I wasn't extensively involved, but I was part of sort of the distribution of these things.
So if you want to look at tab 31,
Yeah.
there's a long statement, and you receive it. How was this drafted? Do you know?
I don't.
Okay. And generally, as a practice, so Stephanie Benton sends it to Melissa DeRosa and Judy Mogul. What's your understanding of if Stephanie Benton's sending something, what that means?
It means it could mean one of a number of things. It could mean that somebody gave it to Stephanie to show to the governor, and the governor now says, send it out. It could mean that Melissa went to Stephanie and said, send it out. I think it's less likely that Peter Adjemian or Rich as a party would have gone to Stephanie to send it out, unless there was a reason to try to keep it within a very small circle of people. But more often than not, it would mean that, again, not saying they drafted it, but that it would have been at the behest of Melissa or the governor that it was being distributed.
So Stephanie Benton often sent things on behalf of the governor
Yes.
because the governor didn't use email.
I don't know if he used email. I never used email with him, and I don't recall ever receiving an email from him.
You've received texts on the phone.
Sporadically, few and far between.
Even at the Attorney General's office?
At the Attorney General's office, I would have had a BlackBerry, and although there were from time to time emails that were sent, more often than not, by the way, I don't recall anybody texting back then. It's long enough ago that I think most people had flip phones, not iPhones. So texting was just too hard and too cumbersome. But I believe most of the communication of sort of the nature of something that was confidential privilege would have come as a BlackBerry pin.
Do you recall if the governor had an email address when he worked at when he was Attorney General?
I don't specifically recall, but with that said, I am sure he had an email address, and I'm sure that somebody monitored the email address, and that there might have been official business that he sent something out, but it wasn't something that he, to my recollection, used regularly.
So if you got an email from Stephanie Benton, it's you understood it to be coming from the governor or maybe Melissa DeRosa.
Yes, in the sense that it didn't mean they drafted something or that they
They
were.
wanted you to get it.
But they wanted me to get it right.
Any particular involvement you remember in drafting this statement, which is long? So let me strike that. What do you remember? What the context of this was? Like, where was he gonna say this, or?
No. No, I don't remember this one at all.
Do you remember at this point discussions about maybe having another attempt to get that letter drafted from former employees of the executive chamber?
I don't recall that.
Turn to tab 32. There's a text. Maria sent me below, hi, what is the status with surrogates? Can Steve Cohen get booked? Can any of the staff who were on the plane speak with the press, et cetera, et cetera? Do you remember this exchange?
Do you know who Dad is? Because
Yeah, Dad is, it's Richard Bamberger. I mean, I don't know why it's Dad, but it's,
If
Yeah.
you look below where it says
Device
date
owner.
information,
Yeah. So, so the Maria is Maria Cuomo, I'm assuming. And I think I was on, and I thought I produced it, a similar sort of text that I think came from Maria Cuomo. It may have come from Madeline and Maria. And I recall that I would periodically get these inquiries. Madeline Cuomo Cole and Maria Cuomo O'Donoghue are the governor's sisters. And as I said before, I've known the family, in various ways for years. And from time to time, they would text me, Madeline more often than Maria. And so I think this was an instance in which the sisters thought that more should be done, and I did receive something similar to this, which I don't believe I responded to, or said if I did respond, I would have said I'll pass it along to the lawyers, and I didn't do anything about it.
so you don't remember being a part of discussions about reviving that effort to get
No.
it?
No.
On the second page of this, it becomes referred to as the Steve Cohen letter. Do you know how it came to be known as the Steve Cohen
I
letter?
have no idea.
You were not a bigger proponent of that than anyone else.
Where is it referred to as the Steve Cohen letter?
Page 2,
Page 2.
306 at the bottom, Bates.
Hold on one second. Yeah, unless there are other instances in which it's referred to as the Steve Cohen letter, my guess is, and it's just that, but I'm going to guess, is that somebody sent my draft version to Rich Bamberger and said this is Steve's edits. And that's how, in Bamberger's mind, it would have been referred to as the Steve Cohen letter. I don't recall ever speaking to Rich Bamberger about my edited version. And as I said before, what I got was a draft that more or less was fully formed. I got it on an email from, I believe, Melissa, Robbie Kaplan, I think Linda Lacewell, if memory serves, of what I looked at earlier this morning. And I sent it back to that group. And so, how this has become my letter, again, it's news to me, and I wonder if that was just how Rich Bamberger was referring to it, unless there are other places where other people are calling it my letter.
you said earlier that Governor Cuomo's sisters thought more should be done. Was there anything, or do you have an understanding of what they thought should be done beyond more press messaging?
More Madeline than Maria. I had a couple of text exchanges from Maria. I don't recall. I think there may have been one call I had where Maria was on the call. but it was more Madeline who I thought believed that there needed to be a more robust response from the governor, thought that he, at that point, hadn't addressed the issue in the press, hadn't addressed it directly, and I think they were frustrated that he wasn't getting his say.
Anything else?
No. No, although, I'm trying to remember, I think it was Madeline. It was both Madeline and then there was a lawyer involved, both who had, designs on getting somebody to do an op-ed piece to support the governor. And I think I passed that along to, it probably was to either Rita Glavin or to, I think it was probably to Rita, both of those inquiries. And I think that's reflected in, and I remember it because I think it's in the text that I produced.
February 27 is when the Charlotte Bennett article comes out in the New York Times. Leading up to that, do you become aware that she is about to go public?
Well, I become aware when I think it was the Times called for comment, and then somebody told, somehow along the line I learned, I mean, in all candor sitting here, but for the dates I would have sort of merged in my mind that I would have thought I was in Albany, but I clearly wasn't. So somebody would have had to call me to say, the Times is breaking a piece involving Charlotte Bennett and this is what it's about. But I don't have a specific recollection of it.
And then what was your involvement at that time?
I certainly was on calls discussing what the appropriate response is. There is some point in time at which I get involved in what I think of as more sort of a traditional question of who is lawyering this, who is going to be the public-facing lawyer, who's going to represent the chamber to the extent the chamber needs counsel. Beth Garvey at the time was inundated and short of staff, and but at some point, and I don't know how early it was, I start thinking about those issues. And again, I'm not exactly sure when I turned to that.
And did you discuss Charlotte Bennett's allegations with the governor?
And there I have to invoke a privilege as to private conversations.
Any conversation I had with the governor about Charlotte Bennett, I believe, was one-on-one.
Any discussions that did the governor talk about Charlotte Bennett's allegations on any occasion now, other than when you were just one-on-one with him?
I don't recall that. I do recall that there were conversations with other people. There was a conversation with Robbie Kaplan. But I don't recall the governor being part of those conversations.
When you're having conversations with Robbie Kaplan about Charlotte Bennett, who is she representing?
I wasn't sure at the time. My understanding was she had some kind of relationship with the governor that were legal, or was legal in nature. But that was, as much as I knew, and it was sort of a brief conversation that I recall.
Did she seem aware of the Charlotte Bennett allegations?
The timing is the issue which I'm struggling with. She was aware, but it could have been because she read them in the New York Times.
You don't remember talking to her about Charlotte Bennett between the time Judy Mogul came to you and it becoming public?
I don't believe so.
So if you can turn to tab 35.
Yeah.
There's chain of emails where people draft possible statements. And Liz Smith is on some of these.
Yeah.
What's your understanding of Liz Smith's
Liz,
role?
yeah, Liz Smith had worked for the governor's campaign in 2018, I believe, and was one of the people that was regularly consulted in the same way that Josh Flasto and Rich Bamberger were about, in particular, press issues as well as social media issues. And so this was one of those moments where I don't know how it happened, but Liz was suddenly being looped into this stuff.
How about Jeff Pollock, who's also looped into this?
Yeah, so Jeff is a pollster and an advisor to the governor, has been for years. And similarly, and I know Jeff's sort of, in addition to through the governor, I know him separately. And so Jeff similarly started to appear around this time. And again, I don't know how that happened, but suddenly he was there, and frankly, I was welcome to have him.
And then so in here, there's various versions of this statement. And you see in the middle, page number 3373, Melissa DeRosa proposes a different approach.
3373. Yeah.
And she has sort of a statement that would go through at some length what Ms. Bennett talked to the governor about, the back and forth, and describes Ms. Bennett in the last paragraph as having approached an aide and requested to be transferred to a different position.
Yeah.
Do you know where Melissa DeRosa was getting this information when she was drafting this?
No.
Was the information here that she was proposing consistent with what you knew about the circumstances of Charlotte Bennett's move out of the executive chamber?
And I have to invoke again, June.
All you know about her, the circumstances of her departure, is what you learned from Judy Mogul.
Yeah. That series of conversations, yes.
Do you remember any discussions in a group setting, not one-on-one with the governor, about the way in which Charlotte Bennett's allegations should be handled or treated?
Treated after they're in the New York Times, or treated prior to the public statements by Ms. Bennett?
How about prior to the public statements?
Yeah, the answer to that is no. Again, without trying to avoid tripping over the wire. By the time I hear about this, I'm not going to say it's ancient history, but whatever transpired had transpired, and I knew that Ms. Bennett was no longer in the administration. And so there was really no issue about how you treat it, because my understanding was it was whatever happened had happened. So I wouldn't have had any opportunity, basis, or it wouldn't have been practical for me to be commenting on that. And it wasn't discussed.
How about after she went public?
That's, I think, the first time when a question arises, and there's a reference to it in here about bringing in somebody to investigate. You now have two allegations, to investigate the allegations.
And who raised that possibility?
taking all of these breaks, but as a hypothetical matter, to the extent the answer is me, there may be an answer, there may be a question about the timing and to whom I raised these things hypothetically. And I just think we're getting into a curious area for me.
Let's be real quick, because we may be able to just say me and move on if the answer is me.
Okay.
We'll be real quick.
Yep, okay. Sorry about this.
That's okay.
Time 3:13 p.m. concludes media 7 altogether.
We're,
We're not back.
Hold on. The time is 3:16 p.m. This begins media 8 on the record.
I think the question pending is whose idea was an investigation. And I think Steve can answer that question, and then I've got to sort of draw a line after that, because issues as to who should be appointed and the like, I'm told are privileged. But I think the question of whose idea it was is he can answer unless you think it waives something, but I'm okay with him answering. Go ahead.
So the answer is that, putting aside what I might have recommended or suggested privately, that there certainly was a time around this period when, to the group, I had said that it was probably wise to consider bringing in somebody to generally do an investigation of the allegations. I may not have been the only person recommending it. I think that certainly when I start discussing it, other people start discussing it as well. But you know, I certainly encourage that.
And what were some of the names that
And
were raised?
there I have to stop, though. I'd say it's bizarre, June, because you have some documents
Yeah, we
that
have
they've waived,
documents that-
waived on that
Yeah.
I don't get.
Including, obviously, Judge Jones, Robbie Kaplan, too.
I don't know that Robbie was discussed.
There are
but-
documents that have
Okay.
Robbie Kaplan as a possibility.
But I think I'm going to have to invoke. And I can't explain why you have those documents, given my marching orders.
Yeah, I think I can say, though, that there were a number of, that it was not a sort of a suggestion of one person and only one person.
Let's stop there. It's nice to see you.
I don't understand the line we're drawing, but it's not our line.
Not my line.
I think it's me.
And then was there, do you remember being in discussions about whether or not a referral should be made then to the Attorney General's office?
Yeah. My best recollection on this was it was an issue that began percolating, I think, in the public, as well as it may have been with the Governor's Counsel's office. I don't specifically recall sort of how the question ends up getting raised, but ultimately that gets raised, the idea of doing a referral.
Can you take a look at tab 40?
Yep.
And there's first a statement below from Governor Cuomo about Ms. Bennett.
Mm-hmm.
On that one, do you remember what role you played in the drafting of that statement?
I don't recall having any role drafting the statement.
And then how about the second statement from Beth Garvey
Yeah.
about
I'm sorry, I was referring to both of them. I don't recall. As I sit here today, I don't recall being involved in drafting this.
Okay. Had you reached out to Judge Jones about potentially serving in this capacity?
I think you're okay to answer.
Yeah, I did.
And was she prepared to?
She needed to run conflicts, which she did, but she was receptive to taking on the assignment.
Did you reach out to her on your own initiative, or did someone ask you to?
There was a consensus among a group of lawyers. Ultimately, I believe, obviously the governor agreed with it without betraying any confidences. We wouldn't have done it without approval. I think that's self-evident. And so the notion was that I should reach out to Judge Jones to see if now that she said she had cleared conflicts, if this was acceptable to her. She'd do it.
And then can you take a look at tab 41?
Yeah.
And there's a statement, a release from Attorney General James about a referral, and then Peter Jamian saying, "What the hell is going on?" to a group including you. What do you remember about this exchange and learning about the AG's statement?
I may be out of sequence, and I thought there was a statement, and it would help me remember the sequence. And again, I think there are two events that may be taking place almost side by side, or one is overtaking the other. So there was pushback, I know, from the AG's office, from the notion that we were going to retain Barbara Jones. And I think there was a general understanding, you've got to ask Peter Jamian about this, that the AG would be okay with us appointing somebody. And what my understanding is his statement of what the hell is going on, is that if there's an understanding that it will be okay to appoint somebody, or retain somebody technically, I don't think it was actually an appointment, then why are we suddenly seeing the AG asking for a Section 63 referral? And that was Peter's reaction.
And did you get an explanation for that?
No.
And around this same time period, were you involved in working on a statement that the governor was going to issue?
I'm sure I was involved in sort of being sent many statements,
Yeah.
working on them may, depending on the statement, may be too, give me too much involvement or credit.
Okay, and do you remember getting on calls where you're talking about potential statements?
Yeah.
If you can take a look at, actually, this is a little out of order, but 85.
A little out of order.
Yeah, I know. We put it in at the end. We had already made the binder.
That's okay. That's okay.
Yeah.
And this is an exchange. You, Steve, Melissa, and Stephanie Benton. Is Steve on with him? And you say, "I'm back with you now." Did you talk to him? Is the statement done? You say, "He says he's taking out the stuff that doesn't work and will resend. He understands he can't fight it being through AG."
I'm sure if I looked at some documents, I could figure out what the statement was at that time. But I suspect this refers to the notion, and I may be proven wrong by documents you show me, but I suspect this relates to the notion that that there was an agreement where the AG and the Chief Judge of the New York Court of Appeals, so Letitia James and Janet DeFiore, would agree to work together to select somebody who would be in the position that you are in now, as you know, a special deputy attorney general to conduct this, you know, an investigation of the allegations. And so I think Melissa wanted to know what the status of that was. But I assume, I don't know what the nomenclature on the right means in terms of the timestamps, because these times seem just
Yeah, no, they're late. I think it's Greenwich Mean Time. So 5 hours.
5 hours. So at 11:30 in the morning, right, this is going on, and there seems to be a view that, you know, I'm being pushed, is this done? Is there a statement? And that I don't know what the stuff is he doesn't like, because I have a hunch that what I did was edited something. I didn't generate it myself. And that I think there was, if I'm reading the last sentence correctly, the notion was that we would have the referral, and by the way, I think this actually is really a question of how you deal with Executive Law 63 and what provision is 63, whether it's 63.3, which didn't work. Should it be 63.8? As you know, 63.8 is kind of a clunky mechanism for this. And then I'm being told, I didn't know it myself, I assume it's the governor, understands that he can't fight it being through the AG, meaning that it's going to be a deputy attorney general appointment, that you can't do, the governor has no legal authority to appoint somebody to do an investigation. It's got to be through the AG, other than a Moreland, and Moreland doesn't work here. So I think that's what this is about, and it's a back and forth about what that announcement should say, but I'm not, as I sit there on whatever this date is, on February 28th, I'm trying to piece it together myself because I don't know what's going on in whatever conversations are taking place with the AG. I just know that I've spoken to, at that point, Janet DeFiore.
And at this point, you talking to the governor in person or
No.
by phone? You're you're away from.
Yeah.
And you,
I just for clarity's sake, after that February trip, I didn't go back to Albany.
okay. And you said you also spoke to Janet DeFiore?
I did.
Okay. And about what?
For completeness, there was a point in time when I was trying to put together a list of potential independent investigators or lawyers to do an independent investigation, and I thought it would be a bad idea to see if she had any ideas. That was earlier. And then I was asked to call her about this idea that she, along with AG James, would together select somebody for what turned out was going to be a referral. And so I spoke to her about it. I think it was 2 calls. The first was, I'm not even familiar with the judicial canon of ethics. I don't know what you can or can't do as a New York State judge. So first was to say, look, you may be asked if you're willing to do this. You know, I didn't want you to be blindsided. I don't know whether you can or can't do this. And then I got a call back that she had had a conversation with the counsel for the courts, and that it was perfectly okay to do it. And then I had a conversation with her saying something along the lines of, okay, it looks like we're going to do it, and it's going to be announced. And that would have been shortly before this exchange. So I would have talked to probably Chief Judge DeFiore that morning, and then it was, oh, it's going to be announced.
And whose idea was it to have that as an option? Janet DeFiore and...
I don't know whose idea it was. I mean, I think I probably talked to Melissa, who told me this was what they wanted to do.
And if you can go back now to tab 42.
Yeah.
It's the same day, 28th.
Yeah.
There's drafting over a statement. And then tab 43 is a statement that they say sending this out shortly. And then 44 is the statement. What role do you remember playing in drafting this statement?
I recall discussions about the statement, but in terms of participating in the actual drafting, I don't recall any role.
Did you have discussions with the governor about this statement?
There came a point where I did, but I don't know which of these various statements that those conversations would have taken place. I mean, it's what's happening now, and I think the email and text trail shows it, is that things are accelerating, and there's more than one thing going on now. I mean, this is a good example. It's the appointment. It's the, do you respond to Charlotte Bennett? What do you say? Do you, make a statement of contrition? And in connection with a number of those things, and the question of who's going to represent the governor if there's going to be an investigation, and who's going to represent the chamber. So there were a series of conversations I would have had separately with the governor about those things, but it's very hard for me sitting here today to tease out which was which and when they were over that relatively short period of time.
Yeah, there are a lot of things that start happening at the same time. So if you look at tab 45, you're on text now about the Gareth Rhodes wedding picture. Were you at the wedding?
I was.
And did you see any of the interactions?
No. The wedding was very crowded. It was at, I think, a place called Toro on the west side. And it was crowded. It was hot. There was an open bar and past hors d'oeuvres, but not a lot. And the servers were having trouble getting through the crowd because it was so it was not what I would call. I wish Gareth and his wife the best of luck. I was happy to be there. I was happy to say hello and give them my best. But this is not a place I was looking to linger. There was a general mob around the governor at the event, and so I waited. I felt like I had to see him and say hello. I did. I had to congratulate Gareth. I did, and then I left. So, I didn't see any of the things that led to the allegations.
Did you see the governor sort of hold or kiss anyone other than the? Oh, you didn't see.
Well, I saw him. I'm sure I kissed him. I'm sure he kissed me. I think there was a lot of sort of the governor's typical greeting going on. He was being treated at that event, I think it's fair to say, like a celebrity, and he was responding in kind. There were a lot of people taking selfies. There was a photographer, a lot of people lining up to be photographed with the governor, and his standard greeting in those events is to kiss somebody on the cheek, and I certainly witnessed that.
Okay.
And experienced it.
So in this, on 45, if you start at the bottom or at the end, which is the beginning, Jesse McKinley of the New York Times reaches out to Azzopardi and Jamie and say they're working on this article about Gareth Rhodes.
Mm-hmm.
Melissa DeRosa writes back, the governor has kissed and hugged and posed for photos with men and women alike at thousands of public events, et cetera, et cetera. Linda Lacewell says no, and you say agree with no. I think that's your only response in this chain.
I hate to say it, but it sounds consistent with my practice. Let me give him this.
And what was that? What was that practice?
To try not to engage in discussions generally on email that require some thought and nuance, and I tended not to be too heavily focused on the email traffics traffic or the texts unless somebody called me and said, you know, you better take a look at this. I don't know what it was about this one that drew my attention. But when I read this, hang on, do I have further? Yeah, I mean, Linda explains it, which is, what are you going to get into the business of every one of these allegations that come up? You're going to put out a statement explaining it. You've made your statement. Move on. And by the way, it's not addressing the allegation. And I don't like putting out, by the way, there is a disagreement about this, but I generally don't like, and you can, I'm sure you are talking to and have talked to and will talk to the press guys. The press guys in that world oftentimes put out things that, as a lawyer, make you a little cranky, is the word I'll use, because you're putting out a statement that's not responsive to the question. And I think oftentimes you're better off not saying anything if you're not going to be responsive to the question. And this also wasn't really responsive to what was being asked. Plus, you know, as Linda said here, what are you going to do every time there's a claim that he, you know, that the governor, you know, kissed somebody and that their view of it was inappropriate, that you're going to have to put out a statement? Well, you know, where does that end? So draw a line and don't do it. I don't know what happened, by the way. It may well be they put out the statement.
Did you, did anyone ask you to call Gareth Rhodes?
No.
Do you know Gareth?
Yeah, I do know Gareth. I'm not particularly close to Gareth. I mean, I've known him for a number of years, but I never worked with Gareth.
And were you part of any discussions about reaching out to Gareth Rhodes?
No.
Around this time period, did you come to learn that the governor was going to have a press conference where he was going to appear in public and probably have to respond to these allegations?
Yes, to more accurately characterize it, there was a notion, and I was part of that, that he is going to have to get out and address these allegations directly. So I wasn't the only person who held this view, but it wasn't as if, you know, in many of these things I'm learning about him and I'm not reacting. This one is one where I actually had a view and I expressed that view. And there were a number of people who agreed with my view.
And what was that view, that he needed to address it?
Yeah, that there comes a point in time when you're going to have to address this. You're going to have to go out and see the press. That there was a sense that the government was grinding to a halt. I don't know how else to characterize it. By the way, I don't believe that was true, but that was the perception. And so the governor needs to be seen and the governor needs to be heard. And when these kind of allegations are made, it's fair to wait a day or two or even three to think through what you want to say and how you're going to address them. But the public has the right to hear from the governor and hear them addressed directly. And that was my view. And they knew that was my view.
And was there a decision, or were there meetings that were held to prepare him for that?
There was, I don't know if it was a meeting or a series of meetings in Albany that took place, I think, over the weekend before what I think ended up being a Monday press conference.
But it sounds like you didn't go.
I did not go.
Okay, so if you look at tab 47.
Yeah.
Are we on for 4 p.m. in Albany? Please let me know. We'll have tests ready and find a room best for size of group. From Stephanie Benton.
Right.
And this group here, do you remember all of them being part of these discussions?
At various times, not necessarily all together, but at various times. And I think a number of these people went to the Albany prep session. I don't believe Josh Vlasto went. I don't know about the others. If my recollection serves, I think Jeff Pollack had a conflict. I think he went for part of it, but I don't recall the specifics of when he showed up or how long he was there.
And did you participate by phone then? Or?
No.
So you didn't participate at all?
There may have been a point where I got a call from somebody to ask about some issue. It didn't strike me as, whatever it wasn't particularly material. And at various times people called me from there, just telling me, oh yeah, we're meeting, or it started late, or, frankly, I can't believe I'm up here. I mean, so I got those kind of calls. A number of these people are my friends. And so I'm sure I also got calls saying, how did you manage to avoid being up here?
Mm-hmm. How did you manage?
And, I think my general approach at that point was, unless there's a real need for me to be in Albany, I'm not going to Albany. And I'd gone up for that, 3 to 4 day stint. And the idea of sitting in a car for 3.5 hours, I couldn't do it.
So did you participate at all in any substantive way in his prep, the governor's prep?
I think that there may have been there were 2 times he went out and did public, sort of addressed the public in a press release, in a press conference context. And I would have seen those drafts. I don't know how, I mean, again, with this number of people, I don't have a lot to add. I mean, you've got a bunch of people who really are professionals and know what they're doing on sort of the managing the message and what he says and how does he sound and look. That's not my expertise. So I thought, I don't really need to be weighing in here. I thought it was a little odd for me to be weighing in. There were 1 or 2 points, though, that I felt the need to sharpen the message or say, why are you saying that? And so I think I did weigh in, but to a limited extent. And I also knew that, by this point, I felt very strongly that if the AG was doing the investigation, you can have a denial, but you shouldn't be getting into the facts. You shouldn't be having your lawyers get into the facts in public. If you want to address the public on a factual issue, don't do it through your lawyer, do it yourself. You're not going to want to do it yourself, so don't do it. And that this is about, and your argument now should really turn to, this is about due process. And we have somebody looking at this. Governor says he didn't do anything wrong. Investigator is going to look at it. And either you believe in due process or you don't. And I thought that should be much more of the tone of what was being said. And I think that ends up getting baked in there somewhere.
Can you turn to tab 49?
Yeah.
And now the issue with Karen Hinton
Yeah.
has said things.
Yeah.
And you're copied on some emails about how to respond to that.
Yeah.
On the second page of this document, the reporter, Amy Brittain, says 2 male aides who worked for Cuomo over the course of his career says he berated them with explicit language, sometimes calling them pussies and sometimes saying you have no balls, among other comments. And Melissa Rose says we have officially jumped the shark. Had you heard the governor use terms like that?
No.
You'd never heard him say someone has no balls?
I once heard him say, in a joking manner, I don't think it was in front of a group, it may have been to me. trying to remember what the phrasing was. I'm going to get it wrong, but the suggestion was, this was in the AG's office, that either it was either me or we weren't being aggressive enough about something. He didn't say you don't have balls though, but it would have been, again, I'm going to guess it would have been something along those lines. Frankly, a little classier than that, but the import was the same.
And you hadn't seen him call anyone a pussy?
No, that I've never seen him call anybody a pussy.
And why was it your understanding that it was joking?
Because I had a relationship as the governor where we would oftentimes push each other and berate each other, and suggest that that you were being too timid on a difficult issue. But I never saw him, for example, in a staff meeting say that, or and certainly I never heard him call anybody a pussy.
With respect to you being too timid, was this in relation to a work assignment or some work task?
Given the passage of time, I'm now guessing. I mean, we're talking about 12 years ago.
All right.
Yeah.
At the top here, Judy Mogul says, blue highlighting is Caitlin. Caitlin, she asks, do you know who she was referring to?
I don't know if I knew at the time. I've heard the name Caitlin mentioned. I don't know who Caitlin is.
Okay. There's some other documents we'll show you on that.
Okay.
And then did you end up speaking with Amy Brittain?
No.
No? Washington Post?
No.
Okay, so did you speak with anyone at Washington Post?
No.
Okay. Can you look at tab 50?
Well, maybe I did.
So you say, Steve and I just did.
Maybe I
then
spoke to.
Maybe some of your commentary will jog your memory. You say, how was it? You say Rocky 3.
Yeah,
And then there you have some references to characters in Rocky 3 that maybe only some of us will remember. MDR as Clubber Lang.
If we spoke to anybody, it would have been, I would imagine it would have been Josh Dawsey. I don't know that other reporter. I mean, maybe they put me on the phone with the reporter. That's conceivable. I mean, over the past number of years, there have been times when there were press calls about something, having to do with sort of the governor's history and how he behaved, or, position he took, or how the office operated. And I'll get a call saying, would you get on a call with this reporter? And usually if it's something I can speak to, the answer would be yes. My guess is, on this one, it probably was because it was Karen Hinton. But sitting here, I obviously don't recall, because I didn't recall my rather witty characterizations of what went on.
Do you remember Melissa DeRosa getting beaten up?
No. And I'm not sure she was beaten up. I think
That's what I recall happening to Clubber Lang, but it's been a while.
Well, no, at first Clubber Lang wins, and then
Right, then
then he ultimately loses. I think I was sort of the reference was that she was tough. Meanwhile, I guess that I'm referring to myself as Mickey,
Who dies.
I love you, kid.
Melissa DeRosa used to run communications for the governor, right?
She was communications director. That's right.
So why would you need to be on the call?
Because if they wanted to address something with, for example, Karen Hinton, where it would have been prior to Melissa having firsthand knowledge, she probably would have said, hey, will you come and talk about the relationship the governor had with Karen Hinton, which is something that I'm capable of doing with firsthand knowledge. Now, I can't address the allegation, obviously, but there's a long history between Karen Hinton and the governor a falling out between the two of them. And my best guess is that's why they would want me on that call.
And what do you know? What do you know about, or how do you know Karen Hinton?
Karen is married to Howard Glazer. Howard is a friend of mine. I've known Howard for 35 years. And I met Karen through Howard probably in 2007 or 8 when we were in the AG's office. Karen then came and worked in the gubernatorial campaign for a short period of time. I got to know her there. And there was some notion that Karen would come into the administration, which didn't happen in 2011, but Howard did. And Howard, when I was secretary to the governor, he served as director of state operations and ultimately left and ultimately worked at a McAndrews company where he still is.
And what's your relationship like with Howard Glazer?
Good.
How about Karen Hinton?
Karen I really haven't been in contact much with Karen since then. They were living up and now live, I think part of it was to sort of have a change of location for her. So I really have had very little contact with Karen in the last, call it 4 or 5 years. There was a source of tension when Karen ultimately joined the de Blasio administration. She was there for about, I think, 9 or 10 months. I think while she was there, I probably talked to her. That may have been the last time I spoke to Karen.
What did you tell the Washington Post reporter about Karen Hinton?
That she has a long, contentious relationship with the governor, that she worked for him in HUD. By the way, I'm assuming this is what I said because this is what I have to say about the topic. That when I first met her, which would have been in 2006, 2007, there was no issue between the two of them. That Karen was very interested in coming back to work for the governor. That I saw no indication that there was any kind of animosity between the two of them, just the opposite. Then I know Karen was upset because she wasn't hired into the administration. I was surprised because I didn't know Karen wanted to be hired into the administration. Ultimately, she went to work for Bill de Blasio. There was a general sense that she was responsible for Mayor de Blasio's attack on the governor when he said he believes in vendettas. The governor believed that must have been coming from Karen. They had, to the extent their relationship was already bad, it got worse. That in all these years I've never heard any claim from either Karen or Howard that the governor ever acted inappropriately towards Karen. That would have been the gist of it. I'm surprised it wouldn't have involved speaking to Josh Dawsey, although sitting here I don't recall, because Josh Dawsey knows Karen well and knows the history. So that's what it would have been.
At this point, what were the allegations that Karen Hinton had made about the governor?
I've got to look to see.
Yeah.
What
I mean, it was that he hugged her in a hotel room
yeah, I think that was it.
in Los Angeles.
Yeah.
That made her feel uncomfortable.
Yeah, summoned me to a dimly lit hotel room, physically embraced, and following a work event, pulled away, and Cuomo pulled back towards his body, holding her before she broke away and left the room.
So your view that was false as well?
I don't know whether that was true or false. I had no reason to believe it was true. And it was news to me that I was hearing this for the first time after 20 years or however long I've known Howard and Karen. But I couldn't speak to the specific allegation. I could put the relationship in context, though, and I think that's what I was called upon to do.
Because you've seen the governor hug people, correct?
What she is describing is not the kind of hug that I've seen the governor give people. What she's describing is conduct that it's over a line. That's not what I've seen the governor do. What I've seen the governor do is give people the kind of embrace that is sort of socially acceptable or was before COVID. It's the kind of embrace that I would receive from the judges I clerked for. or any number of people that I'm friendly with that I don't see on a daily basis. It's the kind of hugs that my give their friends all the time. It's what my gave me when I last saw her. Nothing inappropriate. What's described here, at least as I imagine it, is something that made her feel, if you believe the allegation, uncomfortable. And that's different. So this was different than what I had seen the governor do. And again, I can't speak to whether it did or didn't happen. It was, I think it's 2000, it was 20 years ago. My point was there's a long history that these two have that is acrimonious. Karen is now writing a book. I think at this point we knew that she was writing a book called Penis Politics, and that both Bill de Blasio and Andrew Cuomo were going to be in the book as examples of practitioners of penis politics. And I thought, as reporters will often tell me, I'm not saying you have to draw any conclusion from all of this, but you may want to think about all of that in context before you credit her claim.
And then when you say that what you observed wasn't uncomfortable, that was just based on you on the outside looking at his embraces or the embraces he's had with you. You're not necessarily in these people's mind when they're getting hugged.
I can tell you that I absolutely appreciate the fact that different people have different thresholds. I actually have a pretty low threshold. In fact, sort of a joke with, which is no one's allowed to touch me. But sort of there's a general range. A friend of mine once jokingly said that I was going to see somebody he knew, and he couldn't go to his wedding. And he said, I want you to hug him like this. And he came over to me and hugged me. And after a good 3 count, when normally that hug would be over, he kept hugging me. And then he whispered in my ear, you see what I mean? And I mean, it's one of these things that stands out in my mind, because there was no doubt that what he wanted me to do was give his friend something that would make him feel uncomfortable. Now, I recognize people have a different threshold, but as a general matter, the hugs that I have received from Andrew Cuomo and Mario Cuomo, sort of within the norm of what I think most people would consider acceptable and appropriate, recognizing people have different thresholds. This is not that. What Karen Hinton is describing is decidedly not that.
June, 4 o'clock. Should we take 5 more minutes? And
Sure.
How are you on towards the finish? We can go off the record, I think, just for, if you're comfortable. Let's take a break.
Go off the records?
Yep.
No, I need an answer.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah, we can go off the record. Maybe 2 more.
Time's 3:58 p.m. Includes media aid off the record. Time now is 4:12 p.m. This begins media 9 on the record.
So when we took a break, we were talking about how you had not seen anything inappropriate by the governor, like what Karen Hinton had alleged.
Yes.
You also had not personally heard the governor ask someone about age differences in sex partners.
Correct.
You hadn't personally seen him ask a young staffer about her relationship status, had you?
That's right.
You hadn't seen her or heard of him, seen him or heard of him asking whether a young staffer had been with an older man.
That's correct.
And you hadn't seen or heard him say he'd be okay with anyone who's 22 or older.
That's correct.
Okay. And those were essentially Charlotte Bennett's allegations, as you understand them, right?
Yes, from the public reporting, that is what I understand her allegations to be.
And in anyone you've spoken to in the executive chamber, is there anyone who questioned Charlotte Bennett's version of what interaction she had with the governor?
better invoke privilege because it gets you into
Hold on.
Judy Mogul.
Say that again?
I think.
You got to say it again. I think you missed it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have to invoke the privilege again because I think it trenches on the conversations with Judy.
Other than in conversations that involve Judy Mogul, have you had any discussions with anyone in executive chamber about the credibility of Charlotte Bennett's allegations?
You can answer.
Other than speaking to Judy, the governor, putting aside Judy and the governor, I don't recall, and I guess Beth Garvey, I don't recall ever having a conversation with anybody who questioned Lindsay Boylan's veracity. I do recall people talking about, although I think this was probably publicly, the evolution of her story. But that's different than what you're asking.
And you said Lindsay Boylan, but you meant Charlotte Bennett.
I apologize, Charlotte Bennett.
And what have you heard about the evolution of her story?
I think that the suggestion has been that from the version that first appeared in the Times to whatever her interview was on, I think it was on CBS, to later statements that were made that the story had changed. That was sort of what I'd heard from a number of people. And I'm not, to be clear, I'm not saying that's right or wrong. An Amber Alert?
It's about heat, actually. People are supposed to limit energy use. So.
I'm going to go. I'm a little behind, obviously. All I was, let me get back on the. What I was about to say. I'm not suggesting that I have in any way analyzed that suggestion. It's just what I've heard.
And have you heard that that her story changed in relation to the allegation that the governor asked about age differences in partners?
No, and the assertion wasn't that specific. It was more of a generalized statement that, that it had evolved. And again, I didn't really follow up. It didn't strike me as being, at that point in time, a particularly productive conversation to have. If somebody's investigating it, my view was let them investigate.
In the other document, there was a mention of a Caitlin, and you said at some point you learned the name Caitlin.
Yeah.
How'd you learn her name?
It's hard for me to distinguish between conversations I would have had where the name might have come up with counsel, both this counsel and counsel for the governor. But independently, I don't think I know Caitlin. I'm sure I don't know Caitlin. And I don't recall anything specific about Caitlin.
Okay. Do you remember in December of 2020, shortly after Lindsay Boylan's tweets, having a discussion with Melissa DeRosa about Caitlin?
I might have. I think there were a number of people that were mentioned around that time frame, but I don't specifically recall Caitlin.
How about with Melissa DeRosa and Linda Lacewell?
Similarly, I'm sure we had a number of conversations about people I don't recall Caitlin.
Did you learn that at some point? Let me take that back. Do you know someone by the name of?
I don't, well, I think it was at MTA, and I think she's the communications person. I thought was somebody in the AG's office years ago, but I'm not sure, and if it's the same person, I'm learning that for the first time.
So, did you hear of any reach out from Kate at the time, in December of 2020 after Lindsey Boland's tweets?
Hate to do this. Can we
Yeah.
take a 30-second break?
And this, I might just, at this area, I don't mean to
Yeah.
influence the testimony, but is an area that they have waived. And
Yeah, I think
there's a
that's
conversation between Linda Lacewell, Melissa DeRosa, and if you remember, Steve, about Caitlin calling
Before it happened, June, or
in December of 2020, or after it happened.
after it happened? Yeah, I don't, that makes sense.
But you can
Wanna
talk.
talk?
I don't.
Yeah, I don't have a specific recollection of it. I know there were a number of people, and probably that overstates it. There were people that, as we talked about earlier, that there was outreach to. I think it was largely focused on concerns related to people involved with whatever involved means with Lindsey Boylan, and so I have a vague recollection. I don't know if that was. And again, I'm confused about, I'm assuming, I think it was, are the same person?
I believe so. Everyone's
okay.
a maiden name.
Yeah, so, I mean, that I have a sort of a general recollection of conversations about that.
Do you have a recollection of conversation about someone recording a call with Caitlin?
I have to, it may come from me. I don't know if you know. You tell me. You want to talk?
Yeah, let's talk.
Yeah, okay. But just on the record, I guess, this is a subject that we had a lot of back and forth
And
with Chamber, and they have waived because obviously it came up in talking to other people.
yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, what I'm worried about, and we're still on the record, what I'm worried about is my recollection and how I may recall this. I can say, putting aside conversations I might have had with counsel, I have a general recollection of a discussion. I may have learned more about that by conversations with my counsel and other lawyers in this matter. And that's what I'm just trying to sort of navigate through. But I have a general recollection that there was some kind of conversation about, and again, I don't know these people, but the relationship between Caitlin and I guess was my recollection.
Do you still need a break? Or?
No, I think we're okay if that suffices.
Do you remember any discussions about you being asked whether it was okay for her to record the call?
Yeah, there was an evening where I received a phone call from a number of people. I think they had already received advice that it was okay to record a call. Sort of the usual statement about New York being a single-party consent state. And my sense was they were asking me for confirmation if that was the law. And then, again, I don't remember the particulars, and I do recall, if I'm thinking of the right event, it was fairly late in the evening. And it would have been with, I'm guessing, I shouldn't guess, don't recall who was on the call, and I said, yeah, that's, you can have somebody tape, I'd be careful though. And I wouldn't, I would not, if you're gonna do it, make sure that it is, that it's not suggestive, and that the person's comfortable doing it. And I think that was sort of the gist of it.
Did they tell you where state Caitlin was in when the call was recorded?
I understood, and I may have been wrong, and my recollection may be wrong. I thought she was upstate or in the Albany area. That was sort of my general understanding. Now, I may, in fairness to everybody involved in this, that may be an assumption that wasn't warranted. I don't know what that's based on, but that was my assumption.
And did you understand what you said was going to be conveyed back to or the person who made the call and recorded it?
I don't know beyond what my conversation was.
Did you hear at all why they were reaching out to Caitlin?
I think it had to do, and again, this is the best I can do to recall. I think it had something to do with a series of tweets or people following other people, the import of which, as I look back, was not particularly clear to me as to what the significance of somebody following or not following or unfollowing somebody on Twitter was. But I think it related to in some form or fashion to that.
Go ahead.
Do you recall if there was any discussion as to why they wanted to record the conversation?
There may well have been, but sitting here today, I don't recall.
Have you heard the recording?
Have I heard the?
The recording that was made?
No.
Are you aware of, were there any other discussions about recording anyone else?
I have a vague recollection, and I may be confusing two issues. It's maybe one and the same. I thought it was another instance, although I think it's probably the same. I think what may have confused me was the names, because if you would have asked me without telling me that is, I would have said I thought there was a different event. So there may have been another, or this may have been one and the same. I think it's one and the same.
What's the other event that?
I think I've just described a similar sort of conversation, but this, I think it was just once.
Subsequent to that discussion, did you see a New York Magazine article from March 11th talking about a Caitlin in the executive chamber?
Yes.
And you read about how she said she'd been hired?
I recall an article in New York Magazine. I don't recall the particulars. I recall the incident I recall, and it may have been a different article because there had been a number of them. There was a New Yorker piece. There was a New York Magazine piece. There was an episode about somebody being hired after going to a Super Bowl party at Dorian's on the Upper East Side. And I don't know if that's the incident you're talking about. If not, if you've got the piece, I'm happy to.
No, there's a discussion about someone being contacted and hired after a Super Bowl party at Dorian's. Did you have any personal knowledge about that?
No.
Did you talk to anyone about that?
No. I was at the Super Bowl party, but no. And probably left early in any event, and was with. No recollection, and didn't see anything like that. And I never heard of until this matter arose, and until I think I read that article, I was unaware of the suggestion that somebody had been hired as a result of their being at that Super Bowl party.
Okay. The Caitlin article talks about her being at an event, not a Super Bowl party. She says she meets the governor, and then I'm summarizing for you, but he embraces her in an awkward pose, and then she's contacted shortly after to apply and get a job at the executive chamber, which she does.
I hate to answer a question with a question, but do you know where she had been working before she was hired from the governor's office?
Yes, she was working at a lobbying firm.
Was she a firm?
Yes.
Okay. So I'd heard something about the claim. This claim is the wrong word. The hiring of somebody who had worked, and I think before that, she worked for. I think she may have worked for, but I wasn't aware. I think until it was in the press of the suggestion that she had been hired, or at least I don't remember hearing that she had been hired as a result of her being at whatever the event was.
Right. Now, I was describing what she said, the series of events that she remembered.
Yeah, and again, I don't, this may have been one of those things that was, in the midst of all of this was part of a conversation, but as I sit here today, I don't recall it. Other than I do recall after it was public, there being a discussion about Caitlin, who she is and what the circumstances were of her hiring.
And who did you talk to about who she was and the circumstances of her hiring?
I don't recall. It would have been the same general group. It would have, it would have probably included Melissa DeRosa, Linda Lacewell, maybe Judy Mogul.
And what did they say about how she was hired?
I don't recall. I think it was more a question of how do you respond to this, but I don't have a specific recollection of where that went.
Did anyone say that she was not telling the truth?
No. I think that the conversation was more along the lines of there was nothing unusual about. I think, and again, I'm confusing some of these public claims. But I think there was a claim that somebody thought that they weren't qualified for the job they were hired for. I don't know if this was the one. This was the instance, and I know there was a discussion of that. People who were hired for briefers typically had very little experience and not a lot of substantive experience. I don't know if that's this incident. And again, I've obviously confused this with the woman who was I guess hired after the Super Bowl party.
You had been out of the executive chamber in close to 10 years at that point,
Yeah.
right? What knowledge did you have about who was getting hired to fill these executive assistant roles?
Very, very little, with one exception. Very little, with one exception. And although I was involved generally in outreach and hiring, it tended to be for when they were looking for senior people, commissioners. I was involved in hiring a new policy director for them. But staff positions, executive assistant positions, as I said, with one exception, I knew nothing about that, and it was never discussed with me.
And who was the one exception?
There was a woman named who worked at McAndrews and Forbes. Somebody I came to be friendly with, but at the time supported and worked in sort of main office, so I knew her to say hello. If I remember correctly, she was a Dartmouth graduate. She reminded me of and I didn't understand why she was working there. And I think I had spoken to her on occasion about sort of what she was going to do. And then one day she told me, or she told Josh Vlasto, and Josh Vlasto told me that she was going to work or was being considered for a position in the governor's office. And then I learned what the position was, which was essentially the same position she had at McAndrews. I don't think I talked about her about it at the time, but I thought it was for her an odd transition. And I may have even said to her, although again, I don't have a specific recollection, that I think I encouraged her to go to law school.
And had you recommended, so you had not recommended either to her or to the executive chamber that she go there?
No, I was surprised to learn about it. And I think she was so far along that the point of, there was no reference needed. I think she may have already had the offer. And I probably said to her what I say to most people, which is, it's a complicated place. Don't take things too seriously. And that would have been sort of, my standard sort of advice to people.
And what did you mean by it's a complicated place?
It's a tough environment, and that you're under a lot of pressure there, and not so much with the governor, but with everybody else. By the way, I think the place has changed in the years I've been out of there. There was a real sense of, not even collegiality. When I was there, in part because of who was there with me and how we had sort of come in together, there was a real sense that we were all working for each other and with each other. And there was a real effort made to not put people in the center of things too soon, because it doesn't end well until you're acclimated. You don't want to be in the meeting. And if that means you've got to say to somebody, I know you want to be in the meeting with the governor, but I'm telling you, let's take this slow. I'm going to get you out of the meeting. And once you know what you're doing, you'll go into the meeting. And so when people I knew, typically people at a much higher level were going in, I'd often talk to them about what their approach should be and how to be successful in that job. I think I did a very, very watered down version of that.
And what is it that you needed to be successful to be in a meeting with the
You've got to be prepared. You can't guess, you can't speculate. There are, a lot of time pressures. You've got to roll with things. Things change every day, and you can't be disappointed or upset that something you're working on today either has changed into something else the next day, or suddenly it's at the top of the agenda and now it's at the bottom of the agenda. And for a lot of people who first walk in there, those kind of things can both be disheartening, and as I come to learn, there's a sense that there are not a lot of people there supporting you. And so you've got to figure out how to build, your own relationships with people to, be successful.
And had you seen the governor berate people?
I'm not sure I'd use the word berate. I've seen him question people. I've seen him push people. I've seen him ask questions that somebody doesn't have an answer to, and basically express his frustration that, why are we even discussing this if you don't have the answer? And look, it's all in the eye of the beholder, or depending on your position. I'm not sure if I would call it berating, any more than I would say that, who has since has now left us, berated an assistant. He asked tough questions. He pushed an assistant. He gave you very little quarter. But I didn't feel when I was in front of that he was berating me. Now, I have a feeling that a lot of people would have felt otherwise. And I think that is, that's as close as I can come to sort of answering, what that experience is like. I mean, there were plenty of things that I was involved in that I am sure I was willing to shrug and move on and didn't think much of it. That I'm not sure that would have been everybody else's response to it. And, I recognize that I came into that administration when I was a fully formed lawyer. I had a deep background of experience. I had been, just like you, through experiences where you learned how to not be rattled. And I was in my 40s. I think it would have been, it's not, it is a difficult place if you don't have those kind of experiences and you don't have that kind of sort of internal fortitude in dealing with the pressure. And I think there are a number of people who felt like, and again, I'm not sure I'd use the word berating, but felt like it was too intense and it was too unforgiving.
Had you heard him call people stupid?
No, in my tenure, I don't recall him calling people stupid. There were plenty of instances where people may have felt stupid, but I don't recall him calling somebody stupid. I mean, I'll give you an example. I have seen the governor, the AG, say something along the lines of, I blame myself for this. It's messed up. I don't know how we're going to fix it, but I blame myself because I thought you could do this. And I was wrong. Now, you could argue that said to a person that doesn't have a lot of confidence, that's worse, you could argue, than calling them stupid. But again, and part of it is who's in front of you. My reaction to that is to shrug and say, okay, I blame you too. But I'm in a different position than I think some of the people we're talking about are. But that is some of the stuff that I think for certain people made it a tough environment to work in. The flip side was he shared wins. Just as much as he would put you under pressure, he gave you full credit. He celebrated your role in his successes. And I think that you had to be there long enough, and which is why I'm a big believer that you didn't want to put people in the middle of things too quickly. You wanted to give them the time to acclimate and to see the ups and the downs. But it was a high-pressure environment where success was demanded.
Have you seen or heard him threaten people?
Internally
Yeah.
or on the outside?
Let's start on the outside.
Yeah, look, I think people say, and I take exception to it, that in getting certain things done, that I presented people with choices that they perceived to be a threat. It's politics and it's Albany, and to get things done, sometimes you have to explain to people what the consequences are of not supporting something. There's a way to do it and there's a way not to do it. At least during my tenure, I believe that what the governor was doing, or what the AG was doing more likely, although in the governor's office we got marriage passed, we got an on-time budget, we got a lot of legislation passed in 2011 that people said you weren't going to get passed, and you didn't get Republican senators who you needed to support marriage by saying to them, you do what you think is right, and all will be forgiven. You had to say to them, and probably the more famous story is mine, not his, but you had to say to them, your actions have consequences. And we need you here, and if you're not gonna, it wasn't even supporting, it was more a question of if you're gonna renege on an offer, I'm gonna remember that. And that happened with Senator Grisanti, where Grisanti had said he was going to support marriage, and then he came in and said, I'm not sure I can support it. And he said, the governor's response to that was, you gave me your word, you shook my hand, and I'm going to remember. I'm going to remember that I relied upon you, and you disappointed me. And just remember that those kind of things have consequences. Now, did Senator Grisanti hear that as a threat? I know he did, because Grisanti was seen chain smoking and sweating on the outside of the building. With the same token, Steve Salon came in, another Republican senator, and said, I told you I'd be there for you. I'm not sure I can. Here's why. I think the governor had said there would be 63 votes. There were only going to be 62, which made Salon the deciding vote that would have passed marriage. And Salon said to him, I'm not sure politically I can do this. And the governor said, I told you if I didn't have the 63rd vote, that you would be released from any obligation you had for me. You have my respect. You have my gratitude. And if you can't vote for marriage, given that I didn't deliver on the 63rd vote, then I understand. Now, we ended up getting the 63rd. I think we got a 64th, and it passed. But that's what happens on the outside world in Albany. And I think that clearly somewhere in there you can go too far. But during my tenure, I don't believe there were any instances where we went too far. And probably, my own involvement with the governor of Connecticut is, the example that's always offered of something that was sort of over the top. But, again, I didn't see the governor do anything that I thought was inappropriate with respect to people on the outside. But I mean, there was a mode of operating to get things done in the AG's office and the governor's office, and those are the things he did.
Have you heard the clip of him saying he'll compare people to child molesters?
Yes.
Okay. What do you think of that?
I found it unfortunate, and it's not in keeping with the kind of discussions and conversations I heard him have during my tenure.
How about internally? Do you hear him threaten anyone?
Yeah, I'd never heard. I mean, it's different inside because you're not trying to get somebody to move from position A to position B. So it's sort of a different mode of behavior. And so I would be surprised, I shouldn't be surprised at anything these days. In my experience, there was no threatening anybody on the inside. But he did push.
So when you heard she was going, did you, you gave her some form of advice?
Yeah, I mean, at the time, I wasn't that close. I knew her. I don't think she had been at McAndrews that long, and I didn't really work with her closely. So it was sort of, akin to what I had said before, which was, as best I recall, work with people. Don't get pushed into things you're not ready to handle. Something along those lines. But she was the only person I knew who went in, and I wasn't involved in her hiring.
And did you talk to her while she was there? Or communicate with her in any way?
I don't recall talking to her when she was there. At some point she called me and said she was leaving or had left. And then we talked about getting together. And I don't recall when we got together. She went to a startup. And I mean, we may have spoken during that period of time. And then she came back to McAndrews, which similarly, she didn't talk to me. She suddenly was at McAndrews, and I thought that was an odd choice to return to McAndrews. And either shortly before or when she was at McAndrews, we talked generally about her experience.
What did she say about her experience there?
She said it was like the Mean Girls. That was the phrase she used, Mean Girls.
And who did she describe was part of the Mean Girls?
Melissa DeRosa, Annabelle Walsh, I think Stephanie Benton, and there may have been other people, but those were the ones that I sort of knew and sort of remembered.
Mm-hmm. And what did she say about how they treated her?
They excluded her.
Mm-hmm. Did she say that? What else?
I mean, that was the general gist, that, that they would give her assignments and not, tell her enough to get them done successfully, or, she didn't know when they were due, that, she'd go to copy something and she came back. I mean, this is the one story I actually do remember. And they had all gone downstairs to get a drink and hadn't told her they were leaving. And that it was, the word she used was Mean Girls. She felt like that she was never, never could get in or get their support. That's how she characterized it.
Did she tell you about anything she observed about the interactions between the governor and?
She told me that that there was a lot of, well, that's the wrong word, that in connection with sort of in the evening after hours, that it was sort of had the feel of, sort of like being in high school, and that, there was a kind of, I don't know, friendliness, people sitting on couches too close to each other, that went on in his, I don't know if it was, I assume it was in his office in New York City. I actually spoke to her about whether she saw the governor do anything inappropriate, and she said no. And that was about the gist of it.
Did she say anything about whether she saw the governor on a couch with?
Yeah, I don't recall that, but that was sort of the gist was people on couches, sort of sitting too close to each other. I don't recall, but she may have said somebody sitting on somebody's lap, but I don't have a specific recollection.
Or with his head on?
That may have been it.
Did she say who was in the office?
My best recollection, which is murky, would have been, and look, part of this is because I have a sense of who goes in and out of there, would have been probably I don't know about the other people. I mean, it could have been any one of a number of people.
And do you recall if she said anything about the interaction between and the governor?
No. Not that she didn't say something. I just don't recall.
And I know you said that this was a, tough place, a high pressure place. Do you have any understanding why so many young people would be hired into roles, or people with limited experience like the briefers you mentioned, considering the high expectations?
I can't answer that. My sense is that I was there earlier in the administration. I was in the AG's office, and it was that's just beyond the scope of what I experienced. I was the chief of staff in the AG's office, so I was very involved in who he hired, especially when it came to who was going to sit and be involved on the 25th floor. Similarly, during my short term in the governor's office, similarly to the extent I was there, I had particular views about sort of who should be hired and the quality and caliber of those people and their ability to deal with both the complexity and the pressures of that kind of office.
Do you know if the governor or someone else being hired into the executive chamber after the governor met him or her at an event?
No, but again, there are people that got hired in the AG's office. The one that comes to mind is I'm now blanking on her first name. Last name is, I apologize that I can't remember her last name. Her first name, but this is years ago. I don't know how she was Ralph Fabrizio's law secretary, and she got hired to sort of be a briefing person in the AG's office, and she wasn't part of a formal process, but she'd come recommended by Judge Fabrizio. Judge Fabrizio knew the governor from the DA's office, and she was a lawyer, well-respected, well-regarded. I mean, that sort of thing would happen, where he said, I'm looking for somebody to serve this role, and sometimes a person would get hired sort of through the side door, is how I would characterize it. I didn't love that, but sort of it was fine.
My question was a little bit narrower, meaning someone he had met at an event and then there was an invitation.
No, I'm unaware of that.
In your experience working with him, had you ever seen the governor putting his head on the staffer's lap?
No.
Any other incidents that he told you about that you remember?
No.
Did you ask her what she did about after learning that, after seeing that?
I don't recall, and I'm certain that conversation took place after she had left, so she was now gone, but I don't recall asking her that. I might have, but I just don't recall.
Did she say whether she felt uncomfortable as a result of that?
I don't recall if she said it was uncomfortable. I think she thought it was odd, but I didn't get into how she felt about it.
Your example of someone getting hired through the side door at the AG's office was a woman, correct?
Women and men. I mean, it just happens to be that I happen to remember hired, but
Can you sorry, go
yeah,
ahead.
yeah. If pressed, I'm sure I could come up with men that were hired the same way, but it wasn't just women.
Okay.
Any other discussions you had or communications?
I've talked periodically. I haven't spoken to her in the last month. I did know there had been an outreach from you, not you in particular, but from the investigative team. She called me about it, and we spoke very briefly about it.
What did you tell her?
She wanted to know if it was if our conversation was a privileged conversation. I said I didn't know, depending on what she wanted to talk to me about. But I did say that I said I'm going to give you 2 pieces of gratuitous advice. One is somebody should get back to the AG's office about this on your behalf. And 2, you should talk to a lawyer, and I'm happy to recommend somebody to talk to you. And if it's helpful, because I know the expenses of hiring a lawyer can be significant, I'm happy to see if somebody will, at least in terms of sort of talking to you, make sure that they don't simply say let's sign you up and bill you, but gives you some advice, and you can then figure out what you want to do and if that's the right person. So I believe I sent her. And then there was a second conversation. I didn't follow up with her, didn't follow up in any substantive way with her. And then I got a call later on saying that this is probably a month later, saying there was further contact, and I was surprised because I assumed would have reached out to the whoever it was who was contacting her. And she at that point said, that I gathered he hadn't reached out. I don't know what advice he gave, because I told her, don't tell me what I told you. But I said either call back, or she was concerned about the expense of retaining a lawyer. I said, you can speak to Mitra. I don't know how this is being handled by the governor's office about former employees, but you can call and just get some insight from Mitra about what your options are, or you can have. And that was where it ended. I haven't spoken to her since then. She did actually say she wanted to know what to say about any conversation she had with me, and I said, tell the truth. That was it.
So you recommended, or you recommended Mitra or Moses?
I didn't recommend Mitra because I didn't think Mitra was in a position to represent. I thought Mitra, I don't know what the governor's office was doing with respect to former employees, if they were doing anything. And I said, Mitra would have the answer to that question. And I don't like the idea of my calling Mitra to find out that answer for you. I don't want to be in the middle of this. So I said, you can either call Mitra. She's perfectly pleasant. You don't have to tell her much. She knows you're a former employee. I think she knew you were a former employee. Or you can do it. And that's how I left it.
Had you told anyone about what told you about what she saw? She was in the executive chamber.
Other than me and Rebecca.
I don't believe so.
Did you tell Melissa DeRosa,
No.
the governor?
No.
Mitra?
Don't recall.
Why not?
Why not with respect to which one of these?
Don't recall the full list.
Any of them?
Look, I wasn't sure what to make of it. She was now out of the office. I wasn't in the office. It was, by the time she was telling me this, months had gone by. In terms of Mitra, again, I don't recall, I may have said something to Mitra, but what I didn't want to do was, in any way get involved in what this inquiry was, or put in a bad spot, given that I suspected you'd be talking to her. And it may, I don't recall if she said, she may well have said that she didn't want me to mention it to anybody. I'd be surprised if she didn't. But yeah, that's as best I can reconstruct my thinking at the time. That was it.
Did she reach out to you in December of 2020 after Lindsey Boylan's tweets?
She may have contacted me, and I don't recall specifically, because a reporter may have tried to reach her. And I have a vague recollection that she contacted me not because of the Lindsey Boylan tweets, but because maybe she got a LinkedIn message or some kind of message from a reporter. I think that may have been the outreach.
And what did you do with that information?
I don't recall, although around that time, a question came up about, they were, I think, looking at various people who had worked in the governor's office, and they knew reporters were calling around. And I think somewhere in there, I don't know if I was asked about it or if it came up somehow. It may have come through Robert Mojica, who and so I spoke about the outreach from the reporter, I believe, and it may have come up in a broader conversation about people that are being contacted.
Did you inform Melissa DeRosa or anyone else about the outreach?
I may have, but I don't, as I sit here, I don't recall.
Okay. You can take a look at tab 15.
5-0?
Yeah. Oh, no, 1-5.
15.
Yeah. Do you see it's looks like a LinkedIn outreach?
Yeah, this is.
You forwarded
Yeah.
it to Judy Mogul, Melissa DeRosa, Linda Lacewell.
Yeah, so I have no specific recollection of this, but I mean, other than what I've told you a second ago, which I had a vague recollection that there was some kind of LinkedIn outreach, and obviously, according to this, I forwarded it on to Melissa and whoever else is on here. And again, I mean, I don't have a firm recollection of this. There's a good chance that I asked if it was okay that I do that. But I don't, again, sitting here, I don't have a clear recollection of this.
And you remember having any discussions with any of them about it?
I think they thought she was spreading a rumor that this is what got brought up to me. They were worried about her because worried is probably not the right word, but there was some notion that she had been the purveyor of a rumor that the governor and having an affair. And that's kind of, you know, all I knew. And I think there was a general question about sort of, should we reach out to her? And I said, no. I said, you know, I don't think you have to be, you know, overly concerned about she, you know, if somebody talks to her, I don't think she's going to talk to a reporter. And then ultimately, you know, my view is if the AG is going to talk to her, she's going to tell her story. And whatever it is, struck me as very different in nature from the Lindsey Boylan allegations and the Charlotte Bennett allegations. So I think that's where it was left.
Did you tell them what I told you about her experience in the chamber?
No.
Did you tell them that she had seen the governor on the couch with?
I don't believe so.
Any discussions with anyone else you had about it?
May have mentioned it to Josh Vlasto because he also knew. I certainly mentioned it to my counsel. That's all I can recall.
Okay. So we were talking about Caitlin. So any discussions you had with anyone in chambers about Caitlin's allegations?
I apologize. The allegation being that Caitlin was hired after an event and that wasn't qualified for the job that she had been hired for.
Yeah.
I think I characterized most of what I can recall about it was a general notion, which also applied to, I don't know the woman's name who was hired after the Dorian's event, but that, people get hired different ways all the time, and that this is not a job that requires a high degree of experience that we hire young people for these jobs. That's what I recall.
How about someone by the name of Anna Liss? Do you know her?
No.
Do you remember reading about her allegations? You can look at tab 52.
52?
Yep. You know what? If you want to look at 53, there's a link to that article in the commentary. Say,
Yeah.
don't mean to make light, but any allegations of winking.
Yeah.
What do you mean
Yeah.
by that?
So, and again, I haven't found a specific allegation here, although I assume this was he kissed her hand.
Kiss her hand and and comments.
Yeah, and look, I thought, look, I don't mean to make light of any of these things. They're serious. Certainly workplace behaviors are important, and setting the appropriate tone, especially if you're the governor of the state of New York, is important. And not only is it important, it's what the law requires. But what my flippant email was in response to is that I thought that we were getting to a place where things were being reported on that really were very different in terms of nature than what the allegations from Lindsay Boylan and Charlotte Bennett were, and that was, that led to me making a flippant comment about it. But with respect to Anna Liss, I don't know Anna Liss, and other than a conversation that may have taken place in a privileged context, I don't really recall any discussions about what to make of this conduct, other than, you see my flippant remark.
Did there come a time after this when you learned about the allegations of a executive assistant who said the governor had groped her in the mansion?
Yes.
How did you learn about that?
I don't specifically recall whether it was a lawyer who called me or Melissa who called me. It quickly became a series of conversations I had with the lawyers. And by now there were outside lawyers. I think Paul Fishman had been engaged. I think Mitra Hermosi had been engaged. So although I may have originally heard about the allegation because it was going to be reported on, and I think that's how it came up, no, I may be wrong. I think it may have come up because somebody reported it to Beth Garvey, in which case, without getting into details, and stop me when you need to stop me, I think I would have heard about it from Beth, if I'm remembering the series of events correctly. That's how it came to the chamber. It wasn't a reporter. It was, I think some assistants had brought it to Beth's attention.
And did Beth or others consult you on how to respond to
Yes.
the allegation?
Yeah, they did.
And I can ask the substance, or is it?
I think it's privileged, yeah. At least that's what we've been told.
And do you know what they did with that?
I believe they reported it to the Albany Police Department.
Did you know that the person?
No.
Or have you heard the name of the person who people think it is?
Yeah, I think I have heard the name.
I think from me, Jim.
Yeah, Brittany.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you know her, Brittany Camiso?
No.
Um,
And by the way, just to be clear, and so there's no misunderstanding, and I don't know if this is true with Brittany, there should be emails where some of these people who are usually scheduling related, and again, I don't know a lot of these people, but sometimes they're on the chain. And so, it could be that I have, receive an email from, Brittany or somebody else because it's a scheduling matter. Although I'm not exactly sure what Brittany's responsibilities were prior to all of this, but I did not know Brittany. To my knowledge, I never met Brittany. And I don't think I've ever spoken to Brittany.
you would get sometimes invites or calls. Brittany Camiso, Alyssa McGrath, names like that.
Certainly. Certainly. And I mean, around a while. Been around, at least a couple of years. And so, I wouldn't say I have a real relationship with her. Don't think I've ever met her. But I'll say hello. She's setting up a conference call. So I'm more aware on that email chain. Oftentimes, you'll get an email from saying the line is open. Please join the call. So, that's the nature of it.
Do you remember that the governor was having a press conference on the day this article came out?
Which article?
Or the allegations about groping at the mansion?
I don't recall specifically.
If you can look at tab 58.
Yep.
So another similar group. And he says, I just don't want, the answer was, says Liz Smith, and then you say, I believe he misspoke. I think he was trying to say I did not know of the claim at the time. It came out as I don't know about it now.
Yeah. Yeah, again, I have now that I read this, I have a general recollection of the issue, which was the governor would have been asked about it, and he says, I don't know about the claim. And clearly, he did know about the claim. And I think I may have gone back and listened to what he said, or somebody sent it to me, or I don't remember. And my sense was what he meant to say was not that I don't know about the claim. There'd be no benefit to him saying I don't know about the claim. He was saying I didn't know. That I didn't know about it at the time. I don't know what the time is that's being referred to, but if we went back and looked at the Q&A with the reporter, I think it would probably clarify what I was saying.
So you weren't there. Were you listening or
No.
real time or no?
No.
Just whatever it was, it would have been.
Yeah, I
looking at
think
it after
somebody
the fact.
called me and said, there was this back and forth. It may have even been Liz. I just don't remember. And I don't know what she's saying. I just don't what his answer was. I don't know. and again, we may have spoken, I may have spoken to Jeff Pollock. I mean, at the time, I was spending a lot of time, March is probably, it's not the case, but I did talk to Jeff and Liz about a lot of this,
About this.
about the situation generally.
Okay. If you can turn to tab 59,
Yeah.
Beth Garvey sends you a section of a document called
Yeah.
Combating Harassment, Discrimination, State Agencies. Do you remember why she was sending this to you?
Yes, I do.
Why was she sending this to you?
Go ahead, and then we'll stop it.
Yeah, so if we were discussing the allegations involving the woman who alleged that she was groped, and a question were asked of me, what should we do? The natural question I would have asked is, well, what are your policies and what does the state law require? I mean, I can tell you sort of off the cuff what I think I would do, but that's not really where we need to start. We need to start with understanding what are your obligations. And so if I were to have said that, it is likely somebody, Jeff in this instance, would have sent me what I was asking for, which was a copy of that thing that I needed to review to understand how to respond.
And had you spoken to the governor about these allegations of groping?
I did at some point. I don't know if it was before or after this. I think I can say that I certainly spoke to him. Can I say that I spoke to him before it was reported?
Did you?
Well, if I can say I did, then I did.
Why don't we do this, June, if you're comfortable? We'll take one last break. I hope that's an accurate statement.
I think so. Maybe a little after 6, but not too much.
I'm being verbose because I'm tired and I apologize.
Yep, no, we'll take one last break, and then we'll check on the privilege on this, and then we'll come back.
Okay.
You give us 5 minutes.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry.
Times 5:16, this concludes 59, off the record.
Ready?
Time now is 5:28 PM. This begins media 10 on the record.
June, the discussions of how to respond to Brittany's complaint, which Steve learned about before it was public because it had been reported in before it was public. But the discussions about how to respond, we're told, are privileged. You should know two things that aren't privileged. One is, as a result of those discussions, a call was placed to the Attorney General's office. I don't think it came into you directly, but a call was placed. And two, a call was placed to the local police department. And they were the result of discussions that are covered by the privilege.
How about a referral to GOER?
I don't know the answer to that. What I know is two directions. You, which I think came in from Mitra, and the police department, which I think came in from Beth Garvey.
And can he answer the question, have you had conversations with the governor about Brittany Commisso's allegations without getting into the substance?
I think the answer is yes.
And when were those?
Before, it was in the newspapers, and not unrelated to what I've discussed with you as to what the response had to be. That's fair?
That's fair.
Okay. So looking at this document 59, at the bottom she writes, this is a crime. So if reported this way to GOER, they would say this is conduct which constitutes a crime and needs to be reported to law enforcement, and we will take your report and hold it in abeyance until they pursue or conclude their investigation. What did you understand Beth Garvey to be saying here? Or beyond the words, what did you understand about what what information she was conveying. Was it her own thoughts? Was it views she had received from others?
As I sit here today, I don't recall who Beth had spoken to during the course of our conversations. I know that she had, I think I can say this, I know that she had reached out to other, I don't know if it was to lawyers or to goers, but by the time, I shouldn't go down this path because I'm going to go exactly.
You'll go into the
that's gonna-
substance.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine.
Then did you get involved then in drafting or helping to draft a response from the governor on Brittany, the allegations of groping?
I'm sure that whatever he decided to say was run by me, and I suspect that given the nature of these allegations, I would have read it very carefully, and I probably would if it was not. If I had concerns, I would have voiced them about what they were proposing.
So if you can turn to tab 60.
Okay.
It says, as I said yesterday, I've never done anything like this. The details of this report are gut-wrenching and completely untrue. I'm not allowed to defend myself publicly because of the review, but I'm confident in the result of the Attorney General's report. So Stephanie Benton sends this. What was your understanding of who had drafted this?
I don't know, and again, this could have been that in this instance, and again, I'm not expert in these practices. What I know is kind of from my outside observations. So it is either the governor and Melissa working on this and giving it to Stephanie, or somebody sending it to Stephanie to review with the governor, and then it's being forwarded on. At the time, I didn't know which it was. Sitting here today, I don't know which it was.
And you say, take out completely untrue.
Yeah.
Why'd you say that?
Because we had a conversation about this not too long ago as part of this session, which is everything that I understood that Ms. Camiso was alleging was not untrue. I mean, clearly, she had interactions with the governor. Clearly, she had been, as I understood it, I think, in the mansion. And so when you say completely untrue, it suggests that everything she's saying is untrue. And you then leave yourself open for the kind of exchange you and I had earlier today, where when somebody parses it, they're able to say, but this piece is in fact true. And so my thought at this time was, do not say completely untrue given that reality.
Did you have any discussions with anyone about the relationship between Brittany Camiso and the governor?
Other than the governor?
Other than the governor.
I recall there were conversations with the governor and other people present, and I'm not exactly sure who, about generally speaking, Brittany, her request for additional overtime, and again, I don't think I knew at the time her name was Brittany, the fact that she was getting a divorce, that she was, I think, a single mother, and so there were discussions of that nature, and how she had continued to request overtime. and specifically, if I'm not mistaken, had wanted to do more overtime in the executive mansion over the weekends, I think is what I'd heard. And I've said it, I believe that wasn't in a privileged context, but again, there were a number of conversations, some of which were exclusively with the governor. I don't think that one was.
Were there any discussions about how after these allegations of sexual harassment, but the other allegations of sexual harassment, but before Brittany Commisso's allegations became public, of the governor or anyone else having Brittany Commisso not come to the mansion anymore for weekend coverage or otherwise?
Before I learned of the allegation? Or after I learned of the allegation, but before it was public?
At any point, did you hear anyone talking about Brittany Commisso not coming to the mansion anymore?
Okay, so before,
But before
yeah.
it becomes public.
Yeah, so I think the easiest way to do this is just to say, first and foremost, before I learned of the allegation, I was unaware of who Brittany Commisso was, so the answer is, in that situation, no. After the allegation, but before it was public, there would have been conversations, and I can't remember if they would have been in a privileged context, and by that I mean, I certainly recall conversations with Beth and the governor, with Beth and Mitra. I think there was a conversation with Mitra, Beth, and the governor. I think there may have been one with Mitra, Beth, and Judy Mogul as Beth. All of those I understand are privileged. I don't recall a conversation where it would not have been in that kind of context, which I think there's an assertion of privilege. But I will say that one of the things that was being grappled with, and I don't think, and Paul, throw your iPhone at me if I'm stepping over a line here. I don't think it's unfair to say, or violating any kind of privilege to say, one of the questions you have to deal with in this situation is, what does the law require? You now have a situation that's very awkward. Somebody has made a very specific kind of allegation, and the question then becomes, well, what do you do about it given the close working relationship? And I think, again, without speaking to the advice I gave or these conversations, my understanding is that the law is pretty clear. And the law says you can take no adverse action with respect to a person who has either raised a claim or has a claim that you're aware of. And my view would have been, again, without getting into the privilege, you got to follow the law. And that's the law. So, again, I don't recall, again, that was all hypothetical, but I don't recall if that took place exclusively in a privileged context. The nature of these conversations, especially since they were on the phone, I don't have a clear recollection of who was and who wasn't on the call.
Are you aware of any discussions following Charlotte Bennett's allegations, not publicly, but her allegations made privately before they became public? Any practice put in place to not have any female staffers be alone or staff the governor alone?
I don't specifically recall if I would have had such a conversation if it took place in a context that wasn't privileged. and I'm not sure what more to say than that. I'm just not sure.
If you take a look at tab 86, again, this is out of order, but it's the same day. March 10. And this time, Melissa DeRosa sent a screenshot of essentially the same statement.
Yeah.
And then you say separately, I would, on the second page,
Yeah.
drop untrue.
On the second page,
Yeah, at the bottom.
again, this is exactly, I think, the same advice I had given previously, which is don't say completely untrue.
And right above it says, Stephanie Benton asks, is that from Sharon and Robbie?
Yeah.
And you write back in line 317, no Sharon, can't Robbie, trying her again. Who's Sharon?
Hold on one second. You say line 317. I've got a bunch of.
Oh, sorry, yes. No,
Top
the
of
top of the third
Top of page 3.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they all say 317. When Stephanie asks, is that from Sharon and Robbie, who's she referring to?
So Sharon is Sharon Nellis, a partner at Sullivan and Cromwell, and Robbie is Roberta Kaplan.
And at this point, had Sharon Nellis had already been retained to
Yes.
represent the governor?
Yes.
And had you spoken to Sharon Nellis about this statement?
I don't recall if I spoke to her about it, but I knew that Sullivan and Cromwell did not want Sharon Nellis to play a public-facing role. And as a result, I may have spoken to Sharon, I just don't recall, but this would have been a public-facing role, so I knew whether I was able to talk to Sharon or not. The answer would be that she can't. That was not the understanding we had with Sullivan and Cromwell.
And how about Robbie Kaplan?
My understanding was that Robbie was not representing the governor, and I mean there was a broader question here about whether or not lawyers should be making these kind of public statements at all. And my guess is trying Robbie was me trying to get a hold of Robbie to talk through the issue. Now, at this point, I mean, you know this, but for purposes of the record, Robbie is Kaplan Hecker. They're retained, I think, again, I'm not sure on the dates, but my guess is by this point they may have been retained to represent Melissa DeRosa. So they are in the case, but, you know, I was probably as confused then as I am now about what various roles people could and couldn't play. And I was trying to work that through. And I was trying to be careful because I was worried that if somebody put this out and hit send, you'd have a lot of lawyers who would be internal lawyers representing various parties in this who would be very unhappy. And I wanted to make sure we did not go down that path.
And are you at this point playing an active role in identifying counsel for the governor?
I'm involved, I mean, an active role. I think by this point, Waldman Macht was on board, I think. I think maybe Arnold and Porter wasn't involved on board yet. Certainly Sharon was on board. I suspect Rita Glavin was not, so I would have been involved in making recommendations about who potentially could represent various parties.
And are there sort of group calls that are going on in this time period?
I'm sure there are.
Yeah, so if you look at tab 87, Melissa's, are you on? Not yet. I need a few minutes. This is really important. important back.
Just so you know, the back to you soon with the little phone is sort of the automatic reply that, you know, I get a call or I get an email, a text, and
You just hit that and it says
I
back.
just hit that because I didn't want to deal with it. 3:10 at 10, it's not 10 o'clock, it's
It'll be in the morning. Yeah.
3 o'clock, I would assume. I'm not exactly sure. Let me keep reading what this is all about. I think it's, I mean, in hindsight, it seems bordering on malicious that I keep hitting back to you soon. I don't know who gmail.com is. Other than the reference to Amelia Schoenbeck, and I'm wrong, I thought this was the New Yorker, it's not, it's New York Magazine. I don't,
You don't remember.
I don't
You don't remember what this exchange. So the second to last page of this, you say on with.
yeah.
You know who that's a reference to?
Yeah, it would be Greenberg Traurig, who represents the governor's campaign, and I was probably conferring with understand. I don't think this is privileged, but to try to understand how and out of what funds various lawyers in various parts of this case can be paid. And so, obviously, in the midst of this is a campaign issue. If you're saying, well, campaign funds are available, I didn't know if they were or weren't. I wasn't going to do the research, knows that stuff, so I called. And he is the campaign's lawyer.
If you can turn to tab 66. This is a statement that Stephanie Benton sends around, but it's draft GAMC. Is this something that you remember working on, or?
No, and as you no doubt have noticed, a lot of these things become quite repetitive. So it's hard for me to recall any one of these specifically. So I don't recall this.
It says, the second paragraph says, there are often many motivations for making an allegation. That is why you need to know the facts before you make a decision. We've talked about the discussions that people had about the motivations of Lindsay Boylan. What discussions were you a part of about the motivations of Charlotte Bennett?
I think that's privileged.
Okay.
Okay. Any discussions about that other than with executive chamber, involving executive chamber counsel?
With respect to Charlotte Bennett?
Yeah.
No.
How about with respect to Brittany Camiso?
I think all those conversations were either with the governor directly or with counsel for the governor, sometimes with the governor. I just don't recall. I don't recall if those conversations were separate. And I don't know who would have raised it. I think I can say this, but I think there was speculation, and again, I don't know by whom, that perhaps Ms. Camiso was going to file a civil claim. But again, I think that probably came up separate and apart from the conversations that are privileged, and I can't speak to what came up in the privilege context.
And were the discussions with respect to each of the complainants about their motivations, assuming they were untrue, right? They have that the allegations were untrue.
Yeah, but just to clarify, I mean, sort of the Lindsay Boylan discussions by this point in time, it sort of, there wasn't a lot of discussion about Lindsay Boylan that I recall at this point. I don't recall, other than by instances in which it might have been within a privilege context, conversations about Charlotte Bennett. And I've told you about what I had sort of generally discussed or heard. Heard is probably the better characterization with respect to Ms. Camiso. And yes, the assumption with respect to that theory was that it wasn't true.
Other than in the privilege context, were there any discussions, or did anyone say, in effect, maybe some of them are telling the truth?
That would have taken place if it did in a privilege context. There weren't a lot of senior staff members, and I distinguished the senior staff members who were lawyers from the other senior staff members. There were not a lot of senior staff members who were speculating, surmising, or engaged in a discussion that would suggest or would assume that any of these allegations in their core with respect to the actual claims as opposed to some of the things surrounding them were true. The lawyers behaved as you would expect lawyers to behave. And so, again, without disclosing any privileges, it was a different environment and a different set of conversations with the lawyers.
So am I correct that there was questioning of the veracity of Ms. Camiso's claim because she may file a civil lawsuit?
In a non-privileged setting.
Yeah, I think it was more in the order of speculation as to what might be motivating it. I wouldn't put it as a challenge to her credibility. It wasn't that developed and it wasn't that pointed, but along the lines of why would she be doing this? You know, well, maybe she's going to file a civil claim. She has a civil lawyer. Maybe that's what this is all about. That's what I recall.
Were there any discussions about whether the reaction or response at that point in time, including responses to media inquiries or reporters, could be considered retaliation?
No, I don't recall those discussions.
Okay, so if you can turn to tab 73. And there's a lot of emails that go around. People are responding to, this is the Ronan Farrow article that he's working on. By the way, did you ever speak to Ronan Farrow?
No, but I spoke to his fact checker.
And who did you, were you alone when you spoke to the fact checker?
Yeah.
And what did you talk to him about?
Her.
Her.
I was in this story in one place, and it related to the notion that I was part of a conversation. I think they had it as a conversation about the release of information related to Lindsay Boylan's departure from the governor's office. I think that's what it was. And the fact checker called me to ask whether or not I could confirm the truth of that. And I believe I asked Number one, am I in the article anywhere else? Or is this what I'm responding to? And she said, no, that's it. And I said, off the record, just so you know, you're reporting as if there was one conversation. There were more than one conversations with different people involved. I said, but I've got a bit of a predicament here because I suspect that people will be taking the position that I am a lawyer and that my participation in these conversations, as well as some other people, led it to it being a privileged conversation. If I'm confirming something on the record to you, then I think there's an argument that I've just waived that claim. So I understand your job and I don't want to make your life difficult, so you can feel free to note that you reached me and that I would not confirm it, but I did not deny it. And she said, thank you very much, and I think that was the end of the conversation.
And had you discussed that response with the executive chamber before you gave it?
I don't recall. I actually spoke to Josh Lasto about it. And I called Josh to just get his take on, should I even bother to respond? And I think his reaction was, you might as well call, because you're not really engaging, but just, you just never know. You may learn something by calling. You may, it's just worth throwing the call in to see. I'm sure at some point I let them know that I had called. And I think I had been discussing back and forth with Peter Agemian the fact that it seemed to be an odd characterization of what happened as it was distilled in this article. And my guess is, because I was talking to him, I probably told him I was going to just call and not say anything of substance, but respond. But again, that's not 100% sure that's how it went.
So in this exchange, Beth Garvey writes in the middle, we don't have to make news with that answer. It can be spun as retaliatory.
And Steve, I think that answer is at 131 at the Bates 131. At the
Yeah,
very
or
bottom.
123. Oh, you're saying the answer is 131?
I think that's what that is the answer that can be spun.
Which I'm having trouble finding which is the one.
Go to Bates 131.
Yeah.
And the very last answer, I think, is what is being referred to.
Oh, I got you. I don't recall responding to this. And
How about if you want to look at tab 74, the next
Yeah.
document? It's another chain.
yeah,
Or maybe it's further along in the chain. Beth Garvey says, second paragraph, if, like you said, there's no there with this story, we're just pushing back on an anecdote you acknowledged to all of us earlier is true, we're just creating new liability for retaliation claim.
where are you?
Second paragraph of the first page, 114 of tab 74.
114.
Tab 74.
Tab
Yeah,
74.
I think I'm in tab 74. And this is my response?
No, it's Beth Garvey.
Oh.
So my question is whether you recall discussions about whether certain answers to
I don't
the
recall
reporter
this.
would be retaliation.
I don't recall this. And this is about the Ronan Farrell piece? Yeah, I don't recall this. And I do recall that that there was a lot of back and forth. And I didn't have a particular interest in weighing in on this.
Do you recall, besides any conversations you may have had exclusively with the governor or any conversations with just the lawyers, was there any discussion as to whether making certain comments to the press may be deemed defamatory, meaning, for instance, saying something is untrue or saying that somebody was lying when they were not.
Yeah, look, you know, this wasn't every conversation, and it wasn't all conversations, but, you know, from time to time, I mean, you see the example of it in writing when I said, don't say, you know, completely untrue. And, you know, I would have encouraged people to make sure that they stick to the facts and stick to facts that they are confident are true. That doesn't mean you can't respond. Doesn't mean you have to respond. But if you're going to speak, be careful. And by the way, there are times when I'm specifically sent something and they say, take a look at this. And when I do, it's normally because I think they have some concern that there is going to be, you know, a potential problem with what they've drafted.
Are you aware of any attempts to gather negative information on any of the complainants?
Putting aside the Lindsay Boylan issue with respect to her campaign and her fundraising, and information that was sent to me that was publicly available, which I assume was about, I didn't actually look at it, that I assume was somehow related to Charlotte Bennett. As I sit here today, I can't think of anything else.
Did anyone ask you to help gather negative information?
No.
And so if you look at tab 71,
Yeah.
remember getting this text from Chris Cuomo?
I don't specifically recall getting it from Chris, although I think this is what I received on a prior occasion. It may not have been a prior, on a different occasion from, I think it was Madeline Cuomo. I think those are that's what I was referring to before, which is, but again, you know, I don't recall getting it from Chris, but clearly Chris Cuomo sent it to me and a number of people.
And if you look at tab 69,
Yeah.
Ryan O'Donohue sends an email about
Yeah.
involving Charlotte Bennett when she was in.
Yeah. That, you know, same thing.
Okay. And you said you passed on to lawyers for what it's worth.
Right.
Who'd you pass that on to?
If I'm correct, by that point, Rita Glavin had been retained, I think. If not Rita, then Sharon Nellis, but I sent it to them. Said, you know, I don't
And
know.
are you aware of if any work was done to look into?
I have no idea, and I thought it wasn't worth my time, is what I thought.
Were those part of the discussions you had about talking about Charlotte Bennett's motivation, other than in privileged context? Her experiences in college?
No, never came up. Other than things like this, I think there may have been one conversation, maybe with Madeline Cuomo, where, you know, I didn't know what to make of it and I wasn't going to do anything about it. I think that there was a real understanding of the sensitivity of the fact that no one disputed that Charlotte Bennett, as I understood it and as I learned it, was a sexual assault victim. So the notion that you would be sort of mucking around in that history was not something that I thought was either worthwhile or appropriate. And I thought that view was shared with the other lawyers on the case, although, again, I didn't follow up with them, so I don't know.
And you are aware that part of Charlotte Bennett's allegations was that in that in one of the conversations she had, the governor kept repeating, "You were raped, you were raped, you were raped." That was part of her allegations.
Yeah, I understand that. I read that in the Times.
And were there discussions about whether those allegations were true?
Those allegations.
Or did anyone deny that the governor had said that to her?
I had conversations in a privileged context about that. Outside of that context, I don't recall anybody saying that's not true. I think, you know, my understanding was that I think people thought that there was an explanation for that, and that you needed more information. But what I knew about that, I learned in what I thought was a privileged context.
And how many of the conversations that you were on, or calls that you were on, involved Chris Cuomo?
Let's distinguish between group calls and calls where I spoke to Chris one-on-one. There were probably a half dozen calls where I spoke to Chris one-on-one. It's hard for me to figure out, for the reasons I said earlier, how many of those group calls Chris was on, although, you know, it certainly was, you know, it was more than 3. I think it was probably less than 10, but again, if you came and told me it's 15, it wouldn't surprise me.
And the conversations that you had with him one-on-one, what did you talk about?
He was concerned about the response not being aggressive enough. He was concerned that we had the right lawyers on the case. He was concerned that at one point the governor hadn't faced the press, and Chris thought that he needed to. He was concerned that the governor's office or the lawyers weren't putting out an explanation or a narrative that told the governor's story. I mean, that was the gist of the conversations with Chris.
And what did you say?
Look, on some of it, I agreed with him. And I told him I agreed that I thought, I mean, I said it earlier, that I really did think that he needed to get out and respond, that he couldn't be in a bunker. On some of it, I disagreed with him in terms of the lawyer. Some of it was just sort of a conversation for the sake of having conversation. I mean, in the sense that you were talking through these issues. I mean, there was also a point at which I'm trying to remember specifically. I can't remember as I sit here. There was another vein of conversation, but sitting here, I just don't remember what it was.
Did you talk to him about what your assessment? Did you tell him about your assessment of the truthfulness of Charlotte Bennett's allegations?
I don't believe so. Well, what I would have said is that I didn't believe that much of what Charlotte Bennett was saying was in dispute. I thought that it was a question of what to make of it. And I think I said this to Chris, if not, I said it to other people, that wasn't really the issue with Charlotte Bennett. Charlotte Bennett stood in a very different place in my mind than these other allegations. And that the question would ultimately be, with respect to, a large portion of the Charlotte Bennett allegations, what's the governor's explanation of them? Now, there may be a dispute over 20% of what she says, or, I don't know, how to properly quantify that. But that really much of it was in the context of the middle of COVID, in that office, those conversations, you're going to have to explain it. And I think I would have shared my view of that with Chris. The other claims, I think the general view was they're not accurate.
Did you share that view about Charlotte Bennett with him before March 14th when he sent you?
I don't recall. And to be clear, that view of it, my view of sort of the assessment of the Charlotte Bennett situation, if it would have come up earlier, and again, I don't know when it came up, that was my assessment. That's not something that I sort of, 3 weeks after the fact, it dawned on me. But once I read the claims and generally had a sense of what this was about, it just struck me this was not a, to use the usual parlance, a he said, she said. This was, what do you make of these facts?
Did you have any discussions with anyone about looking for or getting negative information about the investigators in our investigation?
You guys?
Yes.
Yeah, no.
Did anyone ask you to do that?
No.
Are you aware what do you understand the term opposition research to mean?
Opposition research is to look for negative information on your opponent. That's opposition research.
And had anyone asked you to do opposition research on any of the investigators?
No. And if there was an email or a text saying otherwise, I missed it, but no.
Did you tell anyone that you'd been asked to do opposition research?
I don't recall ever telling anybody that.
Did you have any discussions with Josh Vlasto, Maggie Moran, or Rich Bamberger about opposition research?
I may have, but not that I recall.
Is that something that, in your experience, you had done for the governor, either when he was Attorney General or running for governor, opposition research?
I think in 2002, there was an analysis done of Carl McCall's, he was running for governor in the primary, Carl McCall's conduct and investment choices as the New York State Comptroller. You could characterize that as opposition research. I looked into it. I actually thought it was not what people commonly think of as opposition research. And nothing ever came. I mean, whatever I gathered, nothing ever came of it. In 2006, I think there was a good amount of work done on Carl McCall. It was done out of the campaign, though, and I might have known about it, but I didn't work on it.
Any discussion about the motivations or political motivation of the Attorney General in overseeing this investigation?
Any discussion?
Yeah.
There may have been, but I didn't, frankly, take it seriously. I mean, there was also issues raised about your involvement in the U.S. Attorney's Office, issues raised about sort of where the Moreland investigation ended, none of which I took very seriously.
Who raised the issue about my involvement while at the U.S. Attorney's Office?
Putting aside conversations that I may have had in a privileged context, I think it came up with as a party. It likely came up with Melissa DeRosa. I don't recall it being, those are the ones that I think are the most likely.
And what did as a party say?
Questioned whether this was a question of, you being selected because you had a history. That was sort of the gist of it. What your relationship was with Preet, how Preet felt about the governor. That was sort of the gist of it.
And was it just that that's something that could be used to attack or undermine
Well,
the investigation?
when it was being discussed, I think that there was sort of a notion of what do you do now that this has been announced? And, I think that ultimately there was a decision to embrace the AG's investigation, which I think is reflected in the governor's comments. Further conversations that may have taken place, I think we're in a privileged context about how do you respond to an investigation.
How about with Melissa DeRosa? What conversations about?
It would have been the same. Essentially it was the same type of conversation.
And so, if I just understand the privilege, the conversations with Melissa DeRosa and Azar Party are not privileged. It's the conversations with the governor that are privileged.
That's where we've drawn the line. Well, I know the conversations with the governor are because I know our instructions on that. The others, we've answered.
It would have been the governor and in certain instances, the governor and other lawyers.
And were there discussions other than in the privilege context of a decision at some point to change strategies from accepting the investigation to going on the offensive?
I wouldn't put it as you presented it in your question. It's too refined and too specific in terms of the thought process. I think that as you get further along in this kind of investigation, there is anxiety. And so the question that people are considering, again, staying away from the privilege issue, is, are we going to have a problem? Are we going to get a fair shake? And if we don't, what's our response going to be? And I think that is what people are thinking about.
And that was in the context then of the discussion about Moreland and Preet? That came
Yeah,
up.
although that came up earlier. That came up shortly after you were named. And then, periodically, that theme percolates up.
And that's early on in the appointment, essentially right away. It begins.
Right away, probably not, in the sense that it was announced and then suddenly this was discussed. I think it's within the first couple of days. There was a conversation as to whether or not this was a good choice from the standpoint of the governor's office and whether or not you came to this with a predisposition.
And in those contexts, were there any discussions about identifying negative information
No.
about anyone?
Not to my knowledge.
Besides conversations in a privileged context, were there any conversations about Ann Clark?
No. No, although, look, I know, your partner, I've dealt with Ms. Vladeck, and, I had a conversation, or somebody may have had a conversation and reported back on experiences. So there was sort of a general sort of effort to understand what Ann Clark's experience was and sort of where she came from. But beyond that, I don't recall anything. And yeah.
You know, if at some point, Josh Blasto was asked if he would sort of lead the public response.
Yes.
Okay, what do you know about that?
I know Josh was asked whether or not he would be willing to leave his firm Kivett, take a leave, and sort of be in charge of the communications effort.
And whose idea was that?
I don't know.
And do you know who conveyed that request to him?
I think it was Melissa.
And did you discuss it with him?
After the fact, and all he said was, I'm not going to do it.
Did he say why?
He's busy. He's building his own business. He was tired of this. He's tired of being dragged into these things. There's very little upside for him, and he just didn't want to participate.
Did he say anything about his view of the direction that the response was going?
I don't recall that. He may have, but I just don't recall it.
Okay. Can you turn to the 88, which is the last, I think one of the last.
88 is the last.
Yeah. So this is some BlackBerry pins, and you're referenced. You're not on them, but wanted to see if you knew or what this was about. February 14. I believe this is a pin from the governor. Send to Steve Cohen after daily. Wait, hold on. Double-sided. I said, hold on. Send to Steve Cohen after daily news moves online this morning. Who can get as an ethics lawyer or former prosecutor to tweet or do statements? There's a reference to Todd Kaminsky, Gianaris, BIG lawyers could be sanctioned by the bar. And then it responds, off the top of his head, he's going to come up with ideas. Columbia professor leaked piece to Times.
Yeah, so as best I recall, this was related to, I think, what was going on with Ron Kim in the legislature. And I think and again, I may get this wrong, but I think the notion was that the legislature was going to use the governor's conduct or the threat of an investigation or the threat of an impeachment to gain an advantage in the budget negotiations. And so the question was, for the lawyers in the legislature, whether or not that was either unethical or whether it would have constituted an extortion under New York law. And putting aside the substance, because there may have been a privileged conversation, talking about, I think I can say this, the relevant laws and how to think about this, this may have followed that. I just don't recall the sequencing because obviously I'm not on this. I did get a call, maybe it was from Stephanie, saying, are there lawyers who could help think about this? And I, off the top of my head, gave, 2 lawyers that I think are very good, that I think are ethical, credible, and that are more than willing to say, I looked at it and there's nothing to do here. And I think he called me and was looking to get involved somehow. So that's why he came to mind. I haven't dealt with it in a good long while. I can't remember what case he had just tried. He just tried a big case. And then for me, you can't get better than, and as I said, I didn't want them to be surprised that he came up in the context of the Jim Comey leak to the, of the Trump notes. So I put that in just so you know, that's who, but, and after this, I don't recall having any further conversations, nor did I ever hear of any outreach to those lawyers. I mean, I think it went away.
So the inquiry was whether legislators who would use impeachment in the budget negotiations, or if they could tie it, could say that's extortion and sanction
Yeah,
them.
for leverage. And I don't know if it was
Lawyers.
impeachment. It may also have been a threat to hold hearings, right? So it could, and again, I'm now doing what he doesn't want me to do, but to give it context, it could have been, we're going to hold hearings on pick your topic unless you agree that we're going to fund, this project of ours in the budget, which, I mean, there's actually a legal issue embedded here about when log rolling, sort of classic log rolling, which is not illegal, goes beyond it and could conceivably be viewed as extortion. I thought that is a very hard case and a very hard claim to make. During the budget proceedings, I think, from my perspective, there was a heightened sensitivity running the other way as well. Governor is trying to get a budget. People are asking for things. These may be the very same people who are involved in an impeachment proceeding and may sit as jurors. And so, they asked me for my advice. I gave my advice about the area, and they asked me for lawyers, and I gave them two people that I thought were smart, reputable, and capable of giving an opinion that was accurate, direct, and showed some judgment.
Since you left the executive chamber, have you received sort of sexual harassment training or state-run sexual harassment training?
State-run?
Yeah, other than your.
Yeah, although I may have. I'm not in a position where it would be required. I mean, let me begin by saying that. Because as a board member, typically, I think there's no requirement that you participate because you're not really interacting with staff members. It may have been that as part of my training, as part of sort of requirements, I did it. I actually watched some of the state's presentation on diversity. I think it was on diversity, but I don't recall sexual harassment training. And I mean, in addition, I've had sexual harassment training. I had it, at McAndrews.
Right. But for your board positions and your involvement at ESD, that you haven't had to have state sexual harassment training.
I'm going to answer carefully. I'm not sure of what the obligations are. I do know because I, at some point, checked, for reasons unrelated to all of this, whether I was up to date on everything that I needed to do. And I was told, yeah, you're up to date. There were a number of things that I wasn't required to do, and I asked what those were, and I had difficulty accessing them. But I did look, I think, as I said, at the diversity training. I was curious what we were offering in diversity training. But unless I'm mistaken, I don't think, number one, I'm fairly certain that I'm up to date on what I need to be up to date on. And I don't believe I'm required to go through sexual harassment training.
How about at McAndrews and Forbes? Were you getting sexual harassment training there?
Yeah, I was the general counsel, chief administrative officer, and the compliance folks reported to me. And so we had a sexual harassment training program, and then in 2019, I think it was in 2019, the program was revamped, and I took the training.
And when you worked in the executive chamber?
I don't recall in the executive chamber, I don't recall if it was required, and I was there for a relatively short period of time. I do know that we had, a fairly, I delegated it to a group of three, two of whom were, and Paul, a decade or more later, sort of what was required at the time. But I do know when we came in 2007, I took a look at what was required, what the reporting process was, how you filed a claim, and who the claim could be and should be filed with. But I just don't remember. I don't think there was sexual harassment training. I don't remember it at the U.S. Attorney's Office either. But again, it's long enough ago that I think the best practices have changed. And certainly at McAndrews, I sort of watched those changes, and we rolled out a new program.
And at the State Attorney General's office?
Yeah, it's what I was referring to as not the governor's office. It was the State Attorney General's office that when we came in, we took a look at what we were doing. And again, I don't remember. I know we revamped certain things, but I don't recall beyond that.
Do you know
I do.
who is she?
She's the Deputy Secretary for Economic Development.
And any discussions you had with her about any of the sexual harassment allegations against the governor?
I think I asked her, again, when I was talking about that, when I would run into people, I had general conversations with them. I would have, she was in Lindsay Boylan's old job, and I didn't know if she overlapped with Lindsay. And so I do believe I asked her if she had dealt with Lindsay, if she overlapped with Lindsay. I don't think she really did. And if she knew anything about the allegations, and I may have asked her what her experiences were. Now that you mention it, I probably, in the course of all of this, I probably would have had a similar conversation with her. Not sure about, but these are people that I'm, dealing with on a fairly regular basis, and that I like and trust.
And what do you say about her experience?
Tough place to work, but nothing like what she heard Lindsay Boylan describe.
How about
Similar. I think she actually went up to meet with the governor about sort of what she wanted to do. She was very involved in what was called the Schmidt Commission, which came out of New York Forward, that reopening group. And so the governor met with her and then invited her to go to a press conference with Schmidt up in Buffalo. And I'm sure in that context, I would have asked her in what I think was probably a non-intrusive way, how was it, what went on, any trouble, any problems? And she said, no, it was fine. Would have preferred not to have dragged up to Buffalo. Governor, she said, was very gracious to her and sort of asked her what she wanted to do next, and talked to her about his not unusual view that you should be running something, you should be doing something, you shouldn't be focused on policy, you should be focused on accomplishments. But that was what Kate said.
Let me take a quick moment. I don't even know if I think you are ready to do that. Okay. I think I'm 30 minutes over what I promised, but good enough. And we do give an opportunity, we have been giving opportunities for witnesses to give a statement, not necessarily in response to a particular question. So, if you would like to make a general statement of some kind, I'll give you the opportunity to do that.
I think I've said enough. The one thing I will note is I recognize that my recollection is far from perfect, and that this was a fairly intense and clustered period of time, and I apologize to the extent that my recollection is not better, and my ability to recount these episodes in a chronological order is not better, but
Is there anything else that we have failed to ask that is relevant to the sexual harassment allegations and the circumstance surrounding, you think we should know?
My counsel advises me the answer is no.
Oh, and I think the answer is no. I mean, in terms of what we thought would be covered, you've covered it. There were texts that we hadn't seen, which disappoints me in terms of my own preparation. But I think you asked the appropriate questions.
A lot of them came from other sources. It's not-
Yeah, understood.
Okay, well, that concludes it for us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
We'll remind you that under 63.8, we ask that you keep it confidential and not disclose the substance of our questions that we learned about our investigation. And if anything comes up, if you find additional documents or things come up, you know, Paul knows how to reach us. So,
Great. Well, I don't really appreciate it. Glad it's over.
I took that off, and I apologize.
Yeah,
I
it's
hope
okay.
it didn't cause you trouble.
And I think, as you said at the beginning, you would destroy those notes you were keeping.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, off the record.
Off the record.
off the record.
The time is 6:37 PM. This concludes media 10 of 10. Today's proceedings off the record.
And when you said you dealt with